if the next ball went for 6, he got a toe that went over, and so it was still 9 off 3, sorry. And I still said to him, look, we're still okay here. And then that next ball, that infamous ball, which, sitting up on the balcony, we saw the throw from Guptill to the keeper, and you can't describe it because...
You've had a great view of it, by the way.
We had a great view. We could see de Grandhomme was perfectly lined up, but the way the bat was positioned, it gathered pace. The ball hit the bat. He couldn't have put the bat in a better angle to get the deflection it needed to get the pace to run. If it was flatter, it would have gone nowhere. If it was higher, it would have popped up. It was the perfect bat line, just angled to... And so we were watching it all the way run to the boundary down in front of us, and it was sort of like it was in slow motion, really, and we couldn't quite believe that it actually... everything had lined up like that for it to happen. It was sort of
6 all along the ground.
So then it was 12 off 2 off those balls, and they needed 3 off 2. And I thought, well, we can't win this game now. England, surely 3 off 2, you would back yourself with Ben Stokes on strike for both those balls. That he's going to clunk someone into a gap for 2, and that's going to be the game. But Boulty did a pretty good job those last couple of balls. So we did well to get to a super over in many ways.
Yeah. That deflection. I mean, have you ever seen anything like that before, Joe? All the years you've been playing and watching cricket.
Well, not in that context and not at that time.
No, but you've
because
seen
it was an extraordinary stroke of luck.
Yes,
wasn't it?
Total
really?
fluke, utter fluke.
And then there's the issue, of course, which surfaced just a little bit later, that Damasina, the umpire,
that the throw was not... Well, it shouldn't have been legitimate anyway.
It should have been 5 runs instead of 6 because they hadn't crossed for the second. He, however, I mean, that's umpiring really 101.
Yeah.
And he called it 6. That was his call on the day. It was wrong. Mistake. But he was very happy with it and came out later and said so.
Yes.
After.
I wonder if he could have asked his if that was one of those where he should have referred it up to the third umpire. Said, look, I'm not happy with this. Can we just have a quick look? I know these rules on referrals are they're a bit grey, aren't they? But maybe that in a final,
surely you've got to get the right decision in that context. Of course you do. That's the one time.
Yes.
You have to get it right, and you've got so many 3rd, 4th, 5th umpires.
Yes.
Between that group, surely they can get that decision right.
The point of that 5, actually, to my mind, was you had Stokes, who had been in for a long time, on 70-odd, and you had Rashid, number 9, on 0.
Yeah. Correct.
If it was 5, he would have been facing.
Yes.
Correct.
And that was a very different game.
You've done some analysing, haven't you, over the last...
Oh,
no, but
you can find one run anywhere, Jonathan. Like going through, look, there was... we should have run a bit harder here. We could have turned a 2 into a 3. You can find one run anywhere.
Here and there.
I mean, Boulty's catch, that was down in front of us as well, sitting on the balcony watch.
That was in the super over, wasn't it?
No, that was the 49th over.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, the over before, which that was Stokes again. That's game over. And normally you just see him stand where he is, go like that, reverse
just
cup.
Stepped on the...
Just took an extra step, thought he had more room, tried to flick it up to Guptill, who was coming across. So there was just so many things that just didn't quite go our way that you just sort of scratch your head.
Oh, no, I mean, you said no commentary. England had the rub of the green that day. You can't deny that, and that's not. It's just being honest. It's just being truthful. If things did go England's way,
they were just weird things that you might see once or twice in a career if you're lucky. We saw them in one particular day in a final, which was.
What's it like as a coach? Because again, we mentioned before, you're so involved in all the build-up and the preparation, but then you've got you've got to let them go, and down the pavilion steps they go, and they're on their own. But you're sitting there on that balcony, which, if you've been lucky enough to sit on, as you know, you're in the game, aren't you? I mean, you really are. On those 2 balconies, you're so close to the action. You can always reach out and touch it, but there's nothing you can do, and you can see these things that's happening out there. It must be really difficult.
Yeah, it was, because it's a great view up on those balconies, as you know. It's a fantastic and unique ground to sit up on those balconies. You can quite often see things happening. You get a different view of the game quite often from what the players are actually seeing out on the field. Yes. So you try and at times give information. They need to run the show on that, but there's certain things that you want to try and make sure that they're over as well, that they're seen as well. Perhaps they're not in the heat of the moment and with the pressure on. But yes, it was Yeah, it was a hell of a day. It was because it started very much like this. It was raining too. I remember we left the hotel and we thought, are we going to play? Is it going to be a shortened game? And then all of a sudden, blew away. Sun came out, blue sky, and it ended up being a beautiful day.
Yeah. I remember sitting under the stand here and having to do breakfast telly with Michael Vaughan.
Okay.
And naturally enough, they spent most of the time talking to Michael. And he was extolling the virtues of the England game and so on. I was a bit more circumspect and said, look, let's wait and see what the pitch does. Because I thought if it was going to be hard and fast and no movement, a motorway, England would win. No one could handle the artillery that England had over the last 3 or 4 years generated playing on very flat pitches. If, however, it had a wee bit of, it was a bit slower, a bit of nibble, did a little bit and became a B road, we were right in this match, and I said so. We had matches against Bangladesh, we had matches against South Africa, we had matches, tight matches, 4 or 5 of them, that we had won. And I thought this is going to be a very close game if we can post a total and we're in it. And it actually happened. And I don't think... I said I was a lone voice saying I don't think this is a good idea.
Yes, you were.
Once it with 241 each. I said no. I think this should be shared. Both these teams, to me, had been in finals before. Both had lost. It was going to be a new name etched on the cup, or should there have been 2?
I think it's fair comment.
And personally, even now today, as I sit here, I can live with the fact that England, the rules were applied, but they were ridiculous rules, in my opinion. And so that's where I had a difference. I had nothing against England winning. I mean, that's always a chance when you start a final. One team's going to win. But there was nothing that, to me, could have separated those two sides. Anything those 22 players consciously did in the 8 hours of wonderful cricket we saw unfold before us. Nothing that each player could think of had altered that result. Everything they had tried meant that you could not separate the teams. If it had been a rained-out day and a rained-out reserve day, it would have been shared. Now, isn't 2 results tied better to be a shared cup than deciding on some ridiculous rule? So those were my feelings.
Well, the irony is,
as I went through and said no, I think, and everyone said no in a very Trumpist sort of chorus. There's got to be a winner.
I think the irony is that
I personally don't agree with that.
In the Test Championship, if it's drawn, it's a draw. And
it's an asterisk victory.
Don't you think, though, that when the rule makers were going through their rules and that, they never envisaged a super over being tied? Tie in 50 overs in cricket is quite unique in itself, and then a tie in a super over, that's almost unfathomable. It's almost unthinkable.
What do you think, Brian? What do you think down there, Wads? Have you mulled over all the possibilities, all the equations?
Well, Jerry wasn't a lone voice. I was with him all the way, and I was pushing him to.
He was
to take
you
the
were
stance
angry,
that he
Wads.
No, I was just disappointed that those were the conditions that the game was decided. England didn't win the game, New Zealand didn't win the game, they didn't win the super over, but they won the most boundaries. Why didn't they have it the most sixes? Oh no, hang on, that would have been a tie. There was 2 each. What about wickets taken? New Zealand might have won that because they took 10 and England only took 8. There are all those sorts of things that could have come into play. The issue is basically that they could have either had another super over, they could have shared it, they could have even had another game, a replay of the game. God forbid, would they do that?
We couldn't have survived another game.
I don't think we could. I'd come back the next day and try and recreate it, but it was.
The emotions were such. the emotions down on the ground, because at that stage when it came towards the end, I was down looking to do interviews and particularly New Zealand interviews, and there weren't too many players at that stage who were wanting to talk about the way the game had turned out. I spoke with Jimmy Neesham, and I thank him forever and a day for putting up with having to talk for 2 or 3 minutes to me while they were in the losing scenario, and he had tears in his eyes, and it took me back to the game at Eden Park when New Zealand beat South Africa 4 years earlier, and poor old AB de Villiers was down on the deck, and Grant Elliott was celebrating that he picked Dale Steyn up from the ground, and he'd been there to ensure that all the players were cared for and thought about. But the emotions run very high, and I don't think you would be able to come back and recreate it the next day.
Was part of the business about this World Cup because of the disappointment of the one that had gone before, when New Zealand had played so well and also actually so incredibly sportingly too. I mean, the way that New Zealand always play their cricket actually has been that way, and there was that rather unpleasant final with involving Australia. It left a bitter taste in a lot of mouths, people who watched that, because of the way that New Zealand had played, and then the way that Australia played in that final was very disappointing to lots of people. But was that part of the disappointment involved in that as well, do you think?
Quite often you hear people say you have to lose a final to win a final, and that one in Australia and New Zealand 2015 was our first experience. We'd been very much a semi-final side at World Cups for so many years, so it was one of those new experiences, and we weren't quite at our best on the day. We'd played so well up until that point. It was disappointing that we didn't quite. So we had that experience, which was important in terms of a final and being in that stage of a tournament. I just think that throughout the tournament we'd played well. We got badly beaten by England and Australia in the games before that semi-final, but it was interesting because I always felt that we were a really good matchup for England and for India. So the semi-final draw came out and we had India, which freaks out a lot of sides because of their power and their strength, but as a coaching group, we were very comfortable with India. We felt that we matched up well in one-day cricket for them.
It was actually because New Zealand's campaign, it began so strongly, didn't it? I mean, you actually had some 1 or 2 soft games to start with, but you were away to a flyer, and then there was that dip.
Yes.
And then people thought, oh, that's probably them gone, because they turn up and smiles on their faces, play nice cricket. But actually, it showed a lot of character to come back and to get into the final.
Yeah, well, that semi-final at Old Trafford was remarkable because it was over 2 days for a start.
So again, 1 day.
So another unique thing that you never see. So I remember, we won the toss and decided to bat, and conditions were actually tough. The first 10 overs, I think we were 1 for 20 or 1 for 25. We because it was nipping around, but we felt that if we could get a total on the board again, as you were talking about before, Jeremy, around that 240, 250, as you're playing on these grounds with older pitches and that, we felt that almost the New Zealand style, the New Zealand way of 250, 260, were going to be good totals, and we could bowl well too and we could defend. So we felt comfortable in those scenarios, which is why we batted first and tried to put totals on the board.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, runs on the board, it's like the total in the final. I mean, they've got to be got. And there is no doubt in a World Cup situation, and particularly in a final, that's worth another 20 runs, I would have thought, to a normal one day.
Yep. Yeah, certainly there's some value in getting a good score on the board in the final, no doubt about that. So, the guys, that we had our style, we stuck to it pretty well. It didn't work in a couple of games we played, but the guys pretty resilient in the way they bounced back. To beat India over 2 days at Old Trafford, where 90% of the crowd were Indian and were supporting
a lot of
the opposition.
I was there,
the guys showed that resilience and that strength of character, so it was it was a phenomenal effort.
What do you say to players, Craig, when you are in the coaching game and all that stuff happened, and you again would have had a great view of that run out of Guptill from that end of the ground. Again, that probably looked like slow motion, did it?
Yeah.
You probably relive it now. Roy's throw and Boult again and so on. And you'd have seen from there that he was a yard out or so.
2 metres to Roy's left or right, then he has to change his movements in terms of, and that perhaps
especially
gives
to his left.
Guptill enough time to.
Yeah.
Yep.
when you're then dealing with the players coming off, and especially, I mean, it's not Guptill's fault, but you can't help when you're the player involved to sort of think, oh, why didn't I do that, or how could I have done that? What do you do with a player in that situation?
Give them a hug. What can you say?
Yeah.
Obviously emotions were pretty raw when the guys first came back up into the changing room. It's one of those ones where all you can do is shrug your shoulders and say it wasn't meant to be, because the guys have left everything out on the field. They've played out of their skin. There's been so many different scenarios that they've had to deal with and try and work around, and they've done that. They've got to the point, but they're effectively one run short. They've got close, but no cigars. So there wasn't a lot that could be said. After we got back up and all the presentations and everything, they were tough on the ground. The presentations were you can see the guys had tears in their eyes. It was a really emotional time because, like you say, it's not just one game. You've been away together for 6 weeks. There's been build-up for this tournament. For some players, it will only be there might only be one World Cup that they play. That might be the last for some. So it was a really emotional time. But we got upstairs and there were some words said where it was, well, boys, we can't do any more. Should be very proud of what we've done today, how we've played throughout the tournament. The result won't define us as a group, and I think that was important to say. Yes. I think what defined that New Zealand cricket side was how they reacted to the disappointment of the result. And I think that's important. I was very
proud of the Kiwis.
Yeah, and I just wonder, those players there in that situation, I mean, was any thought given to that side of things and how they are going to cope, perhaps not even immediately, about what they've been through, but they're all, as you've analysed here, and as Henry and Nicholls was, and all those moments are still going on. They're burned onto your mind, aren't they? That fumble there, that run there, they're still there. They're still there.
They'll be there forever, Agus, to be fair, and they will deepen in terms of how much you remember, but I think just being part of that day, that is something that you'll never forget. In terms of the mental aspect, I think that it had an effect on all the players, also the coach, and not depression-wise, but certainly flat. You felt flat. The guys had to go on tour to Sri Lanka a couple of weeks later, so they didn't have a lot of time to actually reflect, and which is probably a good thing. They went home for a little bit and then they were off on tour, and they were playing a different format. They were playing Test cricket. That was my last game with the side, so I went on holiday straight afterwards and then went back to New Zealand, was watching them in New Zealand while they were away on tour, and I was thinking, sitting on the couch watching them play Sri Lanka and Test cricket, thinking, I feel mentally shattered from the tournament, what we've just done. I can only think how they're feeling over there having to play, and now they're playing Test cricket, which is obviously the hardest format to play. And from what I understand, talking to a few of them, they were frazzled. They actually, but that was just the nature of the beast. They had to keep going. There was another tour on the card. So there's no doubt, and I think perhaps after that tour, then guys had dealt with those emotions that were probably suppressed for a while, because that's just the way things are. You had to keep going, but it's one of those things that you'll look back on and be very proud of your part in that day. But there's always going to be some severe disappointment that it didn't quite work out.
There we go. Thanks to our New Zealand colleagues for that look back at the World Cup. That was Craig McMillan there towards the end. Of course, Jeremy Coney involved as well. And welcome back to Southampton, where, well, goodness knows what's going to happen this afternoon. I can tell you that BJ Watling, his Test career, his last Test, has finished unhappily because he's not keeping wicket, and I've seen Blundell there with his wicket-keeping gear on, so he's going to be taking over. It looked as if he'd got quite a nasty dislocation. Now, will that have any impact on any batting that he might have to do? Of course, that's something that we don't know, because, well, Blundell can come in and keep wicket. He can't bat, so let's hope that Watling's okay to do that. But it's a oh, hang on, he's there. Hang on, what's going on? I saw Blundell with his pads on. Where is? No, I'm wrong. Watling is coming out with his pads on. That's interesting, because Blundell was in there having some practice, and then in the circle. So ignore that, and that's good news too. So Watling can come out and keep wicket. He's chatting to to Kane Williamson. There's a come out into sunshine. So that's good news. As for the game, wow, it's a brilliant morning. So India lead by 98 runs. They've got 5 wickets left. They've got these two very, very exciting left-handers at the crease in Pant and Jadeja. Pant's 28, Jadeja is 12, and they're coming down the steps now to come out and resume their battle. And it was a battle too. They were playing all sorts of shots coming up to the lunch break. So I guess that's probably the way they're going to look to carry on. That lead 98, but there's Ashwin to come and then down to the bowlers. So Jeremy Coney's here. I'm pleased about Watling. I felt really sorry there. I saw Blundell in the circle, and I assumed the worst. But anyway, he's come out and he can keep wicket in his last test.
Yeah, that's
great.
good. Yeah. That's good, isn't it? This game will not die.
No.
Will it?
No.
It just keeps on going, and I guess, what if India are bowled out just before tea? That actually might be the best way that we move the game on a little bit.
If it's before tea, they'll have a few runs on the board, because these two are going to play some shots.
Well, that's right. Maybe 90 runs, so maybe 180 in 45 overs. That kind of, that'll make New Zealand, the New Zealand side nervous, I would think.
Will.
What do we do?
Yeah.
You'd think that Jamieson would be the likely man to start with the ball.
Yes.
He's looked the most threatening by far. He's got the more bounce, of course, and he's got that wee bit of nip from the surface that no other bowler's been able to get. So he's the man to start, and perhaps if he can bowl, well, it may be his last spell in the match, really. So he could maybe bowl for an hour.
Yeah. He looked a bit tired, I thought, at the end of that spell.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he did.
Didn't quite have the same intensity, but he'll have had a rest and no doubt a bit of a rub down from the physio. And he is going to bowl from the far end. He's had a tremendous match. He really has. Such an exciting prospect. And he really has opened it up with those 2 wickets today. Kohli and Pujara falling within 1 run of each other. And Boult taking that one snared down the leg side. It was Rahane out for 15. So there's very much game on, and Pant is going to face the first ball. He was dropped on 5, of course, by Southey, who's still there at second slip, and Jameson is on his way and bowls outside the off stump, and Pant allows that to go through. And I wonder now, because they'll have had a little sit down as well, won't they, the Indians, and talked about the tactics as of now. They'll have had a chat this morning before the game started, of course, about what they're going to do as things stood then. Now that lunchtime, they've sat down, analysed things, talked things through, talked tactics. What are we going to do? It'll be very interesting to see how, or if anything changes.
I
about
think
the way
more
these
of the
two,
same for these two. I mean, an hour's batting of Jadeja and Pant is much better than 2 hours defensive batting.
That's true. Yep. Sun shining. Jameson on his way. He's there and he bowls and Pants down the pitch and has a massive swipe. Well, that answers that anyway.
That sorted that one out.
Swipe and a miss. That would have gone to Portsmouth.
It could also have gone way over the keeper, couldn't it?
It could have gone anywhere.
Which way is Portsmouth?
I don't
know. Is it behind? I don't know. Exactly.
He was going to go miles.
Yeah.
Well, that was an absolutely furious swipe, totally uncontrolled. And, he does connect occasionally, but he is riding his luck a bit doing this, obviously, because that could just have cleaned him up. The lead is 98. Crowd loving it. All sorts of advice being shouted out. Jameson again comes in and bowls, and Pant this time defends this one. Bit of extra bounce there from the tall Jameson, and Pant played that rather well. It's fielded in the gully. 130 for 5. The lead 98. So Pant dropped on 5 in the slip cordon. Off Jameson too, actually. Jadeja's up there. He's dropped his trousers for some reason. Let's put them back up again. What's he doing? He's picking up his bat now. Jameson's on his way. Moves in, bowls, Pant forward. Wants to steal a single. Jadeja's slow setting off. And, Pant's made his ground. Brilliantly taken run. And Jadeja wasn't expecting that. Well, I think Pant worked out he was probably going to the danger end, which he was. Conway came in and picked it up and actually didn't bother throwing at the stumps. Pant was so quick. Push and run.
Yeah, it's a compelling kind of method, isn't it? I mean, the slog which is it's just like the god of power, the Greek god of music, Pan, like Pant. You know, the god of playfulness.
Jameson bowls and Jadeja allows that to go through.
The god of intervention, the god of chaos. That's what he is.
Yes.
And it's a perfect name for him. And I just keep thinking of that song as he's charging down the pipes. The pipes are calling. You know, Pan. It's just.
Need the guitar. You need the guitar out.
Yes, that's it.
It's still in the room. 1:31 for 5.
It's packed away now, surely.
No, still there.
Huh?
No, I'm still practicing my bar chords.
Good.
The lead 99. And Jameson sweeps back his hair. It's the last ball of the over. Jadeja's on strike. In he comes and bowls trim, and well, he might just have dropped his hands there, I think, to allow that to go through. And this is interesting. Blundell was doing warm-ups, and New Zealand tweeted to say that he was taking BJ Watling's place. It looked like it, I must admit, from here at the other end of the ground, but it did look as if he was getting ready to play. And he was there in the circle, and then Watling suddenly said, no, I'm going to come and do it. And good luck to him. It's his last test match.
Yes.
You don't want to end like that. But anyway, that does clear that up.
Well, as long as he can do it, as long as he can, it's not going to affect his performance. That's what he's really got to. He would hate, I think, after all the yeoman service that he's actually provided for New Zealand over the years, that he would let himself down in the last
that's the problem,
2 hours. Yeah,
no one ever
just on sentimental reasons and determination. If no one questions he wants to be out there.
No, but no one thanks you if you play injured.
No, you don't.
If you make a mistake, I'm afraid it's a ruthless business. And anyway, it's his right hand. He's still looking at it. But it can't be very good if they announce that he's not going to be carrying on. Now then, we've got Wagner, and he's got his angry field. And he's going to bowl to Pant. Lots of short stuff coming here, I think. Wagner's on his way, and he bowls down the leg side. A little flick and a miss there. So what have we got? A fine leg, deep backward square leg, a square leg on the boundary, normal square leg, a mid-wicket, and a short leg. So he's got the lot, really.
Yes, he has. Only mid-on's missing, but it's pretty hard to get that one unless you can get well-leg side of it and flat bat it straight back down the ground.
Played that wonderful shot earlier where he closed the face of the bat and drove it through that position, actually. So Wagner really is committed to bowling short, I think. In he goes now and bowls. It is short, a swipe and a miss from Pant. That flies through to Watling, who seems to take that one comfortably enough. Third man is very fine for the ramp shot.
Yes.
And there's a backward point, and then Williamson, the captain, sort of Douglas Jardine in this situation, is at extra cover. So that's how the field looks. He simply can't pitch it up because Pant will thrash it. And there's no one back here or anywhere near mid-on. 1:31 for 5. The lead is 99. In goes Wagner. Is there? He bowls, and that's turned away around the corner down to fine leg. There's the 100 lead. Crowd enjoy that. Up they get. Not with their flags and the drums are going. Not enough yet for India, you don't think, but who knows? It's a final. It's the last day and everything else. So let's confirm BJ Watling. He dislocated his right ring finger in the first session. So big finger. The ball's coming in there quite a lot, isn't it?
Is it the top joint that he would have done then?
I don't know. 1:32 for 5. In goes Wagner again and bowls down the leg side, and Jadeja takes his bat out of the way. Allows that to go through.
Because some of those, I did that once with a it might have been a catch too, I don't know. Anyway, but it bent it back completely, and they couldn't actually pull it back enough to get it back into position. I had to go to a Sri Lankan hospital.
A local jab?
A big needle.
1:32 for 5. The lead's 100. Wagner's on his way. Bowls to Jadeja, who stands up and plays a short ball. Up on his toes there, down to Gully. Conway fields. There's one ball left in this over. So a nasty injury, and the announcement that he wasn't going to continue, but he's obviously said, I'm going out there.
But they've obviously been able to put the dislocation back in.
Yes. Heavily strapped, I think. That's what it feels a bit odd in his glove. Question, will he have to bat? We don't know yet, but it might have an impact on that. I would have thought the right ring finger is right-handed. Wagner's on his way again. Bowls to Jadeja, who has another short ball to go down the leg side. And that ends the over. He's just getting out of the way of those, really. The lead's 100 with 5 wickets left. If you're just joining us, Kohli was out for 13, Pujara for 15, both to Jamieson, who then had Pant dropped on 5 at slip by Southey. Rahane made 15. He was caught down the leg side with one of those strangling ones, really, off Boult. Caught by Watling, who then dislocated his finger. The ball was hurled in by Williamson. It was an attempted run-out situation. And I think what made it the problem for Watling was that the batsman got in the way. It just happened to be in the way. He was dashing back into his ground, so he didn't see the ball till late. And then it clattered into his finger. Jameson's on his way then and bowls, and Pant stands up and plays defensively into the offside.
Bowling from over the wicket, Eggers, and that's the way to go, I think.
Well, I agree with you.
Against the left-handers. It's much more dangerous, more ways of dismissing the batsman.
You do risk giving width.
Yes, you do. And they hit through sort of square cover and all that area. That's available if the ball is there. Got to hit it well, though, don't you?
Yeah. Jamieson hunting for wickets, on his way now, and bowls to Pant, who's beaten by a ball that climbs outside the off stump from that good length. And Pant wanders around. He says, whenever I play defensively, I play and miss, so I might as well have a go.
Yeah. And more value for shots today, isn't there, with the last 2 days being a little better, so the outfield has dried out and it's quicker across the surface. More boundaries, something that maybe India have to consider too when New Zealand bat.
2 slips in the gully waiting. Jameson on his way, and he bowls. Pant again goes defensive. That's 3 now, 3 balls. He might be getting ready for a wind-up here in a moment.
Well, it could easily fly way over the top of the cordon, couldn't it?
Yep.
Down to sort of third man, which is vacant at the moment.
Could go absolutely anywhere. Jameson wanders back. Bit of cloud over the ground at the moment. Nothing threatening or sinister. Jameson over the wicket, comes in, bowls to Pant. Oh, that's another block. Another defensive shot. Fielded at cover. It's 4 dots.
I think Conway there he could actually be in a bit tight for this last ball as well. Let's bowl at Jadeja and just prevent that run, because I don't think the catch would tend to go to cover, would you? I mean, it would be a slap to cover, really.
Would, yeah.
More likely to go to Williamson at mid-off, or maybe de Grandhomme at backward point.
Or
gully.
A nick or a sky, maybe.
Right.
Jameson on his way then, bowls to Pant, who just follows through a bit there. He's beaten Conway. They'll get 2. The ball rolls out towards the cover boundary. Retrieved by Williamson. So Pant remains on strike again. That was a perfectly orthodox and calmly played stroke. Not the rush of blood that we've seen every now and then from Pant.
Yep, 2 full. And Conway in, looking for that single. He's batting just out of his crease at the moment, Pant to Jamieson. Just got to pull that length back just a tad. Wee bit wider.
So last ball of the over. Look to try and steal a single here, maybe. Jameson on his way in, bowls, and back goes Pant. Can't do anything with that, apart from play it out to Conway at cover. And so 2 from the over, and Pant slaps his clenched fist into his thigh pad there. He wanted to run, he wanted to get down to the other end, but he's got to watch Jadeja doing battle with Wagner instead. Fascinating cricketer, Rishabh Pant. He really is. Unorthodox in all sorts of ways, but he must have an absolutely amazing eye.
Well, I mean, the way that if you play that way, we've had people try and do this before. This is nothing new. He might be a little bit better at it, and certainly his past is littered with quite decent totals. Andy,
he has been. Rishabh Pant has been slightly more vulnerable to right arm over the wicket than right arm round the wicket in his Test career so far. averaging 30 to right arm over, 43 to right arm round the wicket.
Well, Wagner's going round the wicket
bowling.
to Jadeja now, back in the short mode again. He's gone for the pull shot. Ball flies down into the leg side, but lands comfortably in front of long leg. He took it on, which of course is what Wagner wants him to do.
Yep. New Zealand have done this for the past 3 years. They know the fields to set. They can attack. Well, they've got all bases covered in a way, haven't they? They've got the hook fine, the pick, you know, the one backward of square is a more decent meaty shot. You've got the bat pad in for the off the gloves or anything onto the body. You've got the paddle where Rahane was caught, just orthodox square leg and also mid wicket.
No one at slip. There's Wagner. Runs in again and bowls. Oh, he's got an extraordinary shot here. Not sure how to describe that, but it's gone through the keeper. He tried to work what was only a fractionally short ball over his shoulder, and he ended up on the ground. He's got a big smile on his face. Had a bit of a conversation there with Wagner, but he was trying to flick that right over his shoulder. He knew it was coming, knew it was going to be short. Well, again, could have gone virtually anyway, but ended up flat on his back playing that shot.
Tried to hit the back of the ball, you know, and so it would go over the keeper.
Yep. Of course, it's all very well, this tactic, but you do need the batsman to engage. If you just sway out the way of everything. In goes Wagner again and bowls. Jadeja blocks it and turns it round the corner into the leg side. Wants a single. Pant says no. You do need the batsman to cooperate, really,
you
don't you?
do, but look, I don't know. There's just something about Wagner, that skiddy bouncer that doesn't get too high. And batsmen, I've seen batsmen try and do exactly what you've just described. Just get out of the way.
Just boring.
Just don't get engaged in the whole thing at all. And no one has succeeded in doing so. They all in the end, every batsman has to play a stroke at it, or tries to defend it, or something like that.
Yeah. In goes Wagner then, bowls to Jadeja, short of a length. He can get comfortably behind that. Play it back to the bowler again.
No bounce for Wagner.
No.
This is tired. The ball is getting a little bit older. They're not really going... Would they get a new ball? How many overs is that? 59. Now, this is the 59th.
Yeah, sometime after.
So 20-odd overs to go.
Tea-ish, isn't it?
Yes.
Which feels
perhaps
late.
before tea. Yeah, 20 overs.
Yeah,
but pretty close to tea.
Yeah. Wagner runs in again, round the wicket, bowls. Well, as a short ball, didn't get up very high, that one. Jadeja played pretty well. Got about hip high, pushed it down in front of the short leg fieldsman. The lead 104, and you've got 5 wickets left. It's a fascinating, it's totally absorbing partnership, this. It's what's going to happen next.
Well, at the moment, India haven't kind of found a solution to this, have they? This short... I mean, they're looking okay. They're not looking in any trouble, but they're not scoring lots of runs. Yet.
Wagner again runs in, bowls. That's a better short ball, and it's fended away by Jadeja. Down to third man it goes. Off the body, was it? Somehow must have just hit in the ribs or something like that. Leg by signal anyway. That's the end of the over, so... Disappointingly, Pant isn't going to be on strike. That's box office, that is, to watch that. Well, they're having a chat there, looking very relaxed, the two batsmen, leaning on their bats, having a conversation. As Jameson prepares to bowl from the far end. He'll bowl to Jadeja. Slips are gathering. The sun's back with us again. It's 137 for 5. Jadeja grips his bat, ready to go, and Jameson's on his way. Over the wicket he comes. He's there, and he bowls short outside the off stump. And Jadeja watches it go through. He likes to play his shots normally as well. But, he's relatively becalmed at the moment. He played a lively stroke or two before lunch.
See that though, that's bouncing as high as Wagner is getting it.
Yeah.
At the other end. So that's the danger of Jameson right there, because he can also pitch it straighter and he can pitch it further up towards the batsman. Bring different shots into play than Wagner does.
Jameson bowls outside the off stump, and again there's no stroke from the left-handed Jadeja. I suppose, here's a thought, that with Wagner bowling short, do they feel that as a way of actually limiting Pant as well? Because
I think it does a
you've
bit.
got Southee pitching it up and you've got Boult, they're their natural lengths. He could
brings different areas of the field into play. I think that's... So again, it's a slightly... Although he's got 200 odd wickets, hasn't he? And the majority of them would be with the short pitch ball. So it has worked, but it is a slightly defensive
it feels
approach.
It's sort of hoping to perhaps to frustrate Pant. But if Southee's pitching it up his natural length, then it would be more hittable for Pant. Jameson bowls again. It's too wide to interest Jadeja. He swishes his bat after the ball has passed. And the lead remains 105. 5 wickets left and lots of time, loads of overs. It's looking up there on the board. What have we got left? 50,
68 after this one.
68, yeah. It's a lot of time.
Well, another 20 overs.
Jameson over the wicket. He bowls to Jadeja, who... Did he play at that? Did he drop his wrist? Hard to tell from here. But yeah, I think he just avoided that one again. Jameson wanders back. Hasn't made him play yet in this over. And he's kept that very tight line outside the off stump.
I mean, New Zealand are interested in keeping this total down, aren't they? I mean, if they can pick up a wicket and they've restricted in the meantime, chasing less is a much more attractive opposition for them. A proposition.
Jameson on his way, bowls. Oh, that's gone straight through him. How did that miss the stumps? I don't know, and no one knows. Jameson doesn't know. I'm not sure Jadeja knows either. It was a fuller length.
He was looking to let go, wasn't he?
He was, and it came back at him, must have done. And Watling took that going down the leg side. So let's have a look at that. Well, it just came back enough, didn't it, as the answer to that? But he was major batsman error there. He was in no position at all to play that.
No, looking to let go as he has done right throughout the rest of the over. And to actually, it swung just a little from Jameson back into the left-hander, so it threatened off stump.
Well, let's see if that makes him play at one now outside the off stump. Find the edge. In goes Jameson, and he bowls to him. Oh, he does play. Absolutely. And, well, excellent over. 137 for 5. The lead 105. But, New Zealand on these wickets.
He's learning quickly, isn't he?
He is. Yeah.
For a young man. He's 26.
He likes the setup, doesn't he? He can see where
he enjoys
his mind
it.
works.
Yeah, the subtleties of it, and he does. And he's, as I say, he's learning very quickly.
Yeah. Well, he's just had a drink. Now he's heading off to mid-on, and now we've got Wagner versus Pant. And frankly, anything could happen here. Is he going over or round? He's going to go round. So, back on the short pitch attack again.
It's harder round, isn't it? Because the ball's going across you slightly on a different angle than actually helping it on its way.
Let's see what Pant does here. Wagner's on his way, roaring in. He bowls. It's a reverse sweep. Or if you can call it a sweep, a reverse pull. A reverse pull from a short ball. And Wagner's trying not to laugh. But what an incredible shot this is. We talk about reverse sweeps. He just twisted it round and played the reverse pull shot. Seen that before?
No, I haven't seen that. Not to Wagner. But it didn't bounce quite so high, did it? It'd be harder to get up round the shoulders if it was up round there.
How's he played that?
Yeah. Nice single to third man.
Amazing. Wagner again runs in, and Jadeja fends that off and almost steps on his stumps there. The ball trickles back for Watling to go and collect.
Jadeja's got into kind of a strange mood, hasn't he? He's not playing at anything. He's trying to let everything go. He looks a little bit annoyed. He's jumped at that one, but he's not really taking it that seriously.
It's as if he's been told us to
hang
support
in
Pant.
Yes.
Yeah.
It leaves a lot on Pant's shoulders, doesn't it?
It does. That seems to be the way that Jadeja's playing at the moment. Reverse pull. I've never seen that. 138 for 5. Wagner again runs in, bowls another short ball. There's just not much oomph in that. It just dribbles down the leg side. 83 miles an hour. There's not much pace in this. I wonder if for Jadeja, I can understand the theory for Pant. It's controlling him a bit, but whether he's actually better off bowling normally to Jadeja and pitching it up and trying to knock him over.
Might be, yes. The trouble is that New Zealand have just lacked swing, haven't they? Without that, there's similar pace bowlers in all 4 of them.
Wagner again runs in, bowls again. It's short and down the leg side. Jadeja has nothing to do with it, but he's a number 7. I mean, you can knock him over.
Yeah.
Just by
He's made himself into quite a good bat, actually, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, and full marks to him.
But at the moment, they're just really restricting their way to getting him out to just one way.
Yes. And he's not playing ball at the moment, is he? Not trying to hook any of them.
The men are out there, but they've brought one in, actually. There's only 2 for Jadeja. There's another one round the corner. Wagner again runs in, bowls, and that's allowed to strike him. Short leg there, tumbles and takes the catch, but he got everything out of the way. He's worn one there in the ribs. That one did get up a bit more.
Yes, that was a better height. That's into the danger kind of area. High chest, round shoulders, and that kind of height. That's why I think Wagner hasn't used this tactic to this extent in England so far in the Test matches. Just no bounce. He tried it a couple of times at Lords, and it really just got through to knee high.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. Wagner again runs in, bowls to poor ball down the leg side there to Jadeja, who can just let that go, and Watling collects it. So 138 for 5, the lead 106. We've had one wild shot from Pant. We've had a reverse pull, and we had that one that he tried to somehow flick over his shoulder. But in between, he's just played.
Well, he looks interested in playing shots to it, doesn't he? Whereas Jadeja isn't. And so New Zealand, in a way, they don't mind Pant facing, because he's actually he's pushing himself and his shots to the outer edge, isn't he? Where you have to be very inventive. He obviously likes doing that and has got a great eye. And at the other end, you've got Jadeja, who's not playing a shot at all.
Yes.
13 off 41 at the moment.
The lead 106. Jameson from Pavilion End comes in and bowls very full, and Pant has sort of a half-hearted go at that, I thought. It was sort of a horizontal bat, really, but it was a Yorker length. And it's collected by Watling. Jameson walks back to his mark again. Of course, must be a thought for the Indians as well. Well, look, we'll see the big fella off.
Yes.
And then we're going to be more into that. Who's going to bowl after that?
That's true. That's true.
Jameson again. Moves in, bowls to Pant. It's short, and he tried to pull that, and the ball's gone nowhere. It's just dropped down on the pitch again. I'm not sure what that hit. It sounded like a hard sound in the headphones. He's squatting now. He's hunched over his bat. I'm afraid his body was completely blocking our view there to see where that did hit him, but it might have been quite painful there. Somewhere in the ribs, I think. Just taking his time. They're taking a few deep breaths. Jameson on his way, comes in and bowls to Pant, who comes forward, wants a quick single. He's stolen that one. Jadeja's so quick. Conway there actually aimed a football style kick at the stumps. You got them a bit closer in there, Jeremy, I think.
Yeah, I do. Conway's really he's frustrated, I'm sure, but he's not really doing the job in there. I mean, he may as well be out if you're not going to be stopping those runs. It's tricky because the angle was more to mid-off this one, but it makes you closer to the stumps, and if he had actually kicked that into the stumps, it would have been run out.
He was out, yeah. Dive from Pant. He's got dust all over the front of his shirt. 139 for 5. The lead 107. And now Jameson bowls wide of the off stump. Nothing from Jadeja there again, rather dismissively. swings his bat long after the ball has gone. But, a direct kick. And Pant was out there. He's now calling for a drink, I think. So no wickets since lunch. A very useful runs being added by these two. The lead 107. It's still not enough, I don't think, but another 50 or 60 would be interesting. Jameson over the wicket, moves in bowls, and that does through Jadeja there. Playing a defensive shot outside the off stump.
But New Zealand's, it seems the plan for New Zealand is obviously to look to their major threat. And that's fine, he's bowling at the moment. But they've been able to just restrict and suppress the run rate, haven't they? So not many runs have come in this first half an hour after lunch. No. And so they're keeping the total manageable at the moment. That's their plan right now.
Jameson bowls. There's a nice shot from Jadeja, and de Grandhomme can't stop it. It's pierced the gap. It won't go for 4, but they should get 3 here. Pant wants it. There's the 3rd run completed. Nice stroke there from Jadeja on the front foot, driving square into the offside. Some more joy from the Indian supporters.
Yeah, good stroke from Jadeja. He hasn't been playing many shots at all. This one was full enough that it actually encouraged a little drive, and it went very square between.
Simon's coming in here, James.
Yeah, sure, that's great. Like Simon. Yeah, just work with him. And 3 runs result. So 110 the lead overall at this stage. I think probably India, once they get to sort of 180, if they do manage to get there, and that'll be the target.
Results.
21 maidens for Kyle Jameson in this match. That's the most by a seamer in a test in England since Sean Pollock in 2003. He bowled 22 at Trent Bridge. Before that, Courtney Walsh 33 at the Oval in 2000. That's been one of the most economical test matches by a seam bowler for years. I'll just get to that after the next over.
Yeah, slight delay while the backup staff came out and change of gloves, drink, something like that. Right, here's Jadeja on 16. Wagner round the wicket to bowl to him, and Jadeja off the back foot plays semi-forcefully, really in defence, with a bit of venom in the shot, but Wagner's across to stop it, and there's no run. Jadeja is largely resisting this line of attack from Wagner. He's not taking it on. It's a leg trap. We've got 3 in a line almost on the leg side, a short leg in, a fine leg, a deep mid wicket. There's a 6-3 onside field. There's also a fly 3rd as well. And here is Wagner into bowl to Jadeja. That's short. Jadeja ducks underneath it. You can't help feeling he really wants to be bowling this at Pant. He's got more chance of getting Pant out than Jadeja.
Well, Jadeja's decided I'm not going to play this game, and he's decided I'm going to get underneath. I'm going to try and avoid playing any shots and getting myself out. That's basically what his plan as well. So, and he's lucky in a sense that A, it's an older ball. B, the pitch is not really bouncing very much. And C, Wagner's getting a bit tired.
Here goes Wagner, past umpire Goff, into bowl to Jadeja. Plays that firmly off his hip. Goodness me, timed that. But he hit it straight at forward square leg. And there was no run. Wagner walking back with his hands on his head. I mean, was he thinking short leg catch there? It might have gone in the air past short leg, but it was hit so firmly.
Well, it was above his head height there as he was crouching. It went just too fast. Yeah,
it was far too quick. I mean, it nearly hit him on the helmet, which I suppose, these days you're allowed to be caught off the helmet.
Yes.
So it could have skimmed the helmet and gone to square leg. That's perhaps what Wagner was thinking about. Anything will do for New Zealand at the moment. Being frustrated since lunch, Wagner goes and bowls a short ball. That goes ballooning through to Blundell, who's taken over from Watling. After that blow on the fingers, it was a run-out chance that caused the problem. It was Jadeja running down the pitch halfway and then running back again, and the throw came in from Williamson, and Watling was scrambling to the stumps, and the ball seemed to hit him on his left hand. Anyway, it's a sad day for him, really. It's his last day in Test cricket, and he's
He's off the field. We saw him in agony as the physio worked his fingers before lunch. 142 for 5, 110 ahead. Wagner bowls to Jadeja. He's nicked it. He's caught behind. Wagner bowls across him. It was something different. It was a bit fuller. And Jadeja has edged it through to Tom Blundell, the reserve wicketkeeper. And India are 142 for 6. The lead 110. Not quite a wicket just in time, but it felt as though New Zealand were feeling for one, and they've got one.
And they've got one because Jadeja is having to play in a very different style than he normally does. He's into a phase where he's looking to drop the hands and not play the game with Wagner at all. He doesn't want to hit the ball. They're looking at a very close to no ball.
Are they? Hold on.
Certainly, I think. Certainly Jadeja's now waiting on the field as well.
Back foot, no ball?
No, the back foot's okay, and so it should be fine because the front foot looks all right too. I think he's going to have to just continue those last few steps off the field.
Yeah, he's on his way.
It's been confirmed. But New Zealand have won that little battle. I mean, a lot of people will say this really isn't good to watch, and there were a few little boos going around the ground. But it's actually worked once again for New Zealand. A, to suppress a run rate. If you don't decide to play shots at the ball, it's not safe enough. There aren't many shots you can play. And that's why it's been so effective for Wagner. And he's managed to get one to run a bit further wider across the batsman this time, and he's just got a little edge to it. And he's lucky that it didn't get more edge, wasn't it? And there's no slips in place.
Watling's back on there now.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
He came right on the. He's been there the whole session.
Has he?
Yes. Blundell was in the huddle, but on he came.
Oh, right, that's interesting. Because I was looking at a tweet from the Black Caps.
Yes, it says that he's not coming on.
Yeah, the Blundell was keeping.
He was there the whole time.
All right. Okay. Well, that's good.
But that's an important wicket now for New Zealand. They've got new batsmen to bowl at. Wagner will now come over the wicket to the right-hander. Ashwin played quite aggressively in the first innings, didn't look comfortable against the short ball. He likes to drive a lot more. Yeah, that's fine. That's more of an Indian stroke. See how he handles this. Got the slip in now.
Well, this is the moment now. This is the partnership with Ashwin and Pant, with Ishant Sharma, Jasprit, Bumrah and Mohammed Shami to
Absolutely.
come. Here is Wagner then, into bowl to Ashwin, and Ashwin's in behind that.
Yes.
Ball is well pitched up, and Ashwin defended it back up the onside the pitch, and there's no run.
It's a bob each way, really, that one, because the slip's been brought in that encouraged Wagner to pitch up a little bit more. At the moment, India are 110 ahead. They're 70 runs away from what they would regard, I think, on the fourth day pitch, 180 with an overs runs kind of equation, that they would feel much safer defending. With Shami coming in with a new ball on this pitch, New Zealand lose a couple of wickets, particularly the openers and number 3. After that, there are some questions about the New Zealand order. So it's nicely set up at the moment, but they do need, I think, those 70 runs.
Pant waits. Now, how's he going to play now? Here is Jameson to bowl to him. Pant pushes that way into the offside. They might have got a run there, as the fielder running from cover had to go back and then dive as he gone with the stroke. But he was just waiting. Wasn't quite sure whether he threaded it through. He hadn't quite.
New Zealand won't mind a change of ends here to bowl at the new batsman, a right-hander. Jameson's, more accustomed to that.
142 for 6, 110 runs. India's lead. Jameson, he took 2 wickets this morning. It's in his 22nd over, 2 for 28. Goes in now to bowl to Pant. It's full clip towards mid-on. He set off for the single. It wasn't there. Trent Boult picks up, and there is no run. I'll just sing a replay of that dismissal. Jadeja pushing at it and nicked through, and Watling accepted the catch. Absolute delight as well. He pouched it and then rushed forward. They knew how important that wicket was. Jameson turns at the far end in the afternoon sunshine, past the umpire now, up to the stumps and bowls to Pant. It's short, it's swatted away out towards the Grand home on the deep square leg boundary. He's taking it on, and it will be interesting to see how he plays now. He's still got Ashwin for company, of course, and Ashwin can bat 5 test match hundreds, testament to that. Sonny Gavaskar here.
But I think what Pant is thinking is that India also needs some runs on the board, and that's why he's looking to get them. He's taking an element. There's an element of risk with that approach, but India also need to put some runs on the board, not just take time out in the middle.
The lead 111 now with 4 wickets left. This is Ashwin's second ball. It's first from Jameson. Jameson goes in and bowls to Ashwin. Ashwin stands up and pushes that away into the offside. Goes to extra cover, and there is no run. New Zealand still persisting with Southey at second slip, who dropped that catch earlier. Pant on 5. Just wonder whether Latham's got a problem, because he's caught everything this summer, but he's not fielding first or second slip out there. But here is Jameson. Goes in now and bowls to Ashwin. It's full, and Ashwin plays at it without much foot movement, misses it, and it's through to Watling. And Jameson's so close there to getting rid of Ashwin, who played well in the first innings. He played a few shots and then went for one shot too many and edged it. That was a lovely delivery from Jameson. Swinging away, it's full, swinging away. Felt he had to play at it because of the angle. Can get the ball to swing both ways, Jameson, which is a pretty useful attribute, especially when you've got height as well. Coming down from 6'8". Here he is, going into bowl to Ravichandran Ashwin, and Ashwin gets one outside the off stump, but he lets that one go through. It's taken by Watling, and that's the end of Jameson's over. 22 overs, 2 for 29. India won 43 for 6. The lead is 111.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how long Williamson is going to keep Jameson going, because he looks a little bit tired. It's a hot day today, unlike the earlier days when you could actually bowl long spells. But clearly, with the way he's bowling, clearly with the way he's going past the outside edge, and the fact that he's got such good rhythm, Williamson will be tempted to give him another over. Jameson would not want to let go of the ball, because he's amongst the wickets in the first innings, 5 wickets in the first innings. He's got 3 here now, so looking hard for India. Pant's approach is going to actually decide what happens in this match. If he scores a quick 30-40, that'll make life difficult for New Zealand.
3 men back on the leg side boundary. Wagner bowls short, Pant goes for it, guided pull leg, hits it down to fine leg, and they go through for a single. I know he got Jadeja out in the previous over with a more orthodox delivery, but you feel that Pant is far more likely to take on that short ball than Jadeja was. Jadeja was leaving those short balls, ducking underneath it, bobbing out of the way, and he was like got caught in 2 minds a bit with the dismissal. So I don't know whether he was slightly surprised that Wagner pitched it up a bit. Sort of a little fence feather through to Watling. 144 for 6. Now what's the feel for Ravichandran Ashwin? Well, it's similar, with those catches on the leg sides, a leg slip, forward short leg, forward square leg, straight mid wicket, and then 2 men out, fine leg and deep square. So you imagine it's going to be mainly short, and it is short, and it's pulled away, but straight to Jameson, who's fielding in that forward square leg position. So Ravichandran Ashwin taking it on first ball.
Well, it didn't quite get enough power in it. Also, I think the ball might have hit the upper half of the bat, and that's why they didn't go too far away. Yes, pretty much where the bat manufacturer's name is. But that'll encourage Wagner. If somebody's taking you on, yes. He's got the fielders in position. Deep square and deep fine.
Here is Wagner. Bowls another short ball. That's helped on its way. And that's gone to forward square leg as well. He's picked out the man. He hit that pretty well, but hit straight at Jameson. Well, it is a shot a ball in this over. Wagner dropping it short, and both players prepared to take it on. It's fascinating cricket. Now a slight change in the field. Williamson has come in at forward square leg in place of Jameson, but he's a bit closer. And Jameson at a straightish mid-wicket. Here goes Wagner into bowl to Ashwin. It's another short ball. It's on his hip though. It's swung away out towards deep back of square leg. De Grandhomme runs round, swoops and picks it up, sends in the return. Ashwin's coming back for the second. It was a rather laboured run back for the second, but the throw was wide. So he got home comfortably in the end. And Ashwin is off the mark. 146 for 6.
This time he got inside the line of the ball quite nicely, and so was able to hit it away from the fielder. The previous two deliveries, which he tried to hook as well or pull, he was a little bit outside the line, so he had to pull it from around his right shoulder, which was tougher. But he's also taking up the challenge. He's not going to pop it up, he's going to try and bang it.
Wagner bowls short again helped on its way. It's gone over Williamson's head at forward square leg, out to De Grandhomme.
Now the question is, if Jameson, 6'8", had been standing there,
would he have caught it? Yeah.
Would he have caught it?
Yeah.
I mean, they just swapped the fielder over there. Williamson coming over there. Oh yes,
I think he would have done. Yeah,
I think Jameson would have been in with a chance.
Definitely away to his left hand side. Williamson leapt, but he's a small man, of course, and Jameson is tall. So a single to Ashwin. 147 for 6. Field changes round for the left hander with those men on the leg side. 3 on the boundary. Here's Wagner into ball full to Pant, and Pant digs out the ball and hits it back to Wagner. That was the bluff from Neil Wagner, and Pant's furious with himself there, because I think he thinks that he should have hit that for 4, because it was sort of in the slot. It was the first ball that Wagner's pitched up in that over. 147 for 6 at the end of it. It's thrilling cricket. India 115 runs ahead, 4 wickets left. Pant still there, Ashwin there, and while those two are there is the prospect of extending the lead to 160, 180. Andy, sorry, you wanted to come in.
Neil Wagner bowling left arm round the wicket to left-handed batsman. It's quite a rare tactic in Test cricket. Since the start of 2015, only 30 wickets have fallen that way in all Test cricket. Left arm fast bowlers round the wicket to left-handed batsmen, and Neil Wagner's taken half of them. He's taken 15 of those 30.
Jameson bowls to Ashwin, who gets one that really bounces outside the off stump. He tries to force it away into the offside. Perhaps it was just the wrong shot to that delivery, so it gave the impression of bouncing. This Ashwin did not deal with it. It went past the glove and through to Watling. Sorry, Andy, had you finished?
I had just about finished, yes.
Right.
I get the point is, we've seen Wagner's very unorthodox bowler that presents challenges that batsmen don't really face in Test cricket. It's been hugely effective over 6 or 7 years now.
Yeah, it's a bit of leg theory from Wagner. Is Jameson bowls. Ashwin comes solidly forward, plays it away towards extra cover, and there is no run. New Zealand working furiously on the ball. This is the 66th over with it. Yeah, so if they do find some resistance here, the new ball is available in an hour's time. And I suppose the challenge for India is, can they do some damage in that hour before the new ball is available? Here's Jameson. Goes in now to bowl to Ashwin. Ashwin turns it firmly, but straight to forward square leg. And there is no run. Weather fair, which is great to see on this final day. And just keeping an eye on how many overs are left. 62 overs left after this one, so clearly plenty of time to get an outright result in the game. And New Zealand on top at the moment. India fighting hard, mainly through Pant, who's 36 not out at the non-striker's end. Jameson goes in and bowls to Ashwin. Has a huge swish at that one without any foot movement. It was a bit wide and he tried to clout it through the offside. Jameson stands in the middle of the pitch and looks at feels the injustice of it all, that Ashwin didn't nick that.
But he set him up very well, didn't he? Because the earlier two deliveries were slightly shorter in length, and then he pushes this one further up, gets the ball to move away. In fact, it moved too much. If it had moved just a little bit, there would have been an edge, a nick. But this is very clever bowling. He's been very impressive, Kyle Jamieson. Very impressive.
Here he comes again to bowl to Ashwin. Ashwin this time forces it away, does get decent bat on it. I don't think he timed it perfectly. And de Grandhomme was able to go away to his right-hand side and sweep it up. So 4 batsmen out today. Pujara 15, Kohli 13, Rahane 15, Jadeja 16. Remarkable similarity. They've all got in, but no one has really been able to go on and play a substantial innings. That wicket of Kohli inside the first half an hour has set the course for the day, really. Jameson turns to come in again and bowls to Ashwin, and Ashwin, I think he played the line of his off stump and then pulled the bat inside the line. It went through to the wicketkeeper Watling. It's the end of the over. It's 147 for 6. India's lead is 115 on this final and 6th day of the match, and Jameson now 23 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 29. More from Sunil and then Jonathan Agnew.
Well, New Zealand have kept up with the attack of Wagner and Jameson after lunch. They've got the wicket of Ravindra Jadeja. And Rishabh Pant is still there, which gives India hope. It gives India hope that he will clutter a few boundaries and take India to maybe 160, 170. Also take a few overs doing that, which will make it that much more difficult for New Zealand to chase down that target. He's got Ravichandran Ashwin for company, and Ashwin can be a stubborn batsman. Hang in there.
You're taking my offer of 150 yet? Or not? Not yet. Here goes Wagner round the wicket and bowls to Pant, who goes for the pull shot. He's got it away into the leg side, down to fine leg at least, and picks up 1 run, so he goes to 37 now. And the lead, well, it's climbing slowly, but Wagner has just kept going and going and going, and tireless, really, hurling that ball into the pitch and then pitching that one fuller to Jadeja, finding the edge. Now Ashwin seems quite keen to take the short ball on, and well, you feel there's going to be one winner with this field if he keeps taking it on. It's a short leg, it's a ring of 3 catching. Then goes Wagner, bowls, and he gets right across to the offside, plays that really cleverly. He got across to the offside and steered that away down to third man. There's no one anywhere near it. They'll come back for 3. Really well played. He knew it was going to be short. If it had been leg side, I think he'd have taken it on. But he got himself right across and ran it away through the empty slips down to third man. Pant back on strike again.
Yes, that is exciting. All these runs very, very important from the Indian point of view. But he had got across, back and across, almost outside the off stump, because that's the line that is looking to play the pull shot. He's going to play the pull shot for sure, Ashwin. We saw that in the previous over from Wagner.
Wagner again runs in, bowls to Pant, goes for the pull. Doesn't get much bat on that, just trickles away for a single down to fine leg. He played the reverse pull earlier on, a shot I hadn't seen before. Remarkable, isn't it?
Amazing. I mean, that is cheekiness.
Reverse pull.
I mean, he did that to Jimmy Anderson in India. He played that reverse sweep when Jimmy Anderson had the second new ball. Right. Remarkable shot.
He is incredible. He's got some confidence, isn't he?
Yeah, these youngsters, no respect, for somebody with 600 plus test wickets.
No, it's what T20's done, isn't it? It's just given the batsmen, I don't know, it's just liberated them completely, all these new shots. Now, what's Ashwin going to do? Wagner's on his way again, bowls short, and he goes for that hook shot, goes down to fine leg, and not necessarily off the middle of the bat, but just gets 1. And they're taking it on. They're still pressing on, the Indians.
I think they recognise the fact that runs are also important, not just occupation of the crease. They need to get some runs as well. and which will increase the target for the New Zealanders.
Just looking at Wagner's last 6 overs there, the map has been about 3 in the batsman's half, I think.
Yes.
So he's really been pounding the middle of the pitch. Pant's got 3 out in the deep. Wagner's going round the wicket to him. In he goes and bowls. He takes it on again, and Watling collects it, but no contact with the bat. And, Pant's got a smile on his face there as he waits for Wagner to turn round and come in again. Certainly more noise from India's supporters now. And Pant looks around the field. Still the short leg. It's quite exciting fielding in there with this going on, because all sorts of shots are being played. Wagner again runs in, bowls, and Pant takes it on once more. Oh, he hasn't timed it, but he's got away with it. Just out of reach of the fielder at square leg. It was Saudi. He could easily have holed out there, but he's still taking it on. 154 for 6. Ashwin has 7. Pant has 39. Didn't time that. Poor short leg ducking out of trouble again.
Well, he's going to take him on. He recognizes that this is an opportunity. The ball pitched halfway down. If he connects one, it's going to go into the stands.
Yeah.
And so he's looking to do that. He's hitting it very hard. It's just that the ball's climbing just a little bit too much, and therefore he's not quite getting it in the middle of the bat. But his approach is going to be just to try and score off every delivery. Now, if it's banged in, both these batsmen against Wagner in particular have just decided that if it is halfway down the pitch, we're going to go for it.
Jameson's on his way, bowls, and Pant comes forward. Just plays that carefully back to the bowler. The lead is 122. I think I see Saudi loosening up, which that'll be interesting, because Pant knows where Saudi's going to be bowling, I think. So while they've had an element of control with Wagner and able to set the field for the short stuff, Pant could play a few shots, I think, at Saudi. It might get him out, but I think it gives them a bigger range of hitting. Jameson lumbers up and he's there and he bowls short, and Pant has nothing to do with it. 154 for 6. Yeah, Saudi's definitely loosening up.
Well, see, this was clever. The ball was angled across his body, so he just let it go. He didn't try to play the pull shot. He didn't try to play the ramp shot. There is no third man there. But this is where Rishabh Pant's maturity is now being seen. He's being selective, which ones to play, which ones not to play. Also recognizing that Jamieson with his height will probably have a little more bounce than, say, a Wagner.
Jameson again moves in, bowls. Pant well, he's well set now. He leans forward, defensive shot, bat and pad nicely together. It's fielded at extra cover, and there is no run. Well, we'll be interested to see how he goes against Saudi, if indeed Saudi is coming on, because they've also got someone flat on their back out there at mid-on who appears to be stretching. It might be Boult. Change to the field. Cover comes round a bit. So a man out at deep point and deep square leg. Jameson moves in, bowls to Pant, very full. Pant forward, plays an immaculate defensive stroke. He had one wild swipe in the over after lunch, but since then, apart
yes.
from the obviously the innovations that he's played against Wagner, he's actually been very circumspect.
He has been. He's been rather choosy.
Yeah.
And which is good to see, because it also shows that he's aware that not only are runs important, even occupation of the crease, but he's not going to miss out on the opportunity to score runs. At the moment, he's looking to defend Jamieson. He's bowling well.
Jameson bowls him. It's short. He's pulled this only for 1. Mr. Grandon is out on the boundary at deep square leg, but he got onto it very quickly. Jameson, I think, looking a bit tired. Not quite the potency that we saw earlier. He's bowled a lot of overs. He's walking slowly back to his mark. ball to Ashwin with 2 slips a gully. Ashwin waits, he's right-handed. Jameson bowls to him, back he goes, plays that very nicely. Up to cover. He's a genuine all-rounder, Ashwin, with hundreds to his name, so there's still support there for Pant. If he gets out, then it starts to get interesting.
Yes, because then the bowlers will be coming in to bat.
Yeah.
Shami will throw his bat around. Ishant can hang around. And Bumrah also can try to hang around,
yes.
But I think Shami will try and just swing his bat at everything. So this wicket is important. This partnership is important for India to try and make New Zealand's target just that little bit difficult.
Oh, we do have Southey coming on now. This I think will be interesting. How's he going to bowl? How's Pant going to play him?
Pant's going to go after him.
I think he will.
I won't be surprised if he steps down the pitch and tries to attack him.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, and I think he probably should do as well, the way he's been playing. But he knows that Southey's not going to be bowling bouncers. It's going to be more of a length, and so attackable. Deep point goes out. Williamson has got the issue here of what field to set as well. He's got a long leg, deep square leg, 1 slip and a gully. So at the moment it all looks quite orthodox. But certainly straight is available for Pant as Southey round the wicket moves in, bowls to him, and he covers up, thinks about a single, says no. But, fielded at mid-wicket, 155 for 6. And Southey owes New Zealand 1. He dropped Pant when he was on 5, and it wasn't a difficult chance as far as slip catches go.
Yes, I think, but it's been so far a game-changing drop.
Yeah.
Because otherwise maybe with the way the Jameson and Wagner have bowled, India would have been all out.
Yeah, I think so. Southey again kicks up his heels, moves in, bowls to Pant. Well, that's interesting, because that was quite a wide delivery outside the off stump that Pant might have had a go at, but he left it.
Yes, I think the way he started, it looked as if he was looking to go down the pitch, but then he saw that the ball was outside the off stump and let it go. But what's been impressive is Williamson's field placing. He still has the mid-on and mid-off in what would be a 30-yard circle.
Yes.
So that is encouraging Rishabh Pant to try and go the aerial route, hoping that he'll miss time and sky it up in the air.
We'll see. Still a slip there as well. It's quite an orthodox field, isn't it? It's what you'd expect, really. Southey again runs in, bowls, and again Pant has nothing to do with it. Well, there's some width there. Not interested. Not interested. He's obviously feeling set now. 40 not out. And also that he's got faith in Ashwin to keep his end up. So he's just waiting for a genuinely poor ball by the look of it. Williamson tosses the ball to Southey. He's on his way again now, past umpire Gough. He's there and he bowls, and Pant thinks of playing at that, and then at the last moment takes the bat out of the way. A tempting length, that one. It's still a little bit of width. Pant's just playing with respect here at the moment. 2 balls remain in the over.
Ashwin's walked up to Pant and maybe told him that just two deliveries left. Southey round the wicket is there. Pant again, just calm as you like, just lets it go. Well, he's teasing the New Zealanders here. They must be wondering what he's going to do. A completely wild haymaker in the over after lunch. The reverse pull, another attempted flick over his shoulder to the short stuff from Wagner. A shot of Winston, the groundsman's golden cocker spaniel there, looking very pleased with himself. And then goes Southey round the wicket, bowls, and Pant drives him, and only get one. That's all he wants. Nice stroke, just guiding it through the gap in the covers, and it's the end of the over, and a calm over, to be honest. 156 for 6. The lead is 124. Andy.
Neil Wagner's spell was 12 overs, 6 before lunch, 6 after lunch. He took 1 for 36 in that time. Kyle Jamieson has bowled 2 7-over spells today. 7 overs this morning, took 2 for 6 and none for 9 in the 7th since lunch. In the match, 7 for 61 from 46 overs. He's gone at 1.3 per over. In tests in England, of bowlers who bowled at least 25 overs in a match, it's the most economical match at this point since Matthew Hart, New Zealand spinner, bowled 85 overs for 105 at Lord's in 1994, and the most economical by a seamer in a test in England since Joel Garner at Trent Bridge in 1980.
Interesting here, because everyone ran on there with the drinks, and I mean the actual drinks bearers of both teams and also the ground staff came running on to sort the pitch out, and they were seen off by the umpires, all of them. So they've retreated, a little chastened, and whether it's one more over to go till the drinks break, I'm not sure, but they all came running on and the umpires saw them off. Double change, Trent Boult's coming on. He's bowling from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Rishabh Pant, who waits for him, and Boult bowls, and he lets that go again. A little bit of a flourish of the bat. Goes through to wicketkeeper Watling, who's keeping wicket bravely. Every now and then he takes that right glove off and has a look at his finger, which he dislocated before lunch. It was nasty. In fact, New Zealand announced that he wasn't going to continue after lunch, and that Blundell was going to keep wicket, but then suddenly Watling popped up. And in comes Boult, and he bowls and pants down the pitch. He's skied it. He's skied it. Who can catch it? Can anybody catch it? Man from backward point has caught it. What a good effort. Running backwards. Oh, that was in the air a long, long time. And having played so calmly, Pant there had a bit of a rush, and he skied it. To be honest with you, just looking everywhere as to where the ball had gone. It had obviously gone high in the air. Nicholls took a really good catch running back. That was up in the air a long time, and that's a very, very fine catch.
It's an amazing catch because he ran from gully. He didn't take his eyes off the ball even for a second. Never easy, these catches. Absolutely a fabulous catch to get rid of the dangerous Rishabh Pant. He was going to, live by the sword or die by the sword. Yeah. That's what was his approach right throughout. Rishabh Pant, you can't fault him for that. He scored 41 of 88. And India have lost their 7th wicket for 156. And now the players are having drinks as well.
Oh, right. Well, that was a very fine catch. He was running away. That would have been spinning and swirling and going all over the place. That was a really, really outstanding catch. They're not all about dives and so on and slip catches. Every catch presents its own difficulty in its own way, and that was way up. He's running away from the action. He's taking it over his shoulder, and the ball would have been spinning and spinning, and he knows it's Pant, he knows it's vital. All of those things going on. So very, very well held indeed. If you want to see the wickets that have fallen this morning and all the highlights such as that, then you can find them on the BBC Sport website and on the app. If you go to the text commentary, the clips are all there. And just another reminder, T20 tonight, England against Sri Lanka. And that's at 6:30. So the players are now having a drink, and the ground staff have been allowed on with their various paraphernalia. The new batsman, I assume, will be Mohammed Shami, who Sonny has promised us he's going to play a few shots. So we shall see, but that's just the lift that New Zealand needed. The lead 124. Doesn't feel like it's enough yet, does it? But well, you never know. Another 30 runs or so is what I think it says 58 overs to go, Andy, I think. Let's see on the scoreboard.
58 there. After this one's finished, they'll lose 2 for the change.
Lose a couple, yeah. So there's still a lot of overs left.
But 16 batsmen have reached
had a crisis,
15. Sorry, I guess.
No, don't worry. Phil's had a crisis. He's lost his headphones. Yeah.
A little bit of a crisis. I seem to have mislaid my headphones.
Well, no one else has had them.
No, well, I know. I don't know what's quite gone on there. My muffers on them as well. I can't work without my muffers. Not to worry, they'll turn up.
You'd probably take them to your room.
I don't think I have.
Well, how about that for a catch?
Brilliant, and that's just, I know, fantastic.
We're running away.
The hardest,
the
hardest catch in the book.
It really is.
And, immense pressure when that goes up.
Yeah.
Pant, he's been dropped once beforehand.
You've got to really want it. You've got to really want that ball.
Yeah.
And there was a fielder coming in too, who would think probably might have had an easier look at it. But Nicholls wanted it. He shouted mine.
That's when all those hours in the morning, Aggers, of having those high catches come through, because you got to, as you say, you've got to have an eagle eye, not wobble your head about and get sort of off kilter.
Yeah.
Fantastic catch. And now New Zealand, I mean, right on the edge here.
124 for 7, effectively, is how it stands at the moment, with more than enough time for New Zealand to win the game.
Yeah.
But they've got to score the runs, and you lose a couple of quick wickets.
Well, yes. Who knows?
Yep.
Anything can happen. I mean, I didn't think we'd be in this, but I had a little inkling this morning that if you get a couple of the big fish out early on, the likes of Kohli and Rahane, there could just be a slight opening. And to be fair, New Zealand have bowled beautifully, and they've pushed that door wide open now.
They certainly have.
They've given themselves a chance when there was going to be... I didn't think there was going to be anything in this Test match, but it's been brilliant. Brilliant day's Test cricket.
Now, how are these two going to play? We've got Mohammed, Shami, and Ravi Ashwin, of course, down at the other end.
Here are my headphones.
Jeremy stolen them. And what's going on here beside me? Chaotic. In goes Boult, and he bowls outside the off stump. And Ashwin, I think, makes it clear there that he's going to have a bit of a go. And an ugly shot into the leg side.
I'm on.
You're on. Thank goodness we can. Normal service resumed. Let's look at that replay again.
Amazing.
The thing is, you can start to rotate if you're not careful as well. You can start to spin round.
Look at the head. The head, Aggers, that's what's done it. The eyes and the head is so still. The legs and the arms are wobbling around.
Boult comes in, edged it, and is caught. Ashwin's out. Taken by Taylor at slip.
Oh, here we go.
2 wickets in 3 balls.
Wow.
Winding up outside the off stump. And a very easy one, that is one of those that you just see travelling very early. Taylor making no mistake there. That's the end of Ashwin. Caught by Taylor. And New Zealand on a bit of a roll here.
Yeah, the old lure ball, wasn't it? Left arm across, running it away from the right hander, full of a length. Ashwin's eyes lit up. Big sort of booming cover drive, just got the sort of bottom edge of the bat, and that's comfortably caught. And India in all sorts of trouble now.
Yeah,
they really are. They've got to. The tail has got to somehow get another 50 from somewhere. I don't know how they're going to do it. I think the best way to do it is by having a bit of a dart, but it's tricky against this bowling lineup. Fantastic bowling by New Zealand. Really forced themselves back into it, haven't they?
Yeah,
brilliant.
Down to the bowlers then.
Yeah, always
Shami and decent Sharma.
It's always the bowlers' fault.
Out they go. So how are they going to play here? Well, Shami's got a good eye.
Yeah, he can give it a whack.
Sharma's more of a hang-around merchant, really.
Yeah. And that's the one thing, that there isn't a batsman there now, so you've got 2 ends to bowl at if you're New Zealand. You've got 2 tail-enders there. You know, if the likes of the Pant had still been there, he might have been able to farm the strike a little bit, but 2 ends to bowl at for New Zealand.
Eventful over this. We've still got 2 balls to go. It's going on a long time. A wicket, a drinks break, and then this wicket. And Boult's on his way. He bowls to Sharma. It's short. Catch it, they shout, and he prods it in the air. It lands between 3 of them, including Boult charging through on the follow through. Wow, it really is terrific how this is all turning out to be. And these Zinger bails are interesting because we mentioned they were different ones to the usual ones, and they're reflecting the sunlight. They're like they're golden, and they're sparkling on top of the stumps at each end.
Wow, it could be a golden match for New Zealand.
Yeah. Boult's going to come round the wicket, and he's bowling to Sharma. Here he comes, and he bowls to him. It's outside the off stump. And Sharma plays it well, taking the bat out of the way. And that's the end of a double wicket maiden from Trent Boult, who's not had the best of games. But a wonderful catch from Henry Nicholls.
Yeah, you lose your what's the sort of is it gyroscope? And you sort of you're sort of and you start twirling and
well, you're running back and you're looking up.
And
everything just becomes disorientated, doesn't it? And there's clouds there, and you've got to try and keep your eye on the ball, which is somewhere over your shoulder. It's a really, really difficult catch to take.
This could be so crucial. That could have won them this game.
156 for 8. The lead is 124. Loads of time available. Shami's going to face his first ball. Southey. Well, Southey got all the way there, and then suddenly Shami retreats. He's got his arm raised, so I'm sorry, but well, I assume he wasn't looking up to see that Southey was on his way.
What would your advice be to the tail as you're sending them out there, John? Give it a dart. Get yourself in. Have a look at a couple.
I mean, there is so much time, isn't there? Still,
you need runs. You can't. You're not gonna. The time is not the issue now. It's
the only thing. The only thing. I'm trying to clutch at straws a bit on this one. And goes Southey and bowls down the leg side. Is that India want time to bowl New Zealand out? So they're going to need. They're not going to roll them over in 30 overs, are they?
No.
So. Is in some ways India's best chance of winning the game to get bowled out now, as they've got more overs to bowl New Zealand out.
Perhaps, but you want to, if you can somehow get yourself another quick 20 or 30.
Yes, they definitely want that.
150.
Well, I always had 150 in my mind as being one of those scores that is a bit, it could be tricky. And goes Southey and bowls and very nicely played by Shami. Stood up there and defended it, and it's picked up in the covers. Isha's blown in.
She is.
Which is good. Enjoying the sunshine rather than the cold out there in your position, I think, Isha, today. It's been very windy, windswept up there anyway on that television gantry. 156 for 8. The lead's 124. Southey prepares to go in again. There's 2 slips there now. Shami's tapping away, waiting. Southey's there, he bowls short to him. And he's got a nice shot. He's got that away. He just stood up and slapped it through gully and down to the vacant third man.
That's the way forward, I think, for Shami. As you say, he's got a few shots in the locker, got a good eye, and if he can play a bit of a Southey innings, as you say, Sharma's the one who's going to perhaps hang around a bit. But lovely, crisp cut behind point.
The lead 128.
You always fancy yourself in the game with a 150 in the last.
It's a final. There's pressure on there anyway. Men around the bat. And goes Southey again, bowls, and very nicely played by Shami. That's textbook stuff. And Southey looked at him there as he picked the ball up and turned and walked away. At least Southey will feel a bit better now, having dropped Pant.
That could have been crucial, couldn't it? I bet he's got a smile on his face now, inside.
Well, a bit of one, but Pant still played very well.
Yeah, he did.
41 from 88. 88 balls.
He was the one Indian batsman who could have really hurt New Zealand, but good to see the back of him for them. 2 balls left in this over. In goes Southey, and he bowls a bouncer. Shami's pulled this handsomely. He's pulled it for 4. Well, the crowd will tell you what they think about that. This was predominantly Indian supporters here, the 4,000. I think probably 3,500 are probably Indian supporters. And they're waving their flags, blowing whistles, drums are beating. I think he's been in the nets a bit, Shami, from what I can remember. He's come out and played a couple of absolute cracking shots.
That was a very good shot, and a slip's coming out now. And coming out to mid-wicket.
One back on the pull. Might get another one here.
I think he might. Southey again runs in, he's there and he bowls. It's fuller though, turned away from in front of his pad, out towards mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. So 164 for 8. The lead's 132. Andy Zaltzman has got something to announce from his shed, and then Isha's coming in here.
16 batsmen have reached 15 in this test. Only one's made it as far as 50. That was Conway, who was out for 53 in 54 in New Zealand's innings. It highlights how both of these teams have deep bowling attacks that maintain pressure. In Test cricket over the last 4 years, these teams from over 50 onwards have the best collective average, and their seamers, India's average 20.8 from over 50 onwards and New Zealand's 21. They keep up the pressure better than any other teams in the Test game. Ishant.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, they've been outstanding. Boult comes again then from the pavilion end, bowling to Ishant Sharma, who crouches back in his crease and work it down to fine leg off the hip. So he's off the mark with 1. And 133 is the lead now for India, 165 for 8. Bright sunshine here in Hampshire, blue skies above. There's a few clouds dotted around. There's plenty of atmosphere and buzz around the ground. The Indian fans getting behind their team. Mohammed Shami just marking his guard at the moment. But, well, we expected it to be a roller coaster today, didn't we, Tuffers?
Yeah.
Boult is through, bowling full to Shami, who keeps it out, manages to squeeze it out to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, that first session blew it open, didn't it?
It did. Batter-friendly conditions.
Yeah.
And New Zealand bowled beautifully to pick up those 3 wickets. Crucial ones as well. The big guns all gone.
Yeah. And once you just get that feeling as a bowling unit, once those big guys start going, that you can sort of like start making inroads, and they've done it beautifully at the moment. Just need to finish it off.
Left arm Boult. And again, Shami pushes to the offside off the back foot. Now for deep cover for 1. We'll come through for a single. That lead now 134, 166 for 8. India.
But it doesn't look, this is when as a tail ender you've got to throw yourself behind the line and try and get your team out of a bit of trouble. And Shami's come out and looked $1 million. He looks aggressive. He looks to put bat on the ball, and that's exactly what India need. Just another 20 or 30.
He's a shot maker, isn't he? We talked at tea. I was with Michael Atherton and Dinesh Karthik, and we had a little chat about what the potential scenarios could be. A lead of 134 at the moment as Boult is through.
Whoosh.
Swipe from Sharma, who misses it.
Why not?
And BJ Watling dives to his right to take the ball. He's wincing in pain behind the stumps. BJ Watling having fractured a finger.
Oh yeah, did you see that?
I didn't know.
Well,
I missed it.
It was nasty. Yeah, the old head was away and pulled it out again.
Oh no.
Tricky. But he's a tough cookie. He wants to be out there. He don't want to let someone else take the gloves, that's for sure. He wants to be part of this.
Boult steaming in. Sharma onto the floor after getting up on his toes and working at leg side.
I'd have one there. Instead it's orthodox square leg. I'd have one just not perhaps a short leg, just a yard or 2 further back, just for that, because he does stand up tall, doesn't he? Tall man. Just poke it in there. Yeah, I'd bring him in. He's not going to clip one there, is he? Or I don't think he's going to play a hook shot either.
He's just sending square leg out to the boundary.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So this one's going to be full then, is it, Tuffers?
I don't know.
The bluff?
Yeah, it could be, but I can't see him hooking.
Sharma, open stance, is full. It's driven back past Boult, but he gets something on it as he parries it back to Neil Wagner, running round from mid-on, no run.
It's been cracking Test match.
It has.
Even, we've seen this at Sharma and the tail for many years over here, just sort of like, but you can see the determination levels and the bravery levels and everything just have been raised today. It's been cracking to watch.
Yeah, with the showpiece event, I guess that's what you get.
Well, yeah.
134 runs ahead then, India.
Yeah.
It's been a low-scoring affair. India 217 in their first innings. Rahane and Kohli 49 and 44. Jameson with the fifer. Then in this New Zealand's first innings 249 with Devon Conway, the only half-century maker still of the Test match.
Yeah.
Shami coming in with 4 wickets. He's now on strike to Southey, who's in and bowls. That's launched, but it finds the outer part of the bat. It goes in between slip and gully and down to the 3rd man boundary for 4.
Like it. That's the way to play. You're coming in, your team's in trouble. You're not going to block your way out there. You haven't really got the technique to do it against this fine New Zealand attack. If it's up, it's off. And if you get a big, thick edge, it flies to the boundary usually. So I like these tactics by India.
138, India lead by. Shami to 13. And we're into 56 overs remaining in the game. Well, this could be set up for an incredible finale.
It could be. This could be one of the best days Test cricket we've ever seen. Especially if New Zealand come out and lose it 3 or 4 quickly as well.
Well, 141 years of Test cricket that's been played in England. The first Test Championship final. They've got a fly slip now, as well as the slip in the gully. Southee on the approach. Shami goes again, and it could be taken by fly slip. It is!
Oh my word.
Well, that man was perfectly positioned. Tom Latham has got a huge smile on his face. Shami, in exactly the same style, looks to mow the ball down the ground, catches the outside edge, it goes high in the air, and the easiest of catches. In fact, I don't think he had to move an inch. As Shami now trundles back to the dressing room.
Does it get any better for you as a captain than that? You go, let's just have a little think about it. Hold on, now you come from there and go there, and then the very next ball, it just plops straight in his lap. I mean, take a bow, Kane Williamson. Great piece of captaincy. Mohammed Shami, he's done all right there. At least he's given his side a little bit of something to cheer about, and got 13 runs. He's got to go 170 for 9 now, India, but if you're Kane Williamson, you're thinking, well, this might be my day.
Yeah, everything he touches turns to gold at the moment. All of his bowling changes. Trent Boult coming in, picking up 2 wickets in an over. 170 for 9, you said. Tuffers, the lead is 138 with Jasprit Bumrah out in the middle now. So
I think that you can only say that a bit of pressure. I know New Zealand have bowled well, but a little bit of pressure as well on the Indian batting lineup.
Definitely.
Can only be, can't it?
Yeah, the Spider Cam pulls away from the scene as Southee is into Bumrah, who's defending back down the pitch. Full lunge forwards, right on top of the ball, as Southee is asking Colin de Grandhomme to come in to not a short leg, but it's almost like a catching mid-wicket.
Yeah, for a sort of a poke more than a bat pad.
Yeah. So Neil Wagner, positioned at mid-off, is just offering his words of wisdom to Tim Southee. 2 slips and a gully in position as Southee pushes away. Here he comes past the umpire on the front foot, leaving outside the off-stump Bumrah. As it goes through to DJ Watling. It is.
It's a good leave. That's a great leave. 2 shots from Bumrah. Beautiful forward defensive, and then the completely in control leave of the away swinger from outside on stump.
Wagner with the ball in his hand, giving it a bit of a shine. So into the 73rd over of this innings, it's still shaping. Southee, wind blowing through his hair as he's through his action. Bumrah defends again, this time to wide of extra cover to his left, off the front foot, no run. Another good length delivery from Southee.
You tend to get the big lad back on. I know.
Yeah.
Just
finish it off.
Yeah. I mean, as a tail ender, you pluck your courage up and you try and get back and across to perhaps the sort of quicker bowlers, but you get the big fella Jameson coming steaming at you. It's a different game.
White sunscreen smothered across Tim Southee's face as he turns to face Jasprit Bumrah, who taps his bat down now, bat hovering back and across. Edge taken at second slip. That is the end of the innings for India.
Wow.
Jasprit Bumrah goes for a duck. Tim Southee finishes with figures of 3 for 48. India all out for 170. And a lead of 138, 55 overs remaining in the day, so 53 overs with the changeover. And New Zealand have a run chase on their hands, but they will believe that they can win this trophy.
Well, take a bow, New Zealand, and especially the bowlers and the catchers have done well. Amazing. Amazing collapse. You've got to call that a collapse, I think, of India. Even the most experienced players in the world and the best players in the world, I think they've just felt the pressure and collapsed in front of some superb bowling. You've got to take your hat off for this New Zealand bowling quartet and Colin de Grandhomme, I suppose. But amazing day so far of Test match cricket. It's just been on the edge of your seat stuff. Now, over to the Indian bowlers. They'll fancy their chances.
Yeah, well, it's been an incredible day. Dick Southey leaving the field now to much applause from the New Zealand fans that are in the stadium. They're all on their feet. They're taking their jumpers off and swirling them around as the players leave the field.
It's amazing to be part of that. I've been in a couple of situations like that when things just start happening, you know, and that momentum slowly builds and the excitement slowly builds, and then, you know, wickets start tumbling. It's a fantastic feeling to be part of, especially in a game like this, you know, the ultimate Test match, and to be part of that out there. You know, slip catches, men diving, even that from the first session, the intensity was there, wasn't it? It was just people legging it around every diving stop, trying to save everyone. Amazing day so far. This is
an incredible Test match, and we thought that we wouldn't get a result.
I know.
That extra reserve day, well,
yeah,
what a lifeline that has been.
I'm all for them.
Maybe not so much for India, but top scorer in that innings, Rishabh Pant with 41. Yeah. The top scorer of the game, Devon Conway, going past 50.
Low scoring Test matches are the exciting ones, aren't they?
Yeah,
and it's
absolutely.
Still got more to come.
Well, it was the two openers that were removed last night. Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill out for 30 and 8 respectively. Tim Southey bowled beautifully in the evening session with the conditions favouring him, but just incredible skill with the ball in his hand, just that wrist position, getting it moving away, moving it in. And it was a challenging final 20 minutes or so for Pujara and Kohli, their two most experienced pair. When they walk out to bat today, it was bright sunshine. He felt perfect batting conditions, probably the best batting conditions of the Test match. Virat Kohli went to Jamieson early, as he did on day 3. And then Jamieson removed Pujara as well. Caught Taylor bowled Jamieson for 15. Rahane and Pant hung around together for a little bit there. Rahane trying to steer the ship. Rishabh Pant with the counter-attack. Rahane then with a strangle down to the leg side for 15. Caught Watling bowled Boult just before the lunch interval. Rishabh Pant and Jadeja then trying to navigate their way through a tricky situation. 41 to Pant. He kept going. Jadeja, though, caught Watling bowled Wagner with a brilliant piece of bowling. Short stuff, and then one slightly more pitched up, found the outside edge, and then went through to the keeper. Ravi Ashwin caught Taylor bowled Boult. That was Boult's second wicket. And then it was the massive one of Rishabh Pant.
What a catch.
Caught Nicholls bowled Boult. Nicholls running backwards. 2 wickets in the over for Boult. That really changed things around, because at that stage India was still in it. So the removal of Pant was a huge moment in the game for 41, and then the final 2 to fall, Mohammed, Shami and Jasprit Bumrah. So it's all set up. 139 runs to win with 55 overs remaining in the day. Hafiz, to you after Andy.
Yeah.
India's tails crumbled rather feebly in both innings. They were 205 for 6 in the first innings, lost 4 wickets for 12. From 156 for 6 today, lost 4 wickets for 14. New Zealand's tail, by contrast, managed to add from another crucial 57 runs, which in the context of a game like this has had a massive influence on proceedings. Kyle Jamieson finished with 24 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 30. Didn't concede a single boundary in that time. Also had a catch dropped, and it's the most economical match he's had when you combine both innings. In total 46 overs for 61 with 7 wickets. The most economical innings by a fast bowler in a Test in England since Joel Garnett in 1980, and by any bowler since New Zealand spinner Matthew Hart in 1994, counting bowlers who bowled at least 25 overs in a Test in this country.
About the same height as well, both of those. Joel might have had him by an inch or two, actually. Amazing. Hasn't been hit for a 4.
It's staggering, isn't it? It really is.
He must be an absolute captain's dream.
So I reckon in New Zealand they might want to try and set up a crowdfunder to make sure he's just playing Test cricket for the next few years.
There you go.
Stop him from going to the IPL. Keep him.
Yeah.
Like England have been able to do with James Anderson and Stuart Broad.
Wrap him up in cotton wool.
If you'd like to see the wickets that have fallen today and the other highlights of the day, you can watch them now on the BBC Sports website and app. Just go to the text commentary and the clips are there. Reminder, there is a T20 tonight at 6:30. The first game from Sophia Gardens, England against Sri Lanka, and there is a live T20 on BBC tomorrow. That's from 6 o'clock on BBC Two. Looking forward to that one, Tuffers.
Yes. Yes.
The seventh day of cricket in a row?
Down there, yes, I know. Yeah, no change there.
Have you done any prep for that one yet?
Of course.
Yeah,
I've been down here for 6 days doing it, watching the rainfall. No, talking to Kumar, he said it's a bit of a sort of scratch side put together by Sri Lanka, so we shall see how it all pans out.
Of course, both teams looking to shape up their lineups ahead of the T20 World Cup at the end of the year, which we still don't know whether the venue is for that, whether it has been confirmed in India or not. So hopefully we'll find out in the next couple of months or so.
India can't bowl New Zealand out for this, can they?
Well, 130. It's going to be a result.
Oh, absolutely.
There's going to be a winner.
Yes. Yeah,
there's going to be a winner.
Who would have thought we'd be saying there's too much time left in the game after for 2 days we just saw the rainfall. The
interesting thing, Tuffers, is there going to be any turn? Would you get Ashwin into the game early?
Listen, I think as soon as a spinner comes on, they're going to look to plant him. 130 is not quite enough, really.
Would you start him early with a new ball?
You'll have to get him on quick. You'll have to get him on quick, that's for sure, because I think as soon as the Kiwis see a bit of spin come onto bowl, they're going to be looking to get on with it quickly. Take a few chances, because if you get a couple of overs of 20 or 30 off the spin bowler, you take a few risks, get away with it, the game's gone.
Who would you open with?
Well, I think they're going to go with the seamers. I think Ishant and
Shami or Bumrah?
Well, he hasn't been quite as effective as I thought he would be. Bumrah might give Shami a blast.
They haven't got much to play with.
No, and then you've got to get the spinner in quick. There's no point in bringing the spinner on with 60 to go or something like that. You know what I mean? It's his kind of job.
Well, New Zealand, they've been waiting for this moment.
Oh, I bet that's an exciting dressing room.
Look back to 2019 and how they narrowly missed out on a World Cup trophy.
Yeah.
And this is their opportunity. There will be some nerves, no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
Because
the start is going to be key, yeah.
They are in the position to win.
Yeah.
And that's probably what India will be preying on.
Yeah.
Almost.
Oh, yeah.
They'll want to make it known that New Zealand have not won a trophy.
And there'll be that sort of mindset now as a batsman. Well, what do? Do I take a little risk and just try and sort of kick-start the innings, try and get a few fours away early when there's gaps in the field, or do I just sort of knuckle down, play them in the normal game, but then not go anywhere and give India a chance that if they get 2 or 3 quick wickets, there's they haven't progressed.
It makes it interesting if there's 2 or 3 quick wickets.
Absolutely. It's going to be a corker if the couple go early.
Well, the players are striding out now. Devon Conway, Tom Latham. Devon Conway, the only half-century maker in the Test match, 54 to him. Tom Latham with 30. They had a good partnership on day 3.
He's played in a couple of good Test matches, hasn't he?
Yeah.
For the start of his career. Devon Conway, thanks very much. Is it like this all the time?
He's taken it in his stride, though, hasn't he? He really just so relaxed. He looks at the crease. It's got the bat resting against his thigh pad at the moment as he readjusts his gloves at the pavilion end.
Yes, and that Kiwi dressing room will just be praying for a nice little 30 or 40 opening stand. But you're right, a couple go quickly. I wouldn't rule it out.
I'm just having a look at Virat Kohli. Where is he? He's at second slip. There's Rohit Sharma will come in and slip in next to him. In fact, he's at third. Rohit Sharma at second. Pujara at first. Ishant Sharma will take the new ball from the pavilion end. He'll bowl round the wicket to Tom Latham, who is marking his guard and will face the first ball. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and Jasprit Bumrah down at fine leg. Tom Latham just setting himself up, playing a defensive stroke towards the square leg umpire as he now returns to his mark, spins the bat in his hand and assesses the scene around him. Some blue sky above, clouds around, and the Indian fans starting to get behind their team. Here we go then. First ball of the final innings of the ultimate test. Here comes Ishant Sharma. He bowls. Latham defends. Nearly misses the bat and hits the pad. Hence the appeal. But it was bat first as he plays it to the leg side. No run.
Bowls well against the left-handers, doesn't he, Sharma? From round the wicket, gets that angle in and that lovely wrist position just to shape it away from the outside edge as well. Little inside edge onto the pad.
Yeah, the way it's shaping up looks like it's going to go away from him, and that's where he gets done, Tom Latham. That's where they like to target, at the pads. Ishant Sharma, tall frame, shuffles forwards into his stride now. Latham defends to the offside of a good length.
I think Virat Kohli appealed for that.
He's going to be pumped up, isn't he?
Oh, yes.
Plenty of emotion. We'll be able to read the game just by what he's doing.
Yeah, interesting decision. Who do you go to? Do you go to the guy that your normal gun bowler in Bumrah, or do you think yourself, well, he bowled so well in that first innings that come on, just let him go again in Shami? Yeah, interesting first decision for the skipper.
I'd be tempted to go with Ashwin.
Would you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Okay, like it. Out of the box, why not?
I do. I like. Yeah.
Two left-handers.
I think early on.
Two left-handers.
Early on. Latham allows the ball to pass outside the off stump.
Not a bad shout, because the odd one could sort of scuff on.
Just for a couple.
Yeah.
See how it goes, and then maybe bring Shami in, but he's warming up at the moment. Mohammed Shami at mid-on.
Yeah, he could be taking the newie.
Yeah, he probably will go with him. 4 wickets in New Zealand's first innings.
Just bowled beautifully as well.
But maybe Ashwin early.
He was a bit off, Bumrah. Did you think that?
Yeah.
Just a little bit off?
Yeah.
Didn't get much swing or much seam.
No.
I mean, bowled very well, but...
Sharma coming in again. Latham taps his bat down. Now drives to a wideish mid-off. No run. Taken by Shubman. Gill into a long barrier position. Throws the ball into the stumps. 2 more balls left of this over then. Blue sunnies perched above his cap at mid-off there. Shubman Gill wearing a long sleeve jumper. Ajinkya Rahane at extra cover. Clapping away the vice-captain, trying to rally his team. And Jadeja at point. Sharma turns now to face us and Tom Latham. A gentle tap of the bat, now hovering stump height. The left-handed Latham crouches, then defends. Plays it with a straight bat, back to the bowler, almost a pat with an angled bat. Jeremy Coney's going to come in for Phil Tufnell. Warm sunshine here in Hampshire. You can feel it coming through. It's been the first time this test match that we've had such warmth. Kane Williamson sitting inside the dressing room. Intense focus and concentration. The bearded captain for New Zealand. Sharma coming again then. Sun on his back, as Latham's on his back foot, guiding to point. A good length delivery then to finish off the over. A maiden to start for India. New Zealand none for none. A target of 139 with 52 overs remaining. Jeremy Coney, what a day so far.
Yes.
As I'm going to pass over to Simon.
Yeah, well, as I said just before, I think I was on with Eggers, I said that the game just refuses to die. It just keeps on providing interesting moments for us, and now it's collectively over what's been it feels, I feel a lot older since we started this game, but it's certainly been able to build to a climax here at the moment. You would think 138 is not a huge total, is it? But in these circumstances, when you divide it by the overs, which comes out at about 2.6 runs an over, which is about what this run rate throughout this whole match has been. New Zealand, obviously, they've got a good chance.
Here's Shami going to bowl his first ball, and that's forced away towards mid-wicket by Conway.
Strange
and there's
shot.
no run. It was a strange shot. It was a help into the leg side. And the two batters meeting in mid-pitch have a quick discussion after that. So Shami opening the bowling.
Yes, I'm not surprised at all.
After his success in the first innings. Moment of the day so far. What a catch that was by Nicholls. Beautifully judged. Big moment. Pant, 41. Skyer out towards deepish backward point or gully. Here is Shami bowling. Turned away by Conway. First run of New Zealand's second innings. Out towards backward square leg. A 1 for no wicket in pursuit of 139 to become the first World Test champions.
It's always difficult when you turn your back to the pitch and back to the players and running and just keeping the eye on the ball. He did that very well, actually. He kept his eye and he kept steady, and he didn't start waving the head at all. It left him just a little bit at the last moment, actually, but he had two hands ready, went to his right to take the catch. So yes, it was a big moment for New Zealand. They had already dropped Pant, and he was starting to play dangerously. I think he liked the look of the different length. He'd been facing Wagner and Jameson for the first hour after lunch, and suddenly there was Southey and Boult bowling a fuller length that he could attack better. So yeah, big moment.
Latham, 2 slips and a gully in. Shami bowls to Latham. Latham lets it go by outside the off stump. I was watching it on my balcony at the end here. I mean, sometimes you're in the box, you don't see the ball sort of disappears out of view because we've got the lid of the
canopy kind of thing,
of the roof of the room. But I had a really good view of it, and I was thinking, as it was going up there, I was thinking, where's my money? Is it on the ball or is it on the fielder?
Rather him than me.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was thinking ball, fielder. Right at that last moment,
Oh, well, you better go and tell him that.
It was a brilliant catch. It really was. Fantastic moment for him. Here is Shami going into bowl to Latham, and Latham lets that go. It's quite close to his off stump and curving back in after the ball had gone past the stumps, which is, in a way, is not much help to the bowler. Wanted to sort of curve back in quite late before it gets to the stumps. Diving save by Pant away to his right hand side. And then once that wicket fell, then New Zealand working their way through India's rather fragile lower order quite steadily. And then Ashwin out in the same over, big drive caught by Taylor, who barely touched the ball, but when it comes to him, he seems to snaffle them. Took that one at first slip.
Yeah, just a ball running across him from Boult, wasn't it? Had a big drive.
Yeah. Shami round the wicket to Latham, again quite close to off stump. Again he leaves it, and again it's taken by Pant. Shami, not the first bowler in this match to stand in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his head. New Zealand 1 for no wicket. What has been the run rate during this game, Zoltz? India 217 from 92.1 overs. New Zealand 249 from the 100th over. So I don't think any, and then 170 from 73. I don't think any innings has been at 2.6. But it's a different scenario now, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, the target's in sight.
And we've had 2 days of slightly better weather. Outfield getting faster because it's dried.
Shami bowls to Latham, and Latham is forward, pushing away into the offside towards cover, and there's no run. That is the end of the second over of the innings, and New Zealand need 139 to win the match. We've had 2 of the 53 overs. Andy?
The overall run rate in the match, 2.39 per over. India's first innings, 217, was scored at 2.35. Then New Zealand won it exactly 2.5 and over, and India 2.32 in their second innings.
And that shows you how difficult it has been to score quickly, but it's not that New Zealand have to score quickly, they just have to keep their wickets in hand, really. That's it.
And that's why I think we'll see them just start fairly cautiously, as they have done so far. They won't be expensive, I don't think.
Here is Ishant Sharma Going into bowl to Conway, and Conway lets that one go, leaning forward through to Pant. I was thinking, you talk about 4 results being possible in a cricket match. Start of the day, it felt like the draw was the most likely. Now I think it's least likely. It feels like less likely than the tie.
Yes.
It's bizarre, isn't it, how it can turn around?
It is.
I think you'd go New Zealand, India, tie, draw at the moment in that order. Can't see this being a draw now. We have a bizarre set of circumstances for that to happen, I think. Even though the run rate is 2.6 higher than any time during the match. Ishant bowls outside the off stump. Conway leans forward and lets it go through to Rishabh Pant. There's a knot of New Zealand supporters. They're all sitting in the same section of the ground, out of extra cover with Conway batting at this hotel end of the ground, and they have been making a tremendous noise. I can see an India flag amongst them. There are 2 India supporters sitting among the beige. I think they've got, a lot of them have got beige ODI shirts on. I know those old beige ones. Did you wear a beige shirt? You must have done, didn't you?
Yes, I did, yes. Had several beige ones, actually. The first one a little tight. Yeah, that was in Australia. World Series cricket, remember that?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Ishant Sharma ran the wicket to bowl to Conway. Conway checks the drive. I think he was looking to initially just minded to force that, but then checked the shot, played it away into the offside, and there is no run. When you were wearing the beige, did you think this isn't quite the real deal, or did you think, this is fantastic, what a lovely kit the manufacturers have come up with?
No, well, not the colour. I don't think it was the... it was better than nipple pink, which was actually the West Indies, wasn't it? Remember them?
Yeah,
and
I do.
Then that canary yellow that the Aussies had as well. So they could have done better with the colours overall, I think. Nevertheless, no, it was great, but it was a great time to play because it was at the start of that one-day game, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, the sort of post-Packer time, and
pretty exciting time to play.
Yeah. Man's come across to the offside now. Ishant bowls, and Conway comes stabbing across that front leg there, playing it towards mid-on, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. New Zealand 1 for no wicket. They need 139 to win, and we are in the 3rd over. You must have played in some of those sort of night matches at the MCG and
plenty.
SCG.
Yep. Just getting used to the timing of starting at 2:30 was quite a difficult thing.
Was it easy to see the ball in those night matches, those early days?
Not during the period when the lights were just starting to warm up and take over. Quite difficult. A lot of wickets fell during that time. But people regarded it as great entertainment. They came along in their droves.
Ishant moves in again to bowl to Conway, wide of off stump. Conway leans forward again and lets it go through to Rishabh Pant. Conway with a 1 run so far in New Zealand's second innings. Email from Mike North in London. He says, interesting to know whether England would go for this.
Well, Mike, I think you and I know the answer.
Yeah. But you make a valid point, possibly. I don't know. Having seen England bat in the Saturday of the second test, I can understand why they didn't go for the Lord's target. India today, they bowled out for 170. Here is Ishant Sharma bowling to Conway. Straight delivery, stretching forward. It's bounced a bit high up on the bat. Went away into the offside towards backward point. And there is no run. So that's 3 overs gone. Still 50 overs left. It seems ridiculous to be talking about the overs actually at this point. But it's worth just bearing in mind because of the slowness of the scoring in the match. But it's 50 overs left to score 139.
Well, will we get all the 50?
138 now.
Will we get all the 50?
I think so.
Or do we?
Well, I think
what happens
if we need
it's very
them,
slow up until the last hour, and then you've got 15 from 5 o'clock or whatever it is. Do you know what I mean? If you're not, do you go until it's 30 or?
Hold on, let's watch Shami go into bowl to Latham, and Latham plays that calmly way into the offside towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Andy better tell us so that we're actually very clear on what the regs are on this.
No, we have to bowl all the overs today.
You must go through the 50.
You must,
so we'll go into a point, and then we'll have the last 15.
Exactly. Whenever we bowled the 83,
that'll
fine. Be, and the last 15, and then the last hour will start, whatever time that is.
38. plus the 15.
So as long as the light holds.
Right.
And I think, we're right in the middle.
And can the batting side go off? Do they have to go off if the umpires say, look, we think it's too dark?
Yes, they do.
They do have to go.
Yeah. There's none of that. It's in the gift of the batting side anymore. Shami bowls, has played defensively back up the pitch, and there's no run. So what are you suggesting? A very slow over rate?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if the longer run-up boys are going to be operating, which you think they would, I mean, we might get a few overs of spin there, but I don't see lots and lots of it, do you?
I suppose it depends what sort of inroads they make with the new ball.
Sure, absolutely.
It might be that, Kohli likes Ashwin, of course, but he delayed him, when was it, yesterday, was it? He took a long time to bowl.
The two lefties in.
Yeah. Ashwin, of course, took the first wicket of New Zealand's first innings.
That caught Kohli himself, short cover.
Shami bowls, a swish from Latham to a ball outside the off stump, missed it. He was looking to hit that towards the deep forward square leg boundary. It just seemed to bounce a bit more than he expected. Flew through to Rishabh Pant. I mean, there is something there still for the bowlers to work with, and that's the one thing. I mean, it just keeps India in the game. Normally 139, you might chip away, you might pick up 3 or 4 wickets, something like that. If you're on a good day, you might pick up 6, but I don't know, India get New Zealand 30 for 3 or something.
New Zealand batting lineup, Simon, you've got these two openers who have batted fairly solidly, generally, I'd have to say, and New Zealand rely on them to see the new ball off and then get them away to a bit of a start.
And Shami, crowd behind him, urging him on, bowls to Latham. Latham plays quietly in defence to mid-off, and there's no run.
And then you've got Williamson, who's just come off quite a long innings, even though it wasn't perhaps the most productive one in terms of Williamson's scoring, but 49 or whatever it was pretty decent in the context of this game. But then from then on, there are some questions, aren't there? Taylor not quite the old Taylor that we know, coming out and free stroking and so on. So he's falling across his stumps, and so he's going through a bit of a battle with himself.
The crowd here really getting behind. Shami bowls, moves that one away from Latham, who leans forward and lets it go through to Pant. Those slip fielders think it's the end of the over. They're rushing to the other end, but it's not.
Nicholls, who does, gets caught out in the slip cordon quite a lot. So as he was in the first innings, so it's not a certain thing there. And then you get to Watling, who's got a problem with a finger today, and he's got one in the first innings and was comprehensively bowled, playing the wrong line. So there are issues about the New Zealand top order.
Here's Shami again, into bowl to Latham. It's down the leg side off the pad. It's going down fine. Might well go for 4 leg byes. This is a bonus for New Zealand. Indeed it does. 4 leg byes. That takes the sting out of the crowd roar there. Everyone goes quiet again. I just noticed actually that New Zealand's first innings, I'm just looking at how they bat in the first innings, it took them till the 71st over to reach 135
They're
for 5.
Just missing out by 3 runs. Or 4 runs.
Yeah, they were 135 for 5 when they lost that 5th wicket, Watling, in the 71st over. So there we go. Past events aren't always an indication of what's going to happen in the future, but it shows you how tough it was. Andy, quickly.
I've been looking at chases this millennium between 100 and 170.
Come back to that in a second. It's 5 for no wicket. That was the last ball of the over. Here's Ishant Sharma going into bowl to Conway. He's with him now, and Conway struck on the pad. It's a leg by here out towards backwards square leg. Pant is after it. 6 for no wicket. Andy?
Of 77 chases of that size this millennium, so when the target to win in the 4th innings has been 100 to 170, the bowling team has only won 4, the batting team has won 73. So not a great deal of hope for India in those numbers.
No,
but they don't really count for much in this game.
No. What it does tell you, though, normally if you're chasing under 170, you expect to win batting last, doesn't it? Yeah. I remember England falling in a heap in the UAE chasing that sort of target. I think they bowled out for about 70. Here's Ishant Sharma bowling outside of Latham's off stump. Latham leans forward and lets it go. 6 for no wicket.
Well, I can remember chasing some pretty low totals Simon, 104 against the West Indies.
That 1-wicket victory you were talking about.
9 down we passed them.
Yeah.
Chasing against England up at Headingley, about 120, something like that. And we were 5 down, getting across the line there. So they're not easy. No. They're sort of very nervy kind of run chasers.
Yeah, especially in a situation like this.
Yes.
This is a massive moment for New Zealand, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is.
For the next 3 or 4 hours, culmination of so much. Here is Ishant Sharma going into bowl to Latham. He tries to turn that into the onside, struck on the body, ball drops onto the pitch, and there is no run. Just a reminder, New Zealand they've never won an international tournament. They did win the sort of precursor of the Champions Trophy in
Africa.
In Nairobi, wasn't it?
That's
the late 90s, early 2000s.
Chris Cairns got 100, didn't he?
And it wasn't the Champions Trophy then, though, but it did involve all the international teams. So there was,
and they played India, I think, in the final.
So there was one tournament they have won. But of course, they've never won a World Cup. They've not won a T20 World Cup, and they haven't won a World Test Championship. How remiss of them!
Yeah. Time to do something about it.
Yes, well, I think that's what they feel, and they've got a great opportunity here. Ishant bowls. Latham fends that away, and he's going to get at least a run down towards third. Sliding save. Jadeja hurls the ball in to the wicket-keeper, and they are back for 2. So Latham is finally off the mark. His 19th ball, and New Zealand are 8 for no wicket.
Probing bowling in the first 5 overs here from India. Ishant Sharma coming around the wicket to both the left-handers, getting some bounce, really. That's the threat that he poses and brings the cordon into play. Difficult for him unless he pitches a lot more full to get an LBW. So, and at the other end, Shami's just got a nice rhythm going and getting some steepling kind of bounce when he pitches it just a little bit shorter.
Latham waits, Sharma bowls, that's clipped away, through square leg for 1, a look for 2, they're coming back for the second, throws on its way. It's a rather feeble return because the fielder there was off balance.
Is that Bumrah? He usually has that, does he? Or someone anyway wearing those protective sort of bandages, aren't they, around the elbows?
Yes.
That's usually Bumrah.
Yeah. So it was Bumrah. He's off balance when he threw it there. So they're able to come back for a second. It looked like a really tight second run. Sometimes it's better just to steady yourself, and then you can get more power into the throw. Less haste, more speed. But anyway, they got back for 2. New Zealand in double figures. They knocked off 10 of them. 10 of the 139. You can hear the crowd quiet now. They've been very noisy for most of the day. Here is Ishant into bowl to Latham, and Latham plays defensively into the offside square with a wicket. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 10 for no wicket. We've had 5 of the 53 overs that are available. 139 to win. It's all going New Zealand's way at the moment. Tea is around about a quarter of an hour away, and Jonathan Agnew will take you there.
I can remember one game. I wonder what they're doing up there in the New Zealand dressing room at the moment. But one game we were chasing down at 160 against Australia to win a series in Perth. And we had Trevor Franklin, who wasn't playing in the match and hadn't played in any of the 3 tests, I think. And he marked off down the wall from starting at 160 right at the top in sort of lots of 10 coming right down to where the architrave was at the bottom of the wall. Marked them off as we went.
Shami's on his way and bowls outside the off stump. Conway ignores it.
And the whole team shouting out, line time for a line, Frank.
Excellent.
Great.
Well, I'll bet there's some jitters in that New Zealand dressing room now as his runs are
great trencherman.
Off.
Great trencherman, great eater, Trevor Franklin.
Yes.
Oh, loved the lunch. Quite often, actually, when we were Wellington, we're playing. He used to play for Auckland. Played for New Zealand, as you remember, Trevor Franklin.
Yes.
And had
tall.
Yes, he was. That's right.
Batsman.
He was. But I'd get the chap, Ray Archie, his name was, to open the windows from the restaurant area.
Shami bowls, and that's been pulled by Conway, but only to mid-on. no run.
So Trevor would come out and open the batting for Auckland, and suddenly you'd get this lovely smell of sausages and things coming over the ground, and sure enough, Nick out, off he went. Get first to lunch. Good old Trevor.
Well, I remember,
lovely fella.
Seeing Trevor play. It was a very early tour match years ago now. We're playing at Napier, a warm-up game.
Yes.
And probably that 91 tour, was it? That sort of time. And
big driver.
Sid Lawrence was playing.
Oh, yes.
Came hurtling in, and goes Shami and bowls, and that's played away defensively by Conway. No run, 10 for no wicket, chasing 139. Anyway, about the first over of the match, he bowled a short ball, which Franklin fended away. It's a short leg, was given out caught, and he was very unhappy about this. The local umpire out, so he stomped off. He came back about 45 minutes later with an X-ray from the hospital showing he'd broken his arm. Well, and he's waving at the umpire.
Yes.
Arm in plaster. He was never out, but he
Where's DRS? Where's DRS when you need it?
It's waving this X-ray plate. In goes Shami, bowls, and Conway fields for one outside the off stump, full length. Past the outside edge it goes. Oh dear. Well, it's nervous, this, it really is. And I wonder if New Zealand have got in their mind, ideally,
to elevate someone or what?
Well, no, what over they want to ideally win by. It's 53 overs. Do you try and pace your innings to win it in 45 or 40 or something like that?
52 will do.
I know it'll do. I know it'll do. But you don't want to get too far behind, do you?
No.
It is. It's different when it's a final, as we know too well. Shami again rocks his shoulders, scuttles in and bowls, and Conway again allows that to go by. 10 for no wicket. One ball to go in the 6th over. They've got 53 to face. But I'd have thought they might have thought there's something in their mind, just so it isn't suddenly a horrible last few overs scramble. And when will we see some spin, I wonder, because I think Kohli might have that up his sleeve as well.
Some wickets, pressure. A little clatter of wickets at the top, and then you might see some.
Yeah. Shami, with 3 slips, moves in again, bowls to Conway, it's very full. He's played that very well, driven it straight down the ground. This will come for 4. And that'll just ease a little bit of tension that might have been mounting in the New Zealand camp.
It's a good stroke, isn't it? Very full from Shami, looking to get the LBW into play, but cleverly keeping his feet out of the way. Just moved the feet to the leg side slightly and was able to get the bat, therefore, coming down and onto that ball. Driven very straight on the onside of the stumps.
Yeah. Fine shot. Didn't hit it very hard. It does got back leg again. Yeah. Something he's going to have to work that out, I think. His back leg was right off the ground again. He played it nicely. He played very straight. So in fact, the weight from the elevated leg was going forwards, whereas you've seen him get out, and it's dragged him over rather, hasn't it? But there's something there. He's going to have to work on. 14 for no wicket. Latham will face Bumrah.
So change of bowler.
Boult, yeah. He's going to come on from the far end. T is at 25 past, so just under 10 minutes away. That drummer's going to be exhausted if this goes the whole 53 overs. 47 remain from T. 47 overs. I mean, the over rate. They talk about over rates. I mean,
yes,
really awful. But it doesn't seem to matter today very much. Bumrah then, from the far end, moves in and bowls, and that's steered by Latham, clipped really out into the offside. And there is no run. 14 for no wicket. And all these overs have to be bowled, so, or at least until
darkness.
Until darkness descends, which it might do, because it's going to be, 50 overs in a one-day game is 3.5 hours, isn't it? And there's tea. So
we could end under lights, couldn't we?
It could do. 14 for no wicket. Latham on 4, waits for Bumrah. The sun out at the moment, the light's absolutely perfect. And Bumrah moves in and bowls down the leg side. It's just helped around the corner by Latham. And Shami throws it back again. 1 more to New Zealand. 15 for no wicket. Chasing 139 to win. A dramatic day. Opened up by Jameson to start with. He finished with 2 for 30 from 24 overs. He's had a wonderful game. And then Southey as well, chipping in, although he did drop Pant. If that had been caught when Pant was on 5, it might have been over by now. And it wasn't a difficult one at slip. Pant went on to make 41.
But it showed, didn't it, that even if you do play aggressively, your tent is there, it's quite hard to score quickly as well.
Yeah, it is. Bumrah breaks into his sprint, moves in, bowls outside the off stump, a lively delivery which Conway ignores. Taken by the keeper. So who in the New Zealand team, looking down, who's going to be a batsman who could come out here and play a little more positively than
well,
there isn't kind of a playmaker. I mean, Williamson's a wonderful batsman, obviously, but if it does get to a stage where they're going to have to score a little bit more quickly, will it result in a change in the order? Here comes Bumrah, bowls outside the off stump, another lively ball.
Well, the obvious one is Colin de Grandon, isn't it?
Yes.
Although we did see the lower order from New Zealand just play a bit more aggressively. I mean, Jameson can hit a ball.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether he can hit the new ball.
No.
Quite so much, but other players, well, Nicholls is very good, but he's better at the horizontal shots, so going different parts of the field, but not the driving.
15 for no wicket. Bumrah, stuttery start, bowls. Now this is useful. A faint deflection here, and Shami's not going to be able to get it. 4 more. Just straying onto that leg stump. And Conway's got just enough on that.
Well watched, Conway. Obviously watching outside his off stump is the main issue for him, but he's got a cross, but he's still got bat on that. He kind of also jabs at the ball quite a lot, doesn't he, with one hand, and gets a little run on the leg side. He's as if he's surprised suddenly by either the movement. He's normally a number 3. He's batted number 3 a lot more than opening.
And he's got some shots too, hasn't he? I mean,
yes.
He's an expansive player.
Oh, yes, he is. Yeah.
19 for no wicket. Bumrah once again moves in, bowls to him. Oh, he feels for this. It goes flying through.
What a beauty.
Whistling through outside the off stump. And almost knocked Pant over. 19 for no wicket. And you hear there, 1 wicket, 1 wicket.
Yeah.
Come on, boys.
Yeah.
And they know, well, they've got to get amongst them. And really put some pressure on.
It's starting to look like what cricketers sometimes term as a new ball pitch, doesn't it? Where you get some with the new ball on a drying surface. Sometimes the ball stays on the surface and then it bounces a lot higher than you would really like, and it surprises you as a batsman. And that was an example of it there from Bumrah.
46 overs left. New Zealand are 19 for no wicket. They need another 120. They're currently going at about, under 3 again. They're about 2.7 and over, something like that. Shami bowls, and he defeats Latham now outside the off stump. That lovely line. More gardening. Might be the last over for tea. Possible. See how he goes. Just straight
moving away. Still things happening.
Yep. Good bounce too on that.
That's where we talked a lot about him just bowling just another foot or so closer to the batsman.
Oh, it's challenging. You can't just go there and smack it about.
No, you can't.
19 for no wicket. The target 139. Shami moves in, bowls, and Latham's time allows that to go by. It keeps rather low, and that's tickled up Pant now. That's got him on the finger end. I think I really saw Watling with his finger. I mean, we don't know what his batting situation is, do we? He dislocated the ring finger on his right hand when he was keeping wicket. They'll hope they don't get down to him. Bit of banter down there. I think there's some New Zealand supporters gathered. And an Indian's gone along to wave his flag at them. Shami bowls short of a length, defended by Latham, fielded at mid-off. Yeah, it's all very good spirits down there. It's a beautiful day sitting outside. It's lovely and sunny. What a shame it hasn't been like this throughout the game.
Yeah.
19 for no wicket. New Zealand want 139 to win this match. And they've got 53 overs in which to do it. We're in the 8th. Shami again. Scurrying run is there from round the wicket and bowls on. Latham drives and misses, and Kohli there, you can see him through his arms in the air, and Sharma's beating the ground with his hand there at second slip. They just want one just to get that uneasy feeling in the New Zealand camp. At the moment there's a bit of playing and missing going on. Can't find the edge. Polishing of the ball. And Shami again, shoulders rocking, runs away from us and bowls, and Latham's on the back foot. Well, he can't penetrate the offside field.
Certainly Shami looks the man, doesn't he? He looks as he did in the first innings, and I wonder whether afternoon tea will come at a good time for the Indians, that he'll be able to refresh himself a little and still be ready to go. Again, they've got to find someone, I think, or an end they can keep attacking from the whole time. Got to keep taking wickets when you've just got this small total to defend.
Shami wearing number 11. He's on his way once more. Bowls another beauty. Oh, my word, that's a wonderful ball. And Latham just shrugged his shoulders and says, well, I'm sorry. Not much I can do about that. From round the wicket, is angled in and then moved away and went through at some pace too. So, well, I think India have done their absolute best there to try and break through. They haven't been able to do it. So from New Zealand's perspective, well, OK, we've got through the opening burst. We haven't lost any wickets. As they head off for tea on the 6th day, with New Zealand needing a further 120 to win from, 45 overs? I think that's what remains, 45 overs.
Yes.
A lot of cricket still to go.
Yes, there is. It's been a battle too for New Zealand, hasn't it?
Yeah.
No easy gimmies at all, really. The ball just outside, directed towards the stumps, and then getting some bounce, and some indifferent bounce at times, mainly up rather than down. And Shami, the pick of the bowlers so far, because he's getting it to move from the seam as well. Such a good seam presentation from him. And at least he's giving the ball the chance to do some work. But Conway and Latham had a wee bit of luck here or there, but you need that when the ball's moving around.
You're enjoying it though?
So, no, I'm not too bad actually.
No, you're all right.
I've seen enough losses. I don't.
You're not going to lose.
We're certainly in the game.
Yeah, you're not going to lose. You've got a great chance of winning this. It's just, I want to just release the shackles of it, because Kohli's going to keep attacking, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
If you bat the overs, you're going to win. One imagines.
Yeah,
you should do. But I guess from a New Zealand perspective,
there'll be some stories along the way.
Oh, no, there will.
So that's good. That's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Jeremy, thank you. 120 more to win then is how it stands here, with 45 overs remaining. The light is excellent. The sky is largely blue, so there's no problem looming from that point of view either. So there'll be a 20-minute break, and out they'll come for the final session and the 6-day test match, with everything up for grabs. But can India win it? Well, you never know. You just never know in these games, do you? Anything can still happen. And of course, we've got another commentary game on Test Match Special this evening. England begin their white ball international summer with the first T20 against Sri Lanka. That's at Sapphire Gardens in Cardiff. Now, it's a much changed Sri Lankan squad without Dinesh Chandimal, Lasith Malinga, Angelo Matthews, Udal Taranga, Tarasa Pereira. They've all gone. They've led the team in recent years. The captain's Kusal Pereira. He's the only surviving member of their World T20 winning side. And the former Sri Lanka player Kumar Sangakkara has been assessing their chances with Simon Mann.
Well, I think it's a side in transition again. I think the selectors have made calls in terms of leaving out the likes of Angelo Matthews, Dinesh Chandimal, Lahiru Thirimana maybe, and brought quite a young side under Kusal Janit Pereira, Kusal Mendes, another youngster as vice captain. So it's going to be interesting to see how they match up. Quite a few very talented players, 5 openers in all, quite a few of them left-handers really. So it'll be interesting for me to see how they stack up in terms of a batting lineup. We've got Dushmantha Chameera. And then Dhananjaya Lakshan as well was voted the up-and-coming player of the Lankan Premier League. So quite a lot of talent, good spin attack as well.
So is it when the squad, in terms of talent, is it, you say it's sort of developmental, is it a bit thin, or is it?
I think the talent's always there, potential's always there. I think it's about trying to get as many finished articles in terms of players who can really graduate to the highest level of competition and hold their own, and that's going to take a while for them, but it's a good learning curve to play against the best in the world. That'll hold them in good stead as they look forward to the T20 World Cup and beyond.
So if they could take down 6 matches, because they beat England in the last World Cup, didn't they? I mean, they actually really put the skids under England that last World Cup, made them doubt themselves.
They did. Angelo Matthews, I think, scored a wonderful 100, and then Lasith Malinga came in and ripped the heart out of England's batting. No Lasith Malinga or Matthews this time. I don't think the door is closed for the senior players to come back in. I think they just want to make an assessment of bench strength here and kind of decide on which players they would really look at in terms of formulating their final squads for the T20 World Cup. They're also looking at the next 50-over World Cup. It's a good test.
That's Kumar Sangakkara giving the Sri Lankan view. Now, what about England then? There's no Archer. Stokes, although I see he's back playing again, which is good news, or Topley, but Johnny Bairstow and David Malan are expected to be available, and Chris Woakes is back with a chance of playing his first T20 since 2015. Henry Moran has been speaking to the England captain, Owen Morgan.
First of all, Owen, what's the sort of expectation? What are you looking to get from this series?
I think a few things. I think when a T20 series specifically comes so fastly and sort of condensed, you want guys to be on the money from the first game, because there's no breathing space when you play 2 games in 2 days and there's only 1 day in between the following game. It can come at you quite quickly, and when we're playing a side that we don't necessarily know a lot about and haven't played against a lot before, it can present different challenges as well. So the guys are fully aware that the challenges that Sri Lanka pose, but also we need to be on top of our game as well.
Few injuries around. David Malan, Johnny Bairstow. What's the latest in terms of the strength of your squad injury-wise?
Yeah, both guys are fully fit to play, so they're available for selection.
Jos Buttler spoke about the challenges of the rearranged IPL and international commitments, and with the condensed nature of everything that's happened in the last 12 months, how difficult is it for players, captains, administrators when you've got those sort of pressures and pulls from different directions?
I think it's just a completely different challenge that we've never come up against before. And certainly having been on tour now and in an international team for a long time, you can relate to like really tough challenges about performance or being away from home. But I'd certainly think that this is the toughest that it's been. I think the last 12 months with the isolated bubbles that we've had, the travel restrictions, being away from home, have all culminated in one big challenge on top of trying to perform for your team and your country as best you can. So I'd have to say it's been as tough, if not tougher, than any other year that I've played for England.
In your mind, would the national side and should the national side take precedence over any domestic league?
Yeah, so I think 2 different isolated events. I think when, like as a cricketer, you're obviously striving to improve. You want to play for your national team as best you can. And there are certain leagues around the world that if you're a white ball cricketer, you want to play in because they are regarded as the best in the world. And if you go there and compete against the best, or even go there and experience playing with the best, you will no doubt improve your game. So when you commit to something like the IPL and you are selected or picked up at an auction, given the fixtures the way they were pre-tournament, bearing in mind it's only a couple of months previous to that, I think players should still go. And I think that was a really good decision to allow our players to stay out there, both with their development in mind, but also the T20 World Cup in mind. And this year, I think when it comes to the rescheduled back end of the IPL clashing with fixtures that have been in place and in the pipeline for 6 to 8 months, I think international duty takes precedent.
Will we expect to see a moment of unity ahead of this T20 and ODI series?
Yeah, so we will be very much aligned with the tests guys. I'm just about to go into a match referees meeting with the umpires, Sri coach and captain, in which we're going to propose the exact same thing that happened during I think it was just before the anthems in the test series. Yeah. So if there are anthems, we're going to ask them if they would mind that we participate in something that we're trying to do as a team and have been for a long time. But if that doesn't happen, we'll simply show a display of our feelings during a warm-up by wearing our T-shirts.
What have you made of the challenges and the negative press that cricket's had in the last few weeks with regards to historical tweets and social media?
I think it certainly raises your awareness around the roles that everybody plays, not only as a cricketer, but the role within society and how much scrutiny everybody is under, but also when things are either taken out of context or open to interpretation, you have to assume now that they will be, which is a strange existence within itself. But I think the protocols that have now been put in place and the procedure that the ECB are going through is probably one that hasn't been in place before, but now needs to be in place. And moving forward, it's important for us as players to recognise that.
Just finally, what's your message to the players, particularly in the T20 squad, ahead of what's a huge 6 to 9 months? What's your message going into this series?
Yeah, I think this series and the rest of the white ball summer, which is obviously very condensed, is a huge opportunity to stake our claim as a team and as individuals, both to be selected for the World Cup, but also, particularly in T20 cricket, when you dangle a carrot of a number one side in the world on the cusp of a World Cup with very little opportunity in between, it's a huge chance to impress.
Right, that's Owen Morgan talking to Henry Moran. We'll talk to Henry in a second. Just a reminder, there's tea here at Southampton. We've got a terrific game on our hands with New Zealand chasing 139 to win. They've got 53 overs in which to do it. Well, they've reached 19 so far. They haven't lost any wickets. They have had 8, though, of those 53. So 45 overs to go to get to that 139. Then we'll be underway again here in a little over 5 minutes or so. The umpires should be coming out. So, Henry, there at Cardiff, how's it all looking?
It's looking glorious, Aggers. I have to say, blue skies overhead. There's a few wispy clouds. We've got that familiar line of trees behind the stand in the distance. We've got the river beyond that and the park. You know the view very well. But it is, when the sun is shining, it's a lovely venue, this. The only disappointment, perhaps, is we're not going to see quite as many spectators as many were hoping for. We think it'll be around about 1,500. Right. So it won't be quite the capacity and the numbers that certainly Hugh Morris, the chief executive here, was talking about. 3,000 was the feeling before they hadn't had to follow the Welsh Government guidelines, and 1,500 looks the capacity that we're going to see in this game. But either way, it should be a good atmosphere. It should be entertaining. The forecast is set fair, and everything is looking good out there in the middle. There's not a cover to be seen.
We've seen enough of those.
Missing through injury. So there's a massive opportunity in these 3 games for somebody to put their hand up and say, I'm the person that can make the difference when we look to win this T20 World Cup come the autumn, whether whether it's in India, whether it's somewhere else. So there is a big opportunity for someone to come in and stake their claim. It looks from what Eoin Morgan has said that Moeen Ali is going to come in and be that all-rounder. He spoke about how no side really, unless you're very, very good, can go in with 5 bowlers and no all-rounder. So that suggestion is that Moeen will play, which has been a little bit of a rarity, having missed so much of the series in India. So there is this big opportunity for somebody to stand up, get that chance, play a few good innings. And if we remember, it was here where David Malan against South Africa 4 years ago played his England debut, scored 80 odd runs, and since then hasn't looked back. He's now the number 1 T20 batsman in the world. So there is serious potential for somebody or a number of players to really make a bit of a statement.
Yeah, and I mean, Malan's been talked about in serious terms for the test matches as well, isn't he? So it's a great chance for him just to get his name out there.
Yeah, and there's a number of players that will also be thinking, well, we've seen the struggles England's batsmen have had in the test format. What a chance this is. We expect to see Johnny Bairstow and Malan back from injury. Jos Buttler's playing again, Jason Roy. And so there is, and I know it's been spoken about a lot, there is a real strength to this England side in ways that perhaps the test format hasn't quite seen. In this year 2021 so far, the T20 side has been pretty much full strength throughout. And you look at the lineup, barring Stokes and Archer, and this is a really strong England 11 that they'll pick. Whoever they pick is going to be a really strong team.
Yeah, and does it feel like a countdown now? I mean, we've been counting down to these big events for ages, haven't we? But with just 6 games to go, does it feel now as if this really is the last path to the T20 World Cup?
Yes, but there is, of course, the uncertainty of where it's going to be and how it's going to work, because, of course, we've also got the prospect of these matches to be played in Pakistan and Bangladesh ahead of the T20 World Cup. But at the moment, there's all these discussions about the rearranged IPL as well and where players will play. And we heard Eoin Morgan speaking about how international cricket will take precedence, but also the value of playing in these franchise leagues for getting accustomed to facing the best in the world. So there's a lot of T20 cricket that potentially could be played, but these 6 matches in front of the England sort of management, if you like, and in front of Eoin Morgan are going to be crucial. And England will be desperate to go one better than they did in the last T20 World Cup. You think back to Calcutta and the pain for Ben Stokes in that game, and then the joy of the 2019 World Cup. If Eoin Morgan, who's now been captain of this white ball side for over 6 years, can ensure that his legacy is being double world champions in white ball cricket, that'll be a huge, huge achievement. And you know what he's like. You've been in those interviews, Aggers, that steely look.
Oh, yes.
You know how determined he is and what it would mean to him to get that job done.
Yeah. Good to see David Willey back in the squad, talking about pain. You know, I mean, there's the man who, when he was watching the 19 World Cup in tears when England won, because he'd done so much hard work, of course, and responsible to a large extent of England and the way they completely rebuilt their game. And of course he was then left out of the squad, so I mean a good chance for him at least to get back in and hopefully to make the squad this time.
Yeah, 3 ODI appearances against Ireland last summer. That was his only international cricket since May 2019, and his departure heralded the arrival of Jofra Archer. The two were completely linked, and I remember seeing at the time there was that quite moving tweet that David Willey put up of his wife and child and saying, I know that I'm missing out on this World Cup, but I'm ultimately winning at life. And so there was clearly, he was very emotional about having missed out on that World Cup selection and was quite public about that and the challenges of it. But he'll know that this is realistically, this push towards the T20 World Cup, his last opportunity perhaps to get into an England side in a major ICC event. So he'll be looking to really take his opportunity. He's got the left arm option, no Reece Topley in this squad, so there is the potential, if David Willey can have a good few games, because of the lack of T20 cricket. In fact, it works in your favour. If you can do well in the short amount of time, then you're fresh in the memory, because there isn't then another 12 matches for somebody else to come in and take your place. So this is a big opportunity for David Willey, and I think there's quite a lot of sympathy towards him from within the England camp and from those watching on.
Oh, surely. So just last one, no actual team news, I suppose. You're about nearly 3 hours away from start there, aren't you?
Yeah, so no team news as yet. No, we expect it'll be whether, I suppose, it's going to be Jos Buttler opening the batting alongside Jason Roy, or whether it's the 50-over partnership of Roy and Bairstow at the top of the order. I suppose that's one of the key questions. Mark Wood, where's he going to play, and is he going to play? Because of course, back-to-back matches, how will that work in terms of his workload? So there's a few little questions there. I think the Moeen Ali decision from what Morgan said, it seems likely he'll play, and that would have been the big one. Chris Wokes as well, not played 20 cricket since 2015. Will he play? Will it be David Willey? So there's a few questions up in the air. You'd expect across the 2 nights here in Cardiff, we'll see all of those names playing, though.
Thank you, Henry. I shall enjoy listening to it on our way back from Southampton, whatever that may be. You enjoy the evening.
Thank you, Aggers. I enjoyed listening as I drove over the bridge to the Test Championship this afternoon.
Well, it's hotting up nicely. Thank you, Henry. Enjoy this evening. That match starts at 6:30, and of course full coverage on Test Match Special. The umpires are coming out into the sunshine here and wandering out. They've got the Indians in a bit of a huddle down there on the edge of the boundary, and we've got the New Zealand batsmen on their way. Phil Tufnell, you're going to tomorrow's game, aren't you? Because that's on the telly, I think, tomorrow's T20.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Excellent. Well, I'm not sure we'll see much T20 style batting here, but...
No, I think they're going to creep their way there.
Yeah, I was saying to Jeremy, I wonder, you often... When you're talking to a batting team chasing a target, they'll often have a sort of a target over in mind. So they're not aiming to score this winning run in the 53rd over.
No.
But they might say, look, we'll try and do this in 45. Gives a little bit of leeway each way round and there. So I would assume that's the sort of thing that New Zealand might be looking at.
Yeah, and it's funny, isn't it, that sometimes you get off to a nice solid start and then there's usually a passage of play where someone just perhaps gets a few boundaries and runs start flowing a little bit more freely. The fielding side gets a bit down. On the reverse of that, if you lose a couple of wickets early on, the fielding side gets up. So
I don't know how Kohli's going to play it as well, because he knows how anxious New Zealand are going to be. So if they do start to get a bit of a few runs in the bank, is he going to... I don't think he can bowl New Zealand out. So there's the thought of having attacking fields from Kohli's point of view is probably
you've got to keep him.
Unlikely. So the pressure that you create is probably through New Zealand actually trying to get the runs, defensive fields, and finding it hard. And
you've got to have catchers. You've got to have the catchers from my mind. Okay, you might have the odd one back on the bounce.
So you think Kohli's still thinking of winning the game? And you can draw.
Yeah. Well, yes. I don't think you can.
You don't think you can?
No. Only chasing. What was it? What did they chase?
139.
139.
45 overs.
Yeah. I don't think that you can draw that, John. I think you've got to keep your catchers in. You've got to keep wickets.
Well, we'll see.
You might have the odd scout out. You might have the odd scout out.
We'll see how he does it, because somehow he's got to create pressure.
Yeah.
And at the moment, these two have made a careful start. Yeah. They've got 19 on the board, but there's still a long way to go, and you lose a couple of wickets. And I was saying to Jeremy, they haven't. If you look at New Zealand's batting order, I mean, it's solid and it's disciplined, as we know, and it plays well in tricky conditions. But there's not many there who just seize it by the scruff of the neck and go, right, you give me that. Just give me this game.
Big Cole might come out and play a few shots.
They might have to put something like that up.
Yeah,
but we'll see. At the moment, it's still 3 slips. He's on the attack.
Yeah, it changes very quickly, doesn't it? Mindsets of batting sides with small totals, as you say, that those first 2 or 3 quick wickets all of a sudden send little shudders through everyone.
Well, Conway's going to face the first over after the break. Bumrah's going to bowl it, and there's 3 slips. And some very voluble Indian spectators who are sitting on the edge of their seats for this, as Bumrah bowls the first ball after tea, and it's a full length which is played defensively by Conway up to mid-off. So 19 for no wicket. The target, as we know, is 139. It started off at being from 53 overs. They've had 8, so it's 45 overs to go to score what remains.
They might need a few of those. They're going to need a few of them.
Right, they will.
Yeah. It's not going to come easy.
No. 19 for no wicket. Bumrah on his way again, bowls outside the off stump, and Conway lets it go. Well, you said you'd ordered a nice shepherd's pie, homemade shepherd's pie for tonight after a week in the bubble, haven't you? I think he might have to spend. It might be in the oven a bit. I think
might be a bit dried out. You reckon?
Yeah, it might be. I think it's going to be a long process, this, because well, there are spinners in the Indian side, of course.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting decision when Kohli brings in, if he does bring in Ashwin or Jadeja.
Yeah,
because that's then when you might see, someone just try to go, right, I'm going to try and take him down.
Ashwin bowls so well to left-handers.
Well, there you go. It's going to be difficult to do.
Yeah, there's 2 of them at the moment. Slips waiting. Bumrah bowled very well just before tea. Moves in again and bowls outside the off stump. And again, Conway lets it go by. Paws at the ground. Goes for a quick look at the pitch. Latham's coming down, exchanging a word with him too. Some prodding going on, but it's really just a quick conversation, I think, between the two of them.
Yeah, they won't
push and run. Get busy.
Yeah, you just don't want to be a sort of a static target.
No.
You know, just leave, because then the bowler gets confidence and starts getting into a rhythm. You've got to have that energy, even if you're not looking to score.
Gaps there in the offside. Just push one. Just rotate the strike around. Bumrah again moves in, bowls, and he gets a bit of a mess here. And it was a short ball, quite a lively one. And it looked like Conway was going to pull that in the end, but it climbed on him, hit him up on the thigh area, and more prodding. It's just done a bit all match.
Yep.
I think it's fair to say that if the weather had been anything like decent, it wouldn't be a 6-dayer this one. It could have been well, four maximum perhaps.
Well, it would have been a test for the bowlers, that's for sure.
Yeah, it has moved around. Bumrah bowls, Conway's forward. Oh, that's the one where he might have pushed and run, but he's hit it straight to mid-off. Ashwin fields. It's the end of the over. 19 for no wicket. The target 139, and begins with a maiden. Well, there's one ball to go. Hang on, everyone seems to move around there, but
can't be a draw. It can't be a draw.
Well, it
could be a tie.
Yeah,
imagine that.
Yeah.
But, at the moment, New Zealand looking very good.
There's not a super over, is there? Not one of those again.
The ultimate over.
Bumrah once again comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and that will be the end of the over as Conway lets that go through. Latham 5, Conway 9. It's 19 for no wicket, and Maiden kicks things off.
It might be interesting, actually, to go back to your point, that if they do bowl wide of off stump, you can't just spend all afternoon leaving it.
That's my point.
Yeah, you can't just keep going. Oh, another maiden.
No.
Oh, there's another maiden. Well bowled.
I mean, they've got to try and win this game. And you can really, make it very difficult for them to score. I mean, there's no restriction on wides or field restrictions. Or
hang it out wide, and then the one time that you think, oh crikey, we better get a bit of a move on, you nick it.
Yeah. We're back to Bulawayo.
Yeah, well, it could be. Played in that game. Yes. Poor old Nick Knight.
He's hurling it down the leg side, isn't he? Well, I mean, but you can do it in Test cricket. Yeah. Ashwin's on.
Oh, here you go.
Straight away.
There you go. This is going to be interesting. Two left-handers, bowls beautifully the left-handers.
Yep.
And you've just got to put some pace on the ball as a batsman, haven't you? You've got to sort of play slightly aggressive when the spinner's on.
But he's got a slip, and a man catching on both sides, so short cover and short mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off are up. There's a deep point and a deep backward square, almost long leg really down there, as Ashwin, this jerky approach, moves in and doesn't let go of the ball. And Pant's laughing as if that was a ploy. Crowd enjoyed that, and Latham's smiling. What was that all about? It's like it was deliberate.
Yeah.
Ashwin again goes in, bowls, and Latham's on the back foot, and he'll get a single.
Yeah, see, this might just enable the batsman just to get a few singles and dot around and to tick that scoreboard over.
Yeah, that was all about.
I think it was a bit of fun.
I think it was.
Just to try and break the tension a bit, I think.
Yeah, Latham kicking away a bit of detritus there in Ashwin's footholes as well, moving the field about here. An extra man comes into the offside, so they've got two on the drive in the covers, and a man also at short mid-wicket. Ashwin bowls and Conway leans forward and just taps the ball away, and there's no run. 20 for no wicket, the target 139. Conway 9 not out. Waits as Ashwin again floats this up. That creeps away off a thick inside edge. Oh, Latham wanted a run there. Colin wasn't really looking for it. Picked up the man running round from mid-wicket. Crowd loving it. Feel the tension. It's almost drumming, almost adds to it, like a heartbeat. Ashwin bowls. There should be one there this time, yes.
Yeah.
So creeps away off the edge, out to square leg. So a second single from the over.
Yeah, that's what Kohli's just got to weigh up, hasn't it? Because you can just get little inside edges that squirt off to gaps and tick over the strike against the spin bowler sometimes.
What's the average scoring rate in this match, Andy? Let's work out when they're going to knock these off.
just under 2.4 and over in the first 3 innings. So if they go at that, they'll be, I don't know, they'll be about 15 runs short.
Oh, so got to go.
Yes, so there's got to be a little bit more.
Yeah. Extra man catching now as Latham on the back foot plays Ashwin into the covers. No runs. So there's a leg slip and an orthodox slip. Yes, they've got to up the rate a little bit. So 10th over. And they've scored 21. He's down the pitch and he's chipped that over Ashwin's head. And now scuttling back to his mark because he was heading off for a run there. Well, there's a little example of the jitters, I will suggest to you. Latham dancing down the pitch. He completely mistimed the shot. Almost chipped it straight back to Ashwin. He just got it over his head. And then set off for a run that was impossible. Jadeja was the fielder. I mean, don't take him on. No. He had to go scuttling back into his ground. Well, yes, Andy.
Latham's head-to-head with Ashwin. Ashwin's dismissed him 5 times in Test cricket for just 79 runs, so it's an average just under 16 that Latham has against Ashwin. As you mentioned, he's a masterful bowler to left-handers, averages 19.1 to left-handed batsmen across his Test career. 209 of his 411 wickets have been left-handers, averages 30 against right-handers, also more economical, goes at 2.5 and over against left-handers, 3.1 and over against right-handers.
Right, well, there we go. That's the challenge facing New Zealand then. Conway's on strike and Bumrah approaches from the far end and hurls this down, and there's that leg going in the air again. If you've been watching Conway back, you'll know what I'm talking about, but his back leg lifts up and he does lose his balance, and that's thudded away off a pad down to fine leg.
It's the only time I've seen him get out like that.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, he's going to have to, in fact, he hit his back leg.
He's definitely going aerial, that shot, because he's slightly overbalanced and then he flicks it aerial wise, how he got out against England a couple of times.
Yeah, he does lose his balance with it, but he got a leg by there. 22 for no wicket. New Zealand will take anything at the moment. Latham, stocky, settles into his stance, and Bumrah on his way again. 3 slips, he bowls outside the off stump. Latham ignores it and Pant's diving there in front of first slip to collect it.
You're going to have a little play at one of those sooner or later.
Just hang it out there. There's 3 slips and say, come on, then you go chasing.
It might be worth big Colin coming in slightly up the order to try and.
But he's the only one, really, isn't he? I mean, he looked down.
Southey, but he's a bit hit.
Yeah, well, and
or Jameson.
Well, he's a bit of a swiper as well. Well, judging by his innings the other day. Watling's got a damaged finger.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Here comes Bumrah again. Bowls. Oh, he does play at this one. It flashes past the edge. Collected by Pant.
Yes, that's India are trying to force that sort of scrambled mind, aren't they?
Absolutely. Just make scoring these runs as difficult as possible.
Yeah.
Real pressure on.
And sometimes by not necessarily, even though that was a magic ball, not by bowling the magic ball, just by bowling that one, as you say, the old sort of the worm in front of the trout's nose.
Because they are going to have to chase it. They want to win. They've got to score these runs.
Yeah.
Bumrah's on his way, bowls. Oh, goes straight through him. I think Latham's looking a bit windy here. What do you think?
Yeah, well, he's just pushing it. I think it's just sort of, you can see that they're just getting a bit twitchy. Solid start, achieved that. Right now, chaps, you've got to push on them just a little bit.
Yeah, a bit of chirping there. An Indian fielder's come in and had a little conversation with Latham.
Yeah.
Feeling all right, mate? So I think he's looking a bit anxious.
Yeah, a little bit twitchy. You just get the feeling though that 3 or 4 boundaries will just ease.
Yes, that's what they need. Bumrah once again, stuttery start. Bowled. It's beaten him again.
Beauty.
Well,
3 out of 3.
That's a ridiculous over, really.
Yeah, strike, you're out.
Yeah.
In baseball.
Beautiful. Great excitement from the crowd there, of course, behind the fielders. More conversation. Who is that wandering in there from?
It's Kohli.
It's Kohli, is it?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 slip. Or sort of like a 4th slip.
No, mid-wicket, wandering over and talking to Latham.
Is that Shubman and Gill?
I think it is. 22 for no wicket. Ball to go in this over. It's been a great over so far. So I think we finish it off. Crowd really getting behind him. Here he comes, bowls to Latham, who at least makes contact with that one. And defensive stroke, a wonderful over.
Yeah.
Terrific over.
How are you going to get 2 or 3 runs and over off of that?
Well, exactly. Exactly.
Absolutely on the money. Slight bit of movement off the pitch going across the left-hander. You're going to have to take a risk if you're New Zealand.
Yeah.
You can't just
so you look at that top order, and if you're a bowler, there's good players in there.
Oh, yeah.
But not someone who's going to take you apart.
No. Again, beautifully poised.
Yeah. Who's going to break first here? Ashwin's bowling to Conway.
Yeah, that mid-on, just a couple of paces back, almost sort of going, go on, just teasing you.
Yeah.
If you want to take the quick single, there's a chance for a run out.
In goes Ashwin, then bowls to the left-handed Conway. Defends another one.
Can't keep doing that.
Going out to cover. No.
There's just another scenario popping up here.
Which one?
Well, the one that you were talking
the draw.
about. Well, not necessarily the draw, but...
Okay, well, there's Conway again. And defends another one.
I know. You can't... You won't be able to do that. You just think, 130, we knock them off. Lovely, go and have a pint. But, with the bowlers that India have got...
Yeah, absolutely.
You're going to have to take the initiative.
Someone's going to have a go in a minute. This is tossed up, and again, Conway strokes it away to covering. Here, Pant there having a laugh behind the stumps. Come on, lads. You can hear him there. In goes Ashwin. Bowls. He's defended another one. Whoa, well.
I haven't seen much of him against spin because England didn't play a spinner.
No.
So we don't quite know how he is against spin. Well, he looks organised, but can he break out a bit?
Well, the maiden on the cards here. Ashwin moves in, bowls. He's down the pitch and blocks. Down the pitch and blocks. And that's fielded at short cover. That screws us tightening. Who's going to give?
Spun as well. That was a good shot because it turned. Didn't get to the pitch and managed to smother it.
Last ball of the over, and he's blocked it. It's a maiden. It's a maiden. The crowd love it. It's 22 for no wicket. The target is 139. Overs ticking away, and what India could do here is speed up this over rate a bit and just get those overs in. And next thing you look up, and think, crikey, we've only got 35 overs left. And we've only scored 10 runs.
Yeah. I mean, Kane Williamson coming in is always handy for you, isn't it? He's got a great sort of game manager.
He's going to be much more expansive than in the first innings, though. And it depends what he's coming out to.
Yeah.
If he's got to come out and he's got to start scoring at 4.5 and over.
You just get the feeling that, if one of these two batsmen just sort of like take the risk and a couple of fours flash away, that's the easing of pressure. But if the first time they do have a flash at it, it goes to slip or something like that. Pressure right back on the batsman.
Current scoring rate 1.8.
Boy, you got to go hard on that.
Bumrah's on his way, and he bowls to Latham. Now there's an attempted drive. He's got it through the gap too. I don't think it'll go for 4, but it should go for 2, maybe 3. They'll get 3 here. Latham turns, taps his bat in, and heads for the far end. And you can see he actually hit through the length of that one. Yeah. It wasn't a half volley.
No, those were the ones that were whistling past his outside edge, but he's decided just to go right. No. On the up, wasn't it? Right,
nice stroke.
Top of the bounce.
That should make him feel a bit better too, because it was a good shot, that, and he played it well. A cross bat. He had to work hard to drive it, actually, through extra cover. But anyway, 3 runs. This breaks the stranglehold for a moment. 25 for no wicket. Target 139. Conway back on strike. Bumrah. Explosion of energy, bowls down the leg side, and that's a terrific stop. No, it's not. He's missed it. It's come rushing down here. Leg byes. I thought Pant had got it for a moment. But it's come rushing down for a real bonus, that.
Yeah, that is a bonus.
4 leg byes. He threw himself at it.
Unlucky. Just got a good piece of pad off a Conway or thigh pad. Couldn't quite get it. And
threw himself.
Yeah, that is gold dust. That is gold dust.
10 leg byes already this innings.
Yeah, he's batting well, leg byes.
Yeah, they're useful.
Flying along.
Bumrah once again. Sun behind cloud at the moment. Moves in, bowls outside the off stump. Conway allows that one to go through.
It's the trouble with that balcony, because it's right in the line.
I'm afraid completely obscured the view there. Yeah, we've got a very annoying rail.
Yeah.
this is absolutely in the wrong place. So I must revert to standing up for this. 29 for no wicket. Conway 10 not out. Latham 9 not out.
Yeah, get it under the 100. That's what the New Zealanders will be thinking. Double figures, and just chunk them off, block by block.
Well, useful over so far. 7 from it. Bumrah wheels round, goes in, bowls. Oh, beauty of a ball that. And Conway played at it, and it just flew past the edge. They have played and missed a lot, these two openers, and India have had no luck at all. And yes, Gill's coming in for conversation with Conway this time. Unless what he could be doing is being cunning and talking through the batsman to Kohli, who's 10 yards the other side, standing at the slips. 29 for no wicket. And Bumrah comes skipping in once more and bowls. There's a lovely, elegant drive from Conway. Now that might well go for 4. The outfield's pretty slow.
Timed it.
But he's absolutely timed it perfectly. What a good over this is for New Zealand at the moment. The 3 4-leg buys and now a lovely cover drive from Conway.
Quite a good shot.
Yeah, brings 4 more.
Yeah, you've got to make up your mind so quickly. I mean, that's what Bumrah's trying to do, trying to run it across the left-hander's outside edge, and has been doing it regularly. So, took a bit of a risk there, Conway, but beautifully timed, lovely balance.
3 slips. Bumrah's going round the wicket now, so a change of angle. Up he comes and bowls outside the off stump. Conway lets it go through, and that's the end of the over. So, Toughers, they're off and running again. 33 for no wicket. The target 139. 40 overs left. Simon Mann's coming in here after some thoughts from you.
Yeah, that was a good over for New Zealand. That would have settled the dressing room down a tad. Nip and tuck out there at the moment. You just get the feeling that New Zealand are inching their way there, and with the odd over like that, the odd 4-leg buys or a little clip down the leg side, it just gets you over the line. But still a long way to go, Simon.
Yeah. So what, another 106 to win, and it's going to be Ashwin to continue to bowl to Latham with a slip and a leg slip in, and Latham goes back and clips this into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. There are some footmarks there outside the left-hander's off stump. He's the 6th day, and he is one of the top spin bowlers in the world.
The other one has just spun.
Latham settles. Here goes Ashwin, and forward goes Latham, playing that away into the offside, and there's no run. I still can't help but feel that India would have been ultimately better served by a fourth seamer in this game early in the match, but I can understand why they went with these two. He's got him. Yeah, Ashwin bowling and Latham coming down the pitch, and whether he was bowled or stumped, I think he was stumped by Pant, and India have got their first wicket, and Ashwin is the man with it, as he did in the first innings. He picked up the first wicket of the innings, and he's got rid of Latham, and it's 33 for 1.
Well, Andy, I think you got that wicket in the stat shed. He's got him a lot, hasn't he? Beautiful piece of bowling. The pressure just told on Latham. Turned, came down the wicket, trying to hit it through mid-wicket, turned and bounced, went past his outside edge, perhaps just trying to close the face a bit too early, and a smart piece of work by Pant behind the stumps. India make the breakthrough.
Yeah, there was a fraction of turn there to take it past the edge.
Great ball.
And it wasn't the niftiest piece of work by Pant, but he caught it and then took the ball to the stumps. So 33 for 1. Something to lift India there.
Yeah, just a bit of pressure told on Latham there. He had a couple of little rundowns at him in that first over, just getting the leading edge back over his head, but then he's almost missed that. He's turned the whole face of the bat to try and hit it too square, I think, and only just had to turn a tad, which it did. Now New Zealand don't want to lose their skipper quickly, otherwise that will be interesting.
Indeed, yeah. It's amazing, isn't it? With batting, you need quite a lot of balls to sort of make progress. With bowling, you only need 2 or 3. Do you know what I mean? You know, you get two or 3 quick wickets.
Oh yeah.
Whereas batting, to knock off the 139, it's, you know, it takes whatever it is.
Well, it should be a walk in the park.
Should be, but you can change your game quickly with the ball.
Oh yeah, got a bit of luck and a bit of pressure. All of a sudden, things start happening a bit crazy, and that still potentially that is still in the mix.
Yeah, 40 for 3 makes it interesting, doesn't it?
Oh.
I mean, Latham didn't need to do that, did he?
Not really.
He didn't need to do that, but he came down the pitch, he made a mistake.
Yeah, that's the pressure. That's the pressure of the game, pressure of the situation of the game. As it was forced, that shot.
The first time in his career Latham's been stumped or run out in his 59th test.
Stump and bowled Ashwin. Here is Ashwin bowling to Williamson, and Williamson clips this into the onside towards mid-on, and there's no run.
It's a cool head out there now for New Zealand. Aggers was talking up the draw.
Was he? Here is Ashwin then into Williamson. Williamson goes back and cracks this away, but straight to backward point, and there is no run. 33 for 1. How did he get to the draw from here?
Just sort of, hold on a minute, only scored at 2.3 in this test match. Hang it out, make it hard for New Zealand to almost reach the ball, and then if I hanging it out the seam as you nick a couple.
Ashwin to Williamson. Williamson dead bats it. I mean, I can see a draw scenario, but it's an unlikely one.
Yeah.
That's the end of Ashwin's over. 3 overs, 1 for 2. It's 33 for 1, and it goes, quite slow scoring, and then New Zealand not going anywhere particularly quickly, and then losing wickets, and then finding themselves sort of 70 for 7, and then feeling they might have to bat out for the draw because they can't get 139, something like that, and then perhaps the clouds build up and we go off a light as well. Something like that. Anyway, how many overs have we got left? We've still got 39 overs. It's 10 past 4. Yeah, I think you'd have to have quite a remarkable set of circumstances to get to a draw from here. But in a low-scoring game, with things can happen, and
you can't block your way there if you're New Zealand. You haven't got to go a little bit at it.
But it's 106 to win from 39 overs.
I mean, that should be an absolute walk in the park.
That's why it's hard. That's why it's hard to make a really strong case out for the draw. But you can see a scenario where that comes into play. I mean, in terms of light, we're fine. I mean, it's a bright afternoon. And we went through to 7 o'clock last night. It wasn't as nice a day yesterday as today. Here's Bumrah going into bowl to Conway, and Conway gets the ball down the leg side, tries to turn it away. There's an appeal for a catch, but it looked very optimistic. Kohli tends to lead those appeals, although Pant's still holding the ball up and saying, what should we do? Did it flick something? If it did flick anything, it's probably the pad on the way through, the thigh pad on the way through down the leg side. India have got one just to lift them. It just needed that, didn't it? To get through and give yourself something to hold on to. Bumrah moves in now to bowl to Conway, and Conway hits that firmly into the offside. They give a quick single to backward point. The throw hits the stumps, but Williamson is past the stumps by the time the bails came off.
He don't miss. He don't miss that.
Give yourself something to hold on to. Bumrah moves in now to bowl to Conway, and Conway hits that firmly into the offside. They give a quick single to backward point. The throw hits the stumps, but Williamson is past the stumps by the time the bails came off.
He don't miss. He don't miss that fella, does he? Great piece of fielding.
It's quite deep there at backward point, but it was hit straight to him, and they just took off. Williamson backing up. They got a single, 34 for 1. I mean, there is the nerve factor as well, as far as New Zealand are concerned. They've not been in this position before. To win it's such a great opportunity to win an ICC title. I say they haven't been in this position before. I suppose they were to some extent at Lords, but it was getting quite tight at Lords, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, they were favourites going into the closing overs, but they weren't massive favourites. Although that those are 4 overthrows.
The Ben Stokes lunge.
That helped a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, they'd won it up until then.
They were in the much better position, weren't they?
I think they needed 2 6s or something. Or 6 and a 4. I mean, it was amazing.
Here is Bumrah. Goes in now and bowls to Williamson. Williamson stands up and pushes that away past cover. He gets a single. They threaded that through past cover into the right of backward point. So Williamson is off the mark. And New Zealand 35 for 1. Needing 139 to win.
What creates nerves? Is it adrenaline or? But adrenaline is the good thing, though, isn't it? But that nervousness. If you're a sportsman and you can handle that nerves, they say that you need some nerves, don't you, to get the best performance out of you.
It's doubt. Surely it's doubt, isn't it?
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah. So it's an inner belief that you can do it. Perhaps is the thing.
Bumrah bowls short, pulled away by Conway. It's coming down towards the fine leg boundary. It's gone for 4. 2 fielders back. He found the gap between them. No chance for Shubman Gill running round. And Shami as well.
I don't think this bloke's Conway's got any, hasn't he?
What, doubt?
No, nerves, yeah. I mean, great shot. Picked that off his nose. Good sharp bouncer. Right in front of the eyes. No top edge there. Full-blooded hook. Kept it down as well.
He's been called up for the Southern Braves for the 100, hasn't he, Devon Conway? Because a few have dropped out. Warner's dropped out. And he's been included, so this is going to be his home ground for the 100. And he's got a good T20 record as well. He really took that one on. Conway to 19, 39 for 1, 100 to win. Bumrah bowls. Oh, and he takes one hand off the bat there as the ball hits high up on the bat, but he's okay. I don't think it jammed his fingers, and it went into the offside, and there is no run. So 100 to win, 38 overs left after this ball.
Get it off your pads. Get it off your pads. Should be all right.
Just seeing the replay there, might just have wrapped the glove a bit, but he's okay. There's no wringing of the hand or anything like that. It's right up on the handle of the bat. Extra bounce from Bumrah. This remarkable action. And Conway dries, but straight to extra cover. And there's no run. Bumrah generating all the pace from his shoulder. I mean, I was watching a bit of Jeff Thompson earlier on YouTube.
Ooh.
And Tomo only ambled in as well, didn't he?
He just all jogged.
It was all that slingshot action of his.
Yeah.
And when he was at his quickest, he was some bowler. Yeah. Andy.
It's been a game completely dominated by the bowlers, particularly the seamers, but strangely there hasn't been a wicket that's fallen in the first 10 overs of any of the 4 innings. It's only the 4th test in England this millennium in which neither side has struck in the first 10 overs of any innings of the match.
That's a niche stat, but an interesting one. It's a good point, isn't it? Normally expect the new ball to do some damage. First up, here's Ashwin bowling to Williamson. Williamson defends into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So India all out today for 170. New Zealand working their way through the Indian batting lineup. 139 to win. Ashwin bowls. Williamson pushes forward in defence. Pant comes behind the stumps to pick up, and there's no run. And the wicket of Latham in New Zealand's innings here, losing patience, coming down the pitch to Ashwin, the ball turning past his outside edge, and Pant whipping the bails off at that far end. Ashwin goes in, bowls to Williamson, who stands up and defends towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Picked up there by Kohli. So a leg slip in and an orthodox slip. Ashwin, a clockwork action, goes in and bowls, and Williamson squeezes forward in defence out towards cover, and there is no run. Ashwin has got his part to play here in building the nerves of the New Zealand batsman. Here he goes. Bowls to Williamson. There's a appeal for LBW. It's gone down. Fine's given him out. I was watching the ball. Ashwin's off, leaping away towards point, and several of his colleagues are chasing him. It has been reviewed. I must say, my initial reaction, it felt a bit leg side-ish there to Williamson. He went for the sweep shot. It flicked the pad, went down fine.
For LBW, the
up
original
went the finger from Michael Goff.
It's a
he
fair
doesn't get
delivery.
many overturned, Michael Goff.
Vision, please.
So I wonder if this is umpire's call. It's a big decision in the match, a big moment in the game. India desperate for this, absolutely desperate.
Well, it makes a huge difference. It's like Kohli, isn't it? And it's just a question, did it spin? It didn't really spin that much, did it? It's hit the outside edge of the pads.
Up, please.
And Williamson isn't really a sweeper.
To confirm whether there's any bats involved here, please.
His bats come down after the ball is pitched.
Definitely hit the ground.
This is
he hasn't
Richard Kettleborough.
Please keep it rolling through. Keep it rolling through. Bats hit the ground. Keep it rolling through, right the way through to the pad, please. Okay, no bat involved. Go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Right, here we go. This is a big moment. The ball tracking, remember, he's been given out, so umpire's call goes with India here.
Oh, it'll be hitting the stumps, I think. He's gone.
Here we go. It's missing.
It's missing.
It's missing.
Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets is missing.
Yeah,
I'm going to go back to Michael on field.
I have to say, my initial reaction is it didn't feel quite right to me. But anyway, umpire Goff gave it out, and it was 2 red lights, but it was just spinning down the leg side.
That was going to clip the stumps. Yeah. Just clip the stumps. Oh well, it's a luck for New Zealand. And as I say, it's not a shot that Williamson plays. He prefers to play a straight bat to that and just tuck it round the corner. So he's feeling the pressure as well.
Goodness me, watch that Indian celebration of the wicket. It showed how much it meant to them.
It does. Yeah. It does mean a lot. Well, it's they will feel if they can get Williamson out, this is game on. That's how important he is. And I think from a run rate point of view, because that will be the things that we'll kind of talk about as well. Just having a think about it, what was the score at T? It was about 20, 19, something like that?
19 off 8.
Yeah, so 19 off 8. So if New Zealand in the next 35 overs after T could get to 100 runs, and that would mean they'd have to score at 2.3 runs and over. From the point they started after T until the 35th over there, then they would need to be 100.
Williamson goes back and plays that through the offside. It's a nice looking shot. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary. The chase is on. It should be stopped. It's knocked back inside the rope. Look how keen India are. 3 fielders after that. And you just saw their body language celebrating that wicket. I've never seen it from Ashwin. I mean, he was leaping around and rushing out towards point, and his fielders following him to celebrate with him. But Williamson looked surprised to be given out, and it reviewed it pretty much straight away, and it was turning down the leg side. He was off for the leg by, and then looked up to see the umpire giving him out. His head went back as if to say, you must be joking. But of course, with DRS, then the batsman gets another chance, and Williamson did. And again, you see the value of the technology, really.
Well, you do, and Kohli couldn't believe that, you see. And quite often, as former players too, you just look at it and you think, gee, was that happening?
I've got to say, my initial reaction was I thought I was surprised.
It was full enough. It's kind of full enough to the bet you thought that maybe it could just nick the stumps.
Yeah, umpire's calling me, just brushing the stumps.
Exactly, and he'd been given out.
Yeah. It felt like a tight one from umpire Goff, and again he's been overturned. It doesn't happen very often. 42 for 1 is the score. 3 to Williamson there. He's on 4.
I'm sure the umpires don't like those sorts of things at all.
What, those to be overturned?
Yes.
No, you want to get them all right, don't you? As many as possible, but
well, even hitting the stumps, yes.
Yeah.
You don't want to see them that they're missing.
No. It's going to be Shami to bowl. It's going to be Williamson to take strike. But I think it's probably worse for an umpire if here is Shami going into bowl, and Williamson there struck on the pass. Another shout for LBW, not out. He hobbles away out towards a square leg. Perhaps he was just hit on the sort of fleshy part of the thigh, quite high up there. I think it was worse when you stood out there and you'd given someone out, and then there was no DRS, and the technology showed it was missing, and you thought, I've given one out there that I shouldn't have done.
That's right.
At least now you can correct them according to the technology. People say I think the technology is pretty decent, but some people are not totally sold on it. I suppose it's better if you've given someone out off the glove and it's actually flicked their shoulder and you can overturn it. That's more definitive. Here is Shami, turned away nicely by Williamson, through square leg for one. They're coming back for the second. Jadeja is onto it, Panther-like out there, and lobs in the return to Pant. Two more, 44 for one.
You sense that this is an important spell, isn't it? The Shami Ashwin kind of pairing for a start seems to be a good one, while there's a left-hander in there. Don't think you'll see Conway coming down the wicket as Latham did. To be really honest, I think coming down and not getting there, it's best to stay home. You're only giving the bowler a chance to get you stumped, and secondly, it's better to stay there and have a bit of a mow than go down the pitch and not get there with the ball turning away.
Shami to Williamson, close to off stump. Williamson leaves. Pujara at slips, got his hands on his head now.
And as a general rule, to go down the pitch, you mean you're attacking the ball. You're not going to be defending it. You've made a mistake. It's the first step that's the big one, and the second one is the adjuster. And I don't know how you used to go down the pitch, Simon, at all, but some people go behind the front leg, but that takes your leg side of the ball and keeps you further away from the ball. I think the shimmy is really just coming up to it and then going again is the better way.
Here is Shami bowling to Williamson. Williamson dabs into the offside and there's no run. Well, if you are interested, I went with the shimmy rather than the.
Very good.
I couldn't understand how you could do that.
Well, you get further. You get further, don't you? Well, the leg round behind, you then your second step can be larger because you've gone beyond your first foot.
It almost felt a bit awkward to do that.
Well, it will with you. Yeah. Look at you. Look at your hamstrings.
We're just practicing it in the box actually at the moment. Also, it was much easier just to go like that, shuffle down the pitch.
He was doing it in waltz time too, folks. Very good. And it is a bit like dancing.
Yeah, it is. Shami moves in, ball to Williamson, who plays a lovely shot, but straight to cover, and there's no run. Hit that sweetly off the back foot, riding the bounce. Comes down the pitch to do some gardening. 44 for one.
The very best players used to come down the pitch to spinners and their head would remain level. It wouldn't be going up and down all the time. It was like dancing and moving around, keeping the head very central to the whole movement and the balance good. So I think 35 overs, 100 runs, so 110 perhaps. You might spread it somewhere between there.
Shami bowls to Williamson, who tries to force that away, goes up to mid-off. There's no run. It's the end of the over. Shami's bowled 5 overs for 7. We've had 17 overs of New Zealand's second innings. They need 139. They've got 53 overs in which to get them. They are 44 for 1.
And so that would leave it 4s, wouldn't it, for the last 10 overs? And it's a question of wickets, obviously, as well, and those kinds of things. But you would think that if New Zealand was still batting at the end, there was a good chance that they had got there.
I can sense your tension as well, Jeremy.
Well, thinking about it over tea, perhaps, and having a cup of tea and thinking, it'd be nice to win this. Not for me. I mean, but for the players, because I've watched them over the last few years, and they've been on some journey. Those guys.
They have. It's been painful for them. It's been a painful journey at
2013, we were 8th. 8th in the world, and since then they've come right up. These guys. They'd just been thumped by South Africa, if you remember, bowled out for 45, remember that?
Yeah.
With McCullum as captain? Yeah.
Slight delay because a helmet has been brought out for one of the close catchers, and that close catcher is going in at silly point for Ashwin.
The defence, the forward defence off the shoulder of the bat. That's what he's there for.
Here is Ashwin, round the wicket to bowl to Conway, and Conway gets a full ball which he clips out towards straight mid-wicket. It's a tumbling save out there by Pujara to his right-hand side, and there is no run.
So anything slightly short, Conway can go back and either cut it or punch it off the back foot. There's runs there for him off that stroke.
Ashwin to Conway. Conway comes stabbing forward, shout for LBW. This is close, it's out. He's got onto that front pad.
This looks closer.
I agree. This looks as though it could well be out. They are consulting. What's Williamson going to do now? What's he going to say to his partner? He got onto the front pad, Ashwin, from round the wicket, straightening it. Yeah, Williamson said, I'm sorry, I think that's out. He agrees with umpire Goff, and Ashwin's got the first 2. It's 44 for 2, and Conway LBW for 19. The excitement levels rise among the India supporters here at the Hampshire Bowl.
Yeah, well bowled, Ashwin. He's beaten the bat of Conway, who got it out in front of the pad, but he managed to just sneak it past and into that pad, and I think that'll be confirmed. Also spare a moment, everybody, for Goff, the umpire. He's just missed an LBW to Williamson an over ago, and then straight away, and he'll be feeling bad about that at square leg over the previous over, and then suddenly there's another one. But he's given it out. He's actually believed that was going to hit the stumps, and I think he was right there as well.
It felt out, didn't it? As soon as it's a modern day LBW. The old days you probably wouldn't give those. You're on the front foot. Toughers would say, "Oh, I never got those," to the right-handers. But these days they give them out.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, how did that beat the bat, as I say, of Conway that was out there? Was it just through a wee bit of drift and carrying on? Or did it actually defeat him with length? I'm very interested to just have another quick look at that. I think the impact looked as though, yes, it was going to hit. But how did the batsman actually go about missing it?
Yeah. Ross Taylor and Kane Williamson together. So much experience there. And this is a job for 2 quality experienced players now for New Zealand.
Well, Taylor, we know his issues, but he's a good sweeper of the ball, and that may help him against Ashwin. It'll bring the LBW into play as well, of course, if he misses the ball, but he's got a variety of sweeps. He can give the defensive one just for a single. He can play the big slog sweep as well, and then the orthodox one. So he's got a range of things he can do.
Just trying to think, left-handers to come for New Zealand. Nicholls. Wagner.
Yes, that's lower down then.
Yeah. But lots of right-handers apart from that, which in theory should help, although Ashwin is capable of getting the right-handers out as well. Here is Ashwin then, into bowl to Taylor. 3 fielders around the bat. Leans forward to his first ball, plays it into the onside. There's a slip, there's a leg slip, there's a short leg. We're just seeing the LBW impact in line.
Just on off stump, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got the foot too far across. That's why he missed it and couldn't get the bat around quickly enough. Just on off stump.
Ashwin in, turned away by Taylor, stopped at short leg, and there's no run.
I thought it was more leg side than that, actually.
Yes, it's a pressure situation for everyone out there, the umpires as well. It's a really interesting point about having just had one overturned, having the confidence to go with what you believe, all your training, your skill levels as an umpire.
Mind you, that one was hitting. It wasn't just scraping, was it? That was hitting the stump, top of middle.
And I think India would have reviewed that if he'd been given not out. And they would have got the decision as well. So
it's just where the impact was, because he was playing a shot. Was it in line? That was the key part to the dismissal.
44 for 2. 139 to win on this pitch that's been such a struggle for all batters in this game. Scores of 217, 249, 170. Ashwin goes in now and bowls, and Taylor comes forward and plays that towards straight mid-wicket. Kohli comes in to pick up. He's bristling out there now, real purpose. He's got a couple of wickets. This India team sense something might be possible. Still want to be in New Zealand's position, but India have got a bit of belief now. Ashwin to Taylor, and Taylor comes forward and plays defensively into the onside, and there's no run. But Ashwin is he's done his job. He's got the 2 left-handers out. Got a bit more work to do though if India are to get right back in this match. Right, 18 overs gone, 44 for 2, 35 overs left to score the 95 that New Zealand need to win, or 8 wickets for India. And Jonathan's coming in, but we're going to go there via Andy Zaltzman.
Another fantastic performance from Ashwin. Dismissed 3 openers in this test, or three of his wickets have been openers. It's only the 20th time a spinner's got 3 openers out in a test in England, and only the second in the last 15 years. The other man to do so, Ashwin himself, in the first test of the 2018 series against England. In all, it's the 8th time he's got 3 wickets of opening batsmen in a single test, which is an all-time test record, beating Muralitharan's 7. A niche record, but a record nonetheless, Aggers.
That'll do. Thank you, Andy Rush, indeed. Well, what drama. 35 overs left. The target's 139, currently 44 for 2. Your old friend, the win predictor's got New Zealand at 83% at the moment. It's gone rocketing up.
Friend.
Yes. Then comes Shami from the far end, then he bowls, and there's another nasty blow there for Williamson. He's taken some knocks in this innings. Poor old chap is hobbling off all around the same rather delicate area too.
Oh, yes, that back leg, that inner thigh on the back leg, the right leg, as the ball's been nipping back. That one comes and hits him on the front leg this time, but not where your thigh pad is. Brushing that and then through onto the back pad.
Real stinger. Well, he's pulling himself together again. He's stretching his legs. Oh dear. He's there crouching. 44 for 2. He's on 6. He was given out once. That was overturned. Shami again has bowled brilliantly. Scurries in from the far end. Bowls to Williamson. It's down the leg side. Pant collects it. Williamson tried to get his little bit of bat to that, but wasn't able to. Shami, 87 miles an hour. He's always up around that area.
And the lovely delivery, I mean, you can see the seam as it's going down the pitch towards the batsman, always giving himself a chance to just move it this way or that. And that's why someone like Williamson, who usually hits the ball and lines himself up very well, is being hit so many times on the legs.
Yeah.
Wee bit of extra bounce because the ball's still new. Good bowling. This is a testing time.
Really is. 2 slips of gully. Kohli's marching round at mid-off now. He's not in the slip cordon. Shami roared on by the crowd. Bowls short. Runs here for Williamson. He's turned it away off his hip. Out towards the deep square leg area. They've taken 2. Thinking of the third, they won't get that. It's tossed in from the deep. Nice, neat stroke from New Zealand's captain, who goes to 8. 46 for 2, the target 139.
Taylor's got to keep away from Williamson when they're running. They're poor runners together. I've seen run-outs between these two on numerous occasions. He's got to stay well away from the batsman who struck the ball and just run his own line. Doesn't get in the way of anybody else. Keep well away.
What's Shami up to? He's moving fine leg to his right a bit. Williamson twiddles the bat. Now he's ready again. Shami rushes in and bowls to him outside the off stump. Williamson sways out of the way. Through it goes to the wicketkeeper, Pant. Real tension, drama. This is the first ever World Test Championship final. Kohli's got a lot to say.
It's been a great game, though, hasn't it, Eggers? I mean, low-scoring match. 150, you couldn't believe that, could you, really? 150 with all the glittering array of batsmen.
Yeah, a glittering array of bowlers in healthful conditions. In comes Shami, then bowls outside the off stump. And Williamson again allows that to go through. Yeah, the quality of the bowling's been outstanding. Supported largely, mainly by some good slip catching. There's been a couple of blemishes, but not many. Williamson and Taylor exchange a word. Two old pros, and 2 who really think that New Zealand would put their last dollar on to see them over the line. Williamson looks around. Shami's ready again. Kohli's trying to rev up the crowd. In comes Shami, is there, and he bowls to Williamson, who meets that with a lovely defensive stroke. Bat absolutely straight. Ball hits it. It's picked up there in the covers. No, Kohli's he's like a jack in the box out there. He's all over the place. It really is. Interesting contrast because Williamson is so quiet and unassuming, as goes about his business. Kohli is just constantly on the move, waving his arms here and there. He's revving up the crowd 1 minute. He's taken himself out of slips, and so he can just So marshal everybody, really. I was talking to Ashwin. As Taylor is preparing to face, he's not yet off the mark.
This is a good battle here. Taylor won't mind this, though. He'd rather, I think, go in against a spinner nowadays with the problems he's having with the seamers of the pad in the way. But he's got at least a few shots. He can play the sweep stroke quite nicely. He's got a cut, of course. He's always had that.
Now they brought the man in from deep square leg, so the normal sweeping man.
Encouragement. Yeah, encouragement for Taylor.
Still deep mid wicket, though.
Yes, there is.
Taylor looks around. 34 overs left. Ashwin moves in and bowls to him. He leans forward, or rolls back up the pitch, and Ashwin fields it himself. Still Taylor not yet off the mark. 46 for 2. The target 139. Overs slowly ticking away. Ashwin moves in, tosses this one up, and Taylor again is forward.
Oh, that was a tempter, wasn't it? That was up there. Taylor not prepared to drive it. He's not really a big driver of the ball now. More leg side player.
93 needed, as that's a flatter one. And Taylor again is forward to meet it, playing it away into the leg side. The sun's out again. Well, there's 4,000 people here making sort of noise that maybe 16 or 18 would.
They're engaged.
Really enjoying themselves, yeah. Ashwin again, and Taylor's he can't get away. He's looking for one there into the offside. I think the thinking was right. Perhaps quite get it in absolutely the right place. And Williamson, I think, don't worry, we'll get there. Don't worry about it. He's having a few quiet words.
Well, only 3 on that offside, aren't there? Slip, backward point, mid-off. Big gap in there.
2 catching in the leg side, and an orthodox slip as well. As Ashwin moves in and bowls a low full toss. Oh, he can't get that away. That was a bit of a gift. You don't often get something like that from Ashwin. Very, very full indeed. Again, Williamson comes down, I think, just to say something soothing to Taylor. Don't worry, we'll get there. Ashwin again bowls, and well, there's a maiden. Taylor completes it by again playing a defensive stroke, getting his eye in. It's all right, no need to panic. 93 needed, and I had 20 overs, so 33 remain to score 93.
Yeah, we're still only 3s, you see. It's
but that's not been scored.
No, it hasn't.
That's all through the match.
That's right.
Doesn't sound many. And at the moment, Kohli's got attacking fields too, so of course he can put men back. They can hang the ball outside the off stump, fire it down the leg side. There's all sorts of skullduggery that could come in to try and make it as difficult as possible to score those runs. Perfectly legitimate skullduggery. 46 for 2. Shami's waving his arms about. Again, it's to do with this man down here to our left at long leg. He wants him a bit finer. And now he's on his way. Williamson waits for him. He bowls now, and it's short and punched away off the back foot, but only as far as Gill, who's fielding at cover. Couldn't get it through. It's been rather the story of the game that it's been a battle for batsmen. As throughout. It's always been that little bit in the pitch. .93 away from victory. Williamson taps away at the crease there with his bat. Now it's raised. Shami scuttles up, bowls to outside the off stump. One that keeps very low. Pant did well to stop that. It really did shoot through low. Some we've seen climb. Always adding to the uncertainty and just the general awkwardness of batting. But it's been like this, the pitch, because it's produced a match despite having lost all the time we did. I like to see batsmen battle a bit anyway.
That's good.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Here's Shami in bright sunshine, bowls to Williamson. Has he got the... Oh, no. Taylor set off. And it was clipped very firmly out to mid-wicket. Straight to just the fielder's left-hand side there.
That's the one that Williamson's looking for too. It's only mid-on and just forward square. Just got a big gap there, but couldn't quite get it through.
Taylor made to retreat very quickly there.
Yeah.
2 slips on a gully. Nothing off the 3 balls so far. Shami bowls, and that's been left alone too. So they're made in the last over. 4 dots in this. 2 balls to go. And you just feel that pressure to start to increase.
Yeah. Everyone has their little plimsoll line where you push them towards if you can, even the best sides.
Just 2 in the last 27 balls.
Yeah.
2 runs in 27 balls. Oh, word. Williamson waits for the barrel-chested Shami. Again, bowls outside the off stump, and Williamson has nothing to do with it, and that's again hurt Pant. He's taken a few blows on the hands.
Yeah, that one bounced, didn't it?
Yeah. A perfect seam we see. If we look at the replay on our screen there, that ball, it does show it to you. You can see it. I think as a batsman, you can see it, but you've still got to play it. Like, people used to say they could see Michael Holding when he let the ball go, but
it's a little less time
to play it. Yes, indeed. Last ball of the over. I'll be heading for another maiden here. Shami's on his way. Bowls. Oh, it is another maiden. And that was pretty full too. That was a half volley length, really. And Williamson just patted it back.
Yeah.
46 for 2.
Well, Williamson's now been in for nearly 30 deliveries. So he's got himself in. And he's got to be able to start to manoeuvre the ball. He's a manipulator of the ball. And he's finding it hard because of A, the situation, and B, he knows how important it is, and see that the ball is still sort of just moving around and new enough to move around as well. Taylor's had 10 deliveries and he's yet to score. I would have thought those 10 deliveries would have all been from Ashwin. And he's got to start to also get going, because you can't maroon yourself for long periods of time, and then the pressure just builds on everybody.
Ashwin has a fine record against Ross Taylor. He's got him out 5 times for 99 runs in Test cricket.
He's trying to do it again now. 3 men around the bat. Ashwin's on his way in, bowls, darting this into Taylor. Where's he going to get this first run from? Not there. He's hit it straight to Kohli at mid-wicket. He goes marching about, taking up his position. He loves this sort of situation. That melancholy horn sounds again. As Ashwin bowls and Taylor's forward. Ball rolls up the pitch. 46 for 2. Overs left today, 31.4. They're ticking away. Still 93 runs needed. Ashwin darts this one in. Taylor hits it harder, but Kohli can field, still at mid-wicket. And now Williamson's coming down again. I think he just senses that Taylor might be getting a little bit twitchy. Just a reassuring word. Short leg crouches. Ashwin's in, floating that right up, and Taylor just blocks it back.
Well bowled, Ashwin. Sensed the pressure and just tossed it up a little bit higher, gave the batsman a chance. Taylor's not coming down.
2 balls left in this over. A third successive maiden on the cards. Ashwin bowls, and Taylor, but he clips that to mid-on, and he's set off there for a moment. He's never on. And especially not to Jadeja, for goodness sake.
Yeah, not with Kohli there at mid-wicket either. He cuts across and can perhaps pick those ones up. It's a good field, isn't it, with those 2 there.
Here's the last ball of the over. 5 dots so far. Ashwin moves in, bowls to Taylor, and that's going to be another maiden. They're playing for the draw, Jeremy.
Well, I'm not privy to the to the conversations of the side. Well, I would think not.
There's going to be a drink anyway, so that'll the batsmen at least can have a conversation. There'll be perhaps a message or 2 from the New Zealand dressing room coming out. But, I don't know, talk maybe about a change in the batting order. We talked about the Grand Dom maybe being promoted, but then in India,
you don't want too many changes.
No, you don't. You don't.
Ashwin's doing a lovely job here for India. And
7 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 5.
Yeah, well, it's just the runs as well. He's adding to the pressure. Every over that he's not giving much away, and yet he's actually using some variation as well. And the batsmen are having to watch very closely what he's doing.
A very good friend of mine. He's
he's
a cancer specialist, so know him very well. He's a Kiwi.
Right.
Unbearable, so tense, I can't watch. I want to bring Southey or Wagner in if we falls and just tell them to smash it. Is that the way? What would you say to Paul?
No, I don't think so. I think we just can't quietly go about this. They're doing it, and there's no panic yet. There's what did you say? 30 overs left, 20 overs left.
31 overs. They need exactly 3 and over.
Listen,
now.
There's lots of deliveries.
Yeah.
You suddenly have a couple of overs and the thing just opens up a little bit. That's what New Zealand are waiting for if they get that chance. You've got 2 tough bowlers on at the moment, and yes, India are going through a good period, but that happens. That happens in games. You get little pockets of pressure built up, and the bowlers are bowling well. The fielders are on their toes. They've just taken 2 wickets. And New Zealand just have to resist this and see this through, and then things will happen. Things change. You don't often just have that every over is perfect. We are human beings, and you do drop one down short, and you do drag one, and you do bowl a full toss. And if those are put away, suddenly the runs start coming. 10 come in 2 overs. So that can happen.
It's easier being in the field too, don't you think? You've got your mates with you, and you can chat, and you can really try and ratchet up the pressure on the batsmen who are just out there, the 2 of them together. And the Indians are now still in their group there, having a drink. Lots of chat going on. The highlights of the day will be on the BBC Sport website. You can watch those. There's been lots of good cricket again today. And there's a T20 tonight. England against Sri Lanka, starting at 6:30. I think this game might still be going then. Drinks breaks up, and the umpires are ready. I was going to say, I wonder if this will be the final passage of play, but with so many overs left, not another drinks break yet. Yes. They say 31 overs, Andy.
Yeah,
well, they will be. That's another 2 and a bit hours. So, yeah, things get tense.
Could be.
Depends how much Ashwin bowls, I suppose, but they don't tend to tick over much more than 13 or 14 an hour.
And that's the other aspect, isn't it? He's bowling his overs, and then the seamers are ready, and they're ready to go. I mean, Ishant will be ready to go now, and so will Bumrah after Shami's had his business.
Yep.
Shami's bowled beautifully for them, both in the first innings and now in this.
He's bowled 7.
Has he on the trot?
Is that the tea
it's
his second spell, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
7 overs for 9.
That's right. Tea interrupted it.
Yeah. So he's probably got...
He's got another 2 or 3 in him.
Yeah, he has.
So Williamson, get those thighs ready.
8 from 28 balls, Williamson.
Yeah.
Taylor, 0 from 16. Well, we're underway again, and Shami's on his way, and he's bowling to Williamson, who turns that into the leg side, possibly off the pad this. And it'll be picked up by the fine leg fielder coming up, and sure enough, umpire Illingworth does signal a leg by. 47 for 2. 30.5 overs left for New Zealand to reach 139 to win this match. So Taylor on strike, and just get a little deflection on this and get away and open his account.
Well, this is the one, isn't it, for Taylor to actually settle in. It's okay to settle in for him against Ashwin. He hasn't been in too much trouble against Ashwin, but it's this one here that he could be dismissed with the pads.
In comes Shami, and he bowls, and he's rasping cut here. He's smashed it to backward point. He's pulled off a tremendous crowd catch. You'll have heard him there, the reaction as he threw it in the air. Jadeja, of course, with a big smile on his face. But that was a rasping cut from Taylor.
As I say, he loves the cut. This is normally 4 runs, and he's hit it quite nicely, but he's picked out the one man there, and he'll be throwing his head back, metaphorically, and saying, whoa, can't I get a run here today?
Really missed out there. He hit it so well. Shami again on his way, bowls to the right-handed Taylor, who's forward, wanting a single in the leg side, but it's not there.
Good work, Ishant Sharma. You came up, you prevented that run. Mid-on. Down comes Williamson. Watch out for the run-outs, fella.
Yeah. 0 from 18 balls now. Ross Taylor. Look at that cut shot again. I mean, he hit it absolutely perfectly, but also absolutely perfectly straight to the fielder. Shami's on his way. You can tell by the noise, and he bowls. And again, this time he has got it away through. And that'll be 4. He's off the mark at last. Not so much a cut as a forcing stroke down with a more vertical bat than a horizontal cut shot. That doesn't matter. And a little cluster of New Zealand supporters down there. One chap with an enormous bushy beard, I see, waving his flag. Well played. Taylor's away.
Yep. Just a punch, as you say. Hitting it a little bit later than behind his head, in other words, so it goes much finer. But not a cut. That's his area, that kind of part of the ground. He owns that.
Shami on his way, bowls. Oh, it hits the pad. It's slightly across that. I think got a little scratch on it. We'll see what the umpire says, but it sounded like a hard noise. Yep, it's a single. So again, that area is playing around that pad. It was leg side, that one, to be fair. So as we get closer to 6:30, then we will give you details of where you can listen to the start of the T20 from Cardiff. But you'll be able to hear the finish to this match wherever you're listening right now. So there'll be somewhere where you can catch the England T20. But we will be staying with this. That's going to be too good, isn't it? 52 for 2. In comes Shami, bowls, and Williamson is forward. Kept a little bit low this time. Played down the ground to mid-on. And there's no run. 52 for 2. Williamson 8. Taylor 5. The men out. Latham for 9. He just felt that the pressure was growing on him a bit there, and he dashed down out of his ground and was stumped off Ashwin. Then Conway was LBW to Ashwin for 19. And that after, India lost 8 for 106 today. Bowled out for 170, leaving New Zealand 139 to score from 53 overs. And here we are, as it stands now. Ashwin from over the wicket, and that's just pushed away by Taylor, who's back on strike at that end. Played down to mid-on. 52 for 2. The target 139, so 87 more runs needed. So much easier when it gets to below 50. Ashwin bowls. He's hit that away in the air for 4. Really good shot. Bit of bottom hand. And New Zealand need a bit of this.
Yes, they do.
They can't just disappear into
to break this field up a little bit.
Yeah.
Ashwin's got to be kept away from doing anything he likes. And so that's a good stroke.
Yeah.
He's got himself away under the mark. This was the big turner, and he just lifted it over quite comfortably from about off stump.
Let's see if Kohli gives a bit here. Yes, he is. He's bringing a man out from short leg because there was so few runs for him to play with. And they're putting a long on back as well, so they're cutting out that shot. Kohli just has blinked a bit there. As Ashwin comes in and bowls, it's floated up. Goes straight through Taylor and through Pant as well. And somehow didn't bowl him, and Ashwin can't believe it. Floated up, beautifully tossed up. It did turn and went straight over the stumps.
That would have been the classical off-spinner's dismissal, isn't it?
It would.
Between bat and pad, enticing the batsman to try and play the cover drive.
Ashwin again floats it up, but he does drive through the offside this time and beats mid-off. Now, has this got the legs to go for 4? I think it probably has. Yes, it has. And New Zealand are the ones who are cheering. That group down there at deep point over in the Colin Ingleby-Mackenzie stand over to the left. There must be, 50 or 60, I suppose, gathered there with their flags and replica shirts and so on. And they've been a little bit becalmed recently, but that was an excellent shot from Ross Taylor.
It was. He was given just a little bit of air. The previous delivery had sneaked between bat and pad, so Ashwin trying to repeat that delivery, but he bowled it a little too full, and Taylor quick to seize on the opportunity. Runs have been hard to come by, but now suddenly in this over 2 boundaries.
Ashwin goes round the wicket now, changing the attack, and Taylor's forward. Plays that carefully to one of two, fielding in a catching position there in the leg side. But there are 3 men out now on this leg side. Deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. Of course, there are no field restrictions, so Kohli can put fielders wherever he wants in run-saving positions, as that last one is pushed into the offside and picked up by Pant. So, well, still building up. Williamson 8 from 30. Taylor looking a little freer now, 13 from 26. Target's 139. There's 29 overs left, and New Zealand are 60 for 2. More from Sunny Gavaskar. And then Isha Goer's coming in here.
Well, India have certainly made it a little bit hard for New Zealand. At one stage, it looked as if New Zealand would be able to run off easy winners. But those 2 wickets in quick succession and a little bit of uncertainty on the part of Kane Williamson has given the Indians a bit of hope. Now, these 2 boundaries in the previous over has released some of the pressure. So clearly, I think New Zealand and New Zealand supporters will be breathing just that little bit easy. But it is not yet a fait accompli.
Here comes Shami then, bowling from the pavilion end. 79 required from 29 overs remaining in the day. Still bright sunshine here in Hampshire. I don't think we'll have that threat of bad light later on as Shami approaches Williamson. 2 slips in the gully in position as Williamson defends to the offside. No run. Yeah, 2 crucial wickets for Ashwin. The 2 left-handers removed at the top of the order. 2 experienced campaigners out in the middle though. Kane Williamson, the captain, and the number 2 batter in the world, and Ross Taylor, the Black Caps' leading run scorer, who has struggled against Ashwin so far. You know he's just wanting to get at him and wanting to play that slog sweep to put him away, but he's been defensive so far as Williamson will face Shami. He defends back down the pitch for the front foot, no run. And actually those 2 release shots were quite good for Ross Taylor because he tends to start slowly, doesn't he? He does, and that certainly was a good shot because the fielder was in the 30-yard circle, so there was no risk attached to it. And clearly, I think after that, the half volley, the wide half volley, which he drove through the covers for a boundary, those 2 boundaries will certainly make him feel a lot better. And there's a lot of talk that this could be his last test, so wouldn't he like to go out on a high with a win? Williamson cuts, but it finds point, no run. Bit of width on offer there from Shami. Just the odd one, he's bowling outside the off stump. The way Williamson was dismissed in New Zealand's first innings, just fending at one outside. This time a little bit more width and really should have been put away. Yes, even Ross Taylor in the previous over missed out on the opportunity. And India's got its best fielder there, Ravindra, Jadeja. So nothing goes past him if it is anywhere near him within 5 yards on either side. This time coming wide of the crease and defended back down the pitch once more from Williamson. 60 for 2 New Zealand. Target set of, well, not set, a target of 139 because New Zealand managed to bowl India out. 3 wickets falling in the first session. The big guns, Kohli, Pujara, Rahane, brought New Zealand right into this game, and 5 wickets in the afternoon session. It has moved at a good pace. And here we are in the final session of the ultimate test. Williamson bat spinning before he taps it down. Now back and cutting through, out to deep cover, through the infield, and we'll reach the boundary. We'll pick up 4. Too much width on offer there from Shami. Williamson to 12, 64 for 2, and 75 to win. What a good shot that was. A really tremendous shot from this wonderful New Zealand batsman. Got into position very early and with the ball under his eye line, punches it through the covers. He got out playing a shot to a wideish ball in the first innings when he was on 49. This one wasn't all that wide, and he hit it between the 2 fielders. Beautiful shot. Shami, final ball of the over then. Past the stumps to Williamson, who's defending a ball that just rises up off a good length. He pats it to the offside end of the over. 64 for 2. Williamson on 12, Taylor 13. And 75 more runs to win from 28 overs. These 2 just just settling things down a little bit, taking the anxiety out of the run chase.
Yes, both very experienced. Taylor, the most experienced of the New Zealand team, and as we've all been talking, that is this going to be his last test? So clearly, he's been in such situations earlier on, and he's trying to ease the pressure by looking to play a few more shots than Williamson. Williamson quite happy to play the Pujara kind of role that Pujara plays for India at number 3, just holding one end up.
Andy?
18 runs in the last 3 overs. There'd been just 7 in the previous 7.
Yeah, they've definitely upped it a little bit, and I think that's because Taylor's been at the end that he wants to be, even though he's about to face Ashwin again. So how does it feel? So he's got a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket now, and a man set back at sort of 3/4 of the way back at long on. This is interesting. So wants to make him play, does Ashwin? That's how he feels he might prize out a wicket. Here he comes then, through his action to Taylor, who's on the back foot and defending to mid-wicket. No run. Sort of a good length delivery on the off stump.
Yes, I think there's a long on now. Well, not quite on the boundary, just maybe 10-15 metres inside. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg.
Mind games. Ashwin bowls. Taylor on the front foot, pushing, but it doesn't beat a diving Kohli at mid-wicket. No run.
Yes, I think what he'll try and do, Ross Taylor, is try and push it to that long on position for a single. But that was excellent work by Virat Kohli.
Ashwin past the stumps. Taylor smothers the ball as he squares up to it and plays it back down the pitch. Spins himself a catch, does Ashwin, as we so often see. He's now getting into his stride. Bowls to Taylor, who's driving out to long on for a single. Past Kohli for 1. Taylor then moves to 14, 74 more runs to win. It's an interesting field, isn't it?
Yeah. The difference is that what Virat Kohli is trying to do is to make it difficult for them to get the boundaries. The boundaries will just take the game away from India. He's quite happy to give the single to Ross Taylor. Now the fielder is back in the 30-yard circle at mid-on for Williamson. Williamson hardly ever lifts the ball.
Williamson on the front foot now into his crease, defending to the leg side. As Taylor just advances down the track. Not sure what he signalled just then, but Williamson comes down to pat the wicket now and looks out to the deep backward square boundary. There is no mid-wicket for Williamson, as deep mid-wicket as he's forward and defending to the leg side. In fact, at the end of the over, 65 for 2, 74 more runs to win, and 27 overs remaining. If I can get my words out, Sonny.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, because Shami has had a long spell. I think he's been given a breather. It's probably Ishant Sharma who's coming into ball. Ishant Sharma got the wicket of the New Zealand captain Kane Williamson in the first innings, so he's been given the ball. Jasprit Bumrah hasn't bowled too many overs because he's looked a little off colour, but clearly Ishant Sharma now, having got the wicket with the experience that he has, he's expected not just to keep the runs down, but he's also expected to get a couple of wickets.
Just wondered if a burst from Jasprit Bumrah short might be a go, but it will be the tall Ishant Sharma from the pavilion end as he sets off. 2 slips and a gully in position for Taylor, who crouches, looks to cut but doesn't get the width, so ends up heading to extra cover. No run. Almost back foot punch there from Taylor. The 2 most successful players for New Zealand in terms of runs scored: Ross Taylor on 7,531, Kane Williamson 7,190. A phenomenal average of 53 for Williamson.
Yes, and on these two remain New Zealand's hopes of winning the first ever World Test Championship.
Taylor crouches, cuts, gets the width he wants, and that is Pumped to the boundary. Do not bowl there to Ross Taylor. That is an easy shot for him to play. 70 more runs to win. Taylor moves to 18.
Yes, it's a shot outside the off stump. That is his favourite shot, along with that slog sweep which he plays against the spinners. Gets right on top of it, hits it between the fielders. Maybe Virat will look to have another fielder down there at deep point just to save the boundary. Yes, he's got one. He's taken the gully out, and he's got a fielder at deep point, more finer towards third man. So the gully is gone out. 2 slips still in position in case there's a horizontal bat shot. Half horizontal bat shot gets an edge, because Ishant Sharma perfectly capable with his height of getting the extra bounce.
Bustles in, does Sharma. Taylor forward and defending to Virat Kohli, who sprints in, collects the ball and shapes the throw, but doesn't leave his hand. As Taylor and Williamson come together, a little chat to each other before Taylor retreats. What a fine test match we've had, Sonny. Did you expect it to come down to the final session?
Well, with the way these two teams had played throughout the last couple of years, with their rankings 1 and 2 barely separated at the points table, I did expect a very, very good match, and that's what it is, but not as close as this.
It is really close. It's coming down right to the wire. The fans are loving it. The bright sunshine here at the Hampshire Bowl as Taylor drives to mid-on, no run, slightly fuller, aimed at the pads from Ishant Sharma. I referred to it as the Hampshire Bowl. It's the Aegeus Bowl, of course, in Southampton. Nice straight bat from Taylor when he played that shot.
If he had only got it 5 yards on either side, it could have been a boundary, because the fielder there is Mohammed Shami, who must be just a little bit tired after that longest spell that he's bowled. But again, the swing was just a little bit more, so instead of going straight, it's gone just a little wide to mid-on, straight to Mohammed Shami, dot ball. But the boundary will have taken the pressure off. If there had been no boundary in the over, there would be some pressure.
Taylor on the back foot, punching out to deep point. Gets up on his toes and picks up a single. Moves to 19, 69 more runs to win, 70 for 2 New Zealand. One more ball left of this over, and then it's 26 overs to the end of the day.
Yeah.
Ishant Sharma's not happy with the bowling crease.
Yes, the footmarks where he's landing. He's not quite happy. Because now looks as if he's going to bowl round the wicket, or no? I think the umpire was signalling for the groundsman to bring that hammer to flatten that area.
Some dark marks that have formed in and around where Sharma is bowling. Williamson steady, fiddly with his bat as he now hammers the pitch with it, stump high. Leaves the ball, allows it to pass through to the keeper. Interestingly, at the end of the over, 70 for 2, 69 more runs to win. Williamson on 12, Taylor on 19, and 26 overs remain. It wasn't spinning his bat on that occasion, Sonny, so it's something he likes to do between every ball, but he didn't then.
No, he didn't. It's just one of those habits which you form from childhood. The one man, which, I just had a very, very sort of brief look at him, and that too from a distance, from the stands. Somebody who used to do that pretty similarly, and even as the bowler was running up to bowl, was Hanif Mohammed, the great Pakistani batsman. The original Little Master, by the way. He was called the Little Master by the English media after he scored a brilliant 100 over a year. I think he got 100 at Lords when he got 167. And then there was another innings which he almost got 100, and when Pakistan was in trouble, he played a fabulous innings to help Pakistan draw the game. And he used to have this habit of spinning the bat, twirling the bat in his hand. But again, this is a young kid's recollection from many years ago, and from the square leg stand area, not from the straight stand area. But I do remember, because everybody was talking about it. Pakistan team had come to India after a long time.
We have a change of bowler. Ravi Jadeja is into Taylor, who's clipping the ball to the leg side. They'll come 3 for 1 as Ashwin slowly gets to the ball from mid-wicket. 71 for 2 New Zealand, 68 to win.
Yeah, I think Ashwin realised that the single, he couldn't stop the single, so he wasn't too fussed about rushing at the ball, though Rishabh Pant was trying to make it difficult with his screaming from behind the stumps.
He likes to get stuck in, doesn't he, Rishabh
yes.
Pant? In a jovial manner.
Yeah.
It's never nasty. As Jadeja is in, tosses it up to Williamson, who tucks it around the corner for another one. So runs coming freely at the moment for New Zealand. The ball gets tossed back to the left armour. Slip in play as a point cover, extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and out at deep backward square, and a leg slip as well for Taylor. No ball signalled as well.
Yeah, he does tend to overstep.
As he's through again to Taylor, this time into the pitch, and he defends back down.
So that's an extra run. In a situation like this, in a tight situation, should not be conceding those kind of easy runs.
66 more runs to win. Less than 26 overs left as Taylor forward covers the ball and defends to the offside. No run. He needs a bit of magic here now, Virat Kohli. He needs something. This partnership is crucial for New Zealand. As Jadeja is in again to Taylor, who's bowled, is he? No. The bails light up, but it goes past the stumps into Rishabh Pant's hands, and he knocks the bails off.
Beautiful ball. He's tossed it up just a little bit, and ball has gripped and turned. And I think that leg slip should go into a second slip position. There it is, looking for the drive. He's brought him forward, but Ross Taylor has got his foot back, dragged his foot back in time. Smart work by Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, but the Taylor was well inside, so no worries there, no wicket.
Bit of turn though, as Taylor now works this off the front foot, manipulates it out to deep backward square for 1. 66 more runs to win.
Yes, and maybe instead of the leg slip, because I don't know whether the ball will go to leg slip for a catch, but where the ball is now going towards the square leg umpire for singles, they've already taken 3 singles there. Maybe move a fielder there so that the easy single is not taken. Now, the deep square leg has been brought in for exactly that reason, to try and stop that single.
Ishant Sharma position there as Williamson this time plays with a straight bat down the pitch, pats it back. The last ball of the over from Jadeja, and over that went for 4, 74 for 2, then needing 65 more runs to win, in fact, off 25 overs. That run rate just coming down ever so slightly after those 2 wickets that fell to Ashwin. There was a period where the scoring rate stagnated, 21 dot balls in a row, but New Zealand seemed to have regained their composure. Andy?
To put Kane Williamson's career into perspective, you mentioned he's gone into second place on New Zealand's all-time run scoring list, averaging 53.6 in terms of his place in the all-time Test cricket pantheon of batsmen who've scored over 5,000 runs, so that the cream of the cream, 97 players. He has the 12th best average, currently nestled between Sachin Tendulkar and Brian Lara, so that's pretty illustrious company. That's from 85 tests. He has 24 centuries for New Zealand.
He is going to finish up as one of the greats of New Zealand cricket. Rishabh Pant has disappeared off the pitch. Not sure why. So Ridham Saha is one. And Ashwin is swung around. So he's going to bowl from the pavilion end. 2 spinners in tandem then. Deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. He's going to try his hand from this end to Ross Taylor, who's marking his guard. Leg slip and a slip in play. There's a deep cover. Pointer's just pushing round at the moment, just questioning where he should be. Mid off and a long on. Pujara at point there.
What is Ross Taylor going to do? Just push the ball around to long on for a single, keep the scoreboard ticking.
That's all he needs to do.
Yes, the mid-wicket is there. Mid-wicket is a lot straighter. Virat Kohli more wideish mid-on than mid-wicket.
It's an interesting one, Sonny, because as Ashwin has passed the stumps to Taylor, who's defending to mid-wicket, no run off the front foot. That pressure that Ashwin was building, that was creating issues for Taylor, and so you feel like this has been done as a response to all of those dot balls as Taylor forward presses and defends to the leg side, no run. I just wonder if he could have kept the field in to see if he would try and do something then.
Go over the top, you mean?
Yeah.
But he doesn't have too many runs. That's the only issue. Because if he had another 60 runs.
As Taylor again defends to Kohli at mid-wicket, no run.
If India was defending about 180, 190, I think he would have had the fielder in the mid-on, maybe at the 30-yard mark, which is slightly deeper, inviting Taylor to go over the top.
Taylor clips the ball past Virat Kohli at mid-wicket, who now races round to collect it. They come through for 1. Taylor to 22, 75 for 2, 64 more runs to win, 24.2 overs remaining in the day. I just feel like the way this field is set, it'll be an easy cruise to victory.
Well,
rather than kind of trying to prolong it as much as possible.
Well, things seem to have settled down now with this partnership between the two experienced batsmen. But when Taylor came into bat, things were a little tense.
Williamson on the back foot, punching past point out to deep cover for 1. Just dropping the length short on that occasion. Ashwin allows Williamson to rock back, 76 for 2, 63 more runs to win in 24.1 overs. Ashwin into his delivery stride once more, a bit quicker as Taylor is forwards, patting to the offside, and they sprint through for 1. It's a gentle look up and they come through. So frustration from an Indian point of view. 62 more runs to win at the end of the over, 3 singles from there, 77 for 2. New Zealand, Williamson's 14, Taylor on 23, 24 overs remaining.
Yes, I think the singles will take the pressure of both the batsmen. It's when you're playing a lot of dot balls that you start to feel the pressure, because your own score is not moving, your team score is not moving, and then you start to feel the pressure in a situation like this where the overs also can be running out. And now that they've got those 3 singles, the pressure will be off both the batsmen. Jadeja has got the odd ball to turn. We saw that in the previous over when he drew Ross Taylor forward, the ball turned, and his back foot was well within the crease, so there was no possibility of a stumping.
The news from the dressing room, Rishabh Pant is feeling unwell. So we'll await more details on that as Jadeja is in to Taylor, who's covering the ball and working it to mid-wicket, no run. Ridham and Saha with the gloves on behind the stumps.
Well, we saw Tom Blundell put the gloves on for New Zealand after Watling was injured.
Forward press for Taylor, who carves it out to the boundary in between point and deep cover. Pujara's on the chase and he manages to pull it back, so they'll come back for 3. New Zealand, Ross Taylor adding 3 to his score, 26 on the board, 80 for 2, 59 more runs to win, 23.4 overs left.
Well, just a little short and turning away. Didn't get it in the middle of the bat. You could see that it was off the bottom of the bat. If it had gone off the middle of the bat, it would have gone to the boundary. There would have been no chase whatsoever. But very good effort that from Cheteshwar Pujara, saving a run.
Jadeja tossing the ball up in the air. Williamson on strike. Got a long leg. That's the only man out at the moment for Williamson as he drives to Kohli at extra, no run. Well, they're in a kind of a weird spot at the moment, India, because those singles are coming, the runs are coming for Taylor and Williamson. If they can get 3s and over, then they're absolutely fine. And you just wonder at the moment how they're going to prize out a wicket. Jadeja bowls, Williamson defends. I just wonder if maybe a spell from Bumrah, a lightning spell from Bumrah, some short stuff.
Yes, I think Kohli has got to try everything, but he's just trying a couple of overs from Ravindra Jadeja. He's picked him in the side as at number 7 to bowl a few overs of spin.
Here comes the left armour again. Williamson back in his crease and plays it away to deep cover boundary. He gets the width he wants, but also the space by rocking back. That's 4 to Williamson, who moves to 18. New Zealand fans are looking slightly more relaxed than they did half an hour ago. 55 more runs to win, 23.1 overs left in the day. Williamson, lovely hands as he played that shot. His cover now goes out onto the boundary. He's on 18. Kane Williamson as he's forward pressing, and that beats the edge. That's the spin, that's the turn that's on offer for Jadeja at the end of the over. 84 for 2, 55 runs to win from 23 overs. Phil Tufnell is in, and a few words from you, Tuffers, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Yeah, big spin from Jadeja there, pushing forward. Kane Williamson ripped past the outside edge, but only 55 to win now for New Zealand. They've weathered that storm. Huge referral. Kane Williamson on the sweep to Ashwin. The umpire gave it out, Michael Goff, but on review he stayed, and that just seemed to calm everything down a tad, Simon.
Yeah, if that had been out, it wasn't out, but if it had been out, then the way India celebrated, you realised how much it meant to them, but it wasn't out. It was overturned. Williamson was pretty confident. He couldn't believe he was given out in the first place, actually, but he must have known that there's a possibility it was shaving the leg stump, so it had been umpire's call. But because then you get Williamson out, and then you Ashwin against the left-hander, Conway, you felt that was always a possibility. And then another left-hander coming in, Nicholls. But anyway, these two experienced players have really calmed things down, and India are under severe pressure now. New Zealand have this game under a reasonable amount of control. 84 for 2, 139 to win. It sounds quite straightforward, doesn't it? But it's been such a slow-scoring, tight game, and the bowlers have been on top, that you feel there could be another twist or turn, but whether it'll be a dramatic one seems unlikely, but you never know. Here's Bumrah outside the off stump, so you never know. We're about to find out, but no stroke from Taylor
in about an hour's time, I should imagine.
We've got, how many overs we've got left? 23 overs left, so plenty of time. 55 runs. We might well go into the last hour. I'm sure we will, actually, into the last hour, which will start now once we get down to 15 overs, so in 7.5 overs time. Partnership worth 40 now between these two.
He had a decent rate, 78 balls. They've just managed to up it, score a few boundaries at the right time.
Here's Bumrah. It's got to happen soon for India. Bumrah moves in and bowls outside the off stump. Taylor leans forward and allows it to go through. And Williamson has been sort of a model of restraint and defence again. 18 from 46 balls.
Yeah, he's just looked to pounce on anything short, hasn't he? Got 2 or 3 cuts away.
Taylor 26. I think we were seeing Henry Nicholls there, were we? The next batter in, who I think was involved in the most crucial moment of the day.
Oh, the catch.
The catch.
Oh, absolutely. Play of the day.
Yeah, definitely. To get rid of Pant, superb running catch. Here's Bumrah bowling, driven into the offside by Taylor, but straight to cover.
Well, you're right.
No run.
I mean, you stick another 30 or 40 on there, you're probably going to get very tight with the overs down the wicket.
I have to say, I thought 180 might take some getting.
Yeah, absolutely.
They just couldn't get themselves up there. Pant seemed the man most likely. It was that rather soft dismissal of Rahane, caught down the leg side, and Jadeja dismissed by Wagner as well. That was a big wicket because he was resisting Jadeja. Just followed it slightly, a ball across him from round the wicket. Bumrah bowls, Taylor, he's dropped at first slip. Bumrah so frustrated. Well, it was a reasonably sort of catchable one at Pujara dropping it, and India really needed that.
Yeah, that was crucial. Great delivery, poked forward at it, Ross Taylor. Catchable high. I mean, you've got to be taking them, I'm afraid.
And you see it for quite a long way as well. He just pushed at it and
couldn't get a nicer first catch, really.
No.
I've just had to perhaps just lean and go with it around, sort of, chest, tummy high.
So life for Taylor on 26. Bumrah tries again, bowls to Taylor. Taylor pushes into the onside, gets a single.
Yep.
Takes him to 27 and New Zealand to 85 for 2. Well, it was Tim Southey earlier who had the pressure of dropping Pant early on, and every run he scored, India making progress. That feeling of, it's a horrible feeling when you drop someone.
Yeah, I mean, that's a perfect height. As you said, it seems to take for an age to get there. Great amount of time just to see that. You'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, and it's not a cold hands day or anything like that. It's a pleasant afternoon.
That might have been their last chance.
Bumrah bowls to Williamson. Williamson tries to flick that way into the leg side. Can't get any power into the shot. Goes to mid-wicket and there is no run. So 54 to win with 22 overs remaining. That's still just about the limit of the run rate in the game.
Just creep over the line.
But yeah, New Zealand have got 8 wickets left. If they do need to give it a bit of umpty towards the end, they've got that licence as well, as long as they've got wickets in hand, of course.
Yeah, you can easily up it, even with men on the boundary. Then gaps will open up.
Yeah.
You would imagine that New Zealand are there, but as you say, it's a funny old game. Never quite know it. It's turning a bit for Jadeja. You just feel if perhaps he'd have caught that and then another quick one.
Yeah, it needs a couple of quick wickets, doesn't it? And also as well to get the crowd going. You feel that India, they seem a much more potent side when the crowd is noisy, and every ball becomes a huge event for the players out there. But they're quite quiet at the moment. Here is Jadeja. Little sweep shot, shout for LBW outside the line, surely. From Ross Taylor, not out from umpire Goff. Yeah, Taylor had stretched a long way forward there. I'm sure he'd got the pad outside the line. Are they going to review it? No, I don't think they are. The timer's going down.
Yeah. Don't do a Tim Payne at Headingley. We'll just review that one just because we've got one up our sleeve.
Yeah. They have not done so. They resisted the temptation.
Yeah.
Taylor waits. Jadeja goes in to bowl to him, and Taylor turns into the onside. He's looking to just nudge a single into the leg side against Jadeja, but that one was too close to mid-wicket. We're just having a look at the replay. Yeah, he got his pad outside the line of off stump, and he was playing a shot, so that should not be given out, and was not by umpire Goff. Jadeja bowls, pushed away by Taylor to backward point.
Yeah, you got that Williamson run wrong. We got that Williamson.
Yeah,
Williamson one wrong, which is a rarity for Michael Goff. He's had another excellent game, as has Richard Devon.
Jadeja to Taylor, and Taylor plays quietly towards mid-wicket. Him on the push, barely gets there. No run. Yeah, I mean, it was an odd one, really. To me, it didn't look quite right. Jeremy thought it was out. Jeremy thought it was going to be clipping leg stump once he'd given him out, but it was Ashwin. Ball a little off break. Jadeja bowls forward, goes Taylor blocking into the offside.
You see, I thought the thing that might have been in its favour, I thought it was the other one. I thought it was the current ball, which when it pitched, then would have just not carried on going down the leg.
Yeah. Jadeja bowls, and
not out
goes Taylor towards backward point, and there's no run. Thought the giveaway for me was that it flicked the outside of the pad and then went down fine, and they set off the leg by. So I thought, that's got to be right on the margin, surely, of being not out. Yeah. Anyway, it was just missing, and that was a big moment. Talk about the Nicholls running catch, and that was a big moment as well. That went in New Zealand's favour rather than just being umpire's call on that leg stump. 85 for 2 at the end of the over. 54 more required. Results.
New Zealand's catching in this test. They took 15 of the 17 chances they've had. India have taken 7 out of 9. For New Zealand, Ross Taylor took 3 catches, and he's gone into the top 10 most catches by non-wicket keepers in Test cricket. There were 5 catches for Tom Latham, 5 for Watling as well, who finished in 7th place in the all-time most dismissals list.
Yeah, Latham, that's a pretty solid bet in that slip corner. Here's Bumrah bowling, driven by Williamson gloriously for 4 through extra cover up to the Shane Warne stand, and there's not much applause for that stroke, apart from the few dancing New Zealand supporters in their beige, or some are in beige, some are in blue shirts, in a section of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, which is at deep mid-wicket. Fine shot from Williamson, beautiful stroke really.
Yeah, it's the first time he's looked to really sort of come forward with momentum and really crisply time that through extra cover.
And that's brought about a change in the field, but down to a slip and a gully, a slip and a forced slip really. There's a short extra cover in, and here is Bumrah at 89 for 2, 50 to win. Bumrah bowls, forced away by Williamson off the back foot, but not timed. It goes dribbling out towards Gill, fielding in the covers, and there is no run. 50 to win, and 20 overs available after this. As for the weather, it's only a blue sky and sunshine. It's 5:30, so I don't think light is going to come into it. Bumrah, pitter patter, and then the arm goes back, slingshot delivery, bowls to Williamson, who guides it down to backward point.
Oh, there'd be a riot.
No run.
There'd be a riot if the old umpires got the light meter around.
Well,
what?
The problem is, of course, is if the light, if they've been cloudy and they've taken that reading, what do you do then? I mean,
so weird.
Off we go.
I think even the umpires wouldn't. I think they wouldn't even dare. But then the rules.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Once you set the mark and it goes down there.
Yeah, but there won't be any problem.
No. Bumrah to Williamson, and Williamson stands up tall and guides it away with an open face straight to backward point, and there's no run.
I have the concept has worked for me though. With this game, even though it's been plagued by rain and what have you, I have felt a lift in sort of performance and determined. Do you know
definitely.
What I'm trying to say there?
Definitely, it's been a real struggle. They've really gone at it.
Yeah.
And in a way, the pitches and the conditions have dictated that, because it's been hard to score. So
but just real sort of knuckle down stuff.
Everything's been chiselled out.
Yes.
Bumrah.
Nice. Yes.
Moves into bowl. Oh, and he goes past the outside edge of Williamson's bat. I've been reading a few suggestions, and people sort of assuming that this was going to be a draw, and people saying, well, what can we do about that? We have 2 years, we have a final, it's a draw, but I don't think it's going to be now. I saw Mark Taylor, the former Australia captain, suggesting a timeless test, but the first innings are restricted to 150 overs.
Oh, like
so
you don't Shield cricket.
So you don't just bat forever and ever.
Yeah.
1939 Durban test we're talking about. Here is Bumrah bowling, full dug out by Williamson, back down the pitch, and there's no run. So it's timeless, but with a first innings limit.
And so you just can't block.
Exactly.
You need to get some runs.
Exactly. So you say 100. He was suggesting 150 overs. So. Andy Zaltzman's giving that the old sort of.
No, doesn't like it.
Anyway, I'm just saying that is a suggestion, and it's we like lots of views, and I know you're a sort of authoritarian.
Authoritarian, really?
But. All stats people are, aren't they?
Well, what did I used to play in Shield and stuff and grade cricket over in Australia? That was sort of that was first innings points, wasn't it, and what have you? And
first innings lead, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right, and what have you. But
if you're ahead on first innings, well, and of course the Bob Willis Trophy final was settled on first innings lead last season. Yeah, Essex were ahead of Somerset, and so the game ended in a draw, and they won it because they were ahead on first innings.
Yeah.
So there's that, I suppose.
Not happy again.
And not keen on that. Jadeja bowls. Taylor comes forward and plays it away into the offside. And
the shed's rocking. The shed's rocking in stress.
Anyway, that was Mark Taylor. Timeless test, but 150 overs in the first innings. And
not a bad idea. I like it.
And then Ian Chappell here is Jadeja bowling, and that was defended into the onside, and there's no run. Ian Chappell was saying, play it somewhere where the weather's going to be good, like the UAE. The only problem with the UAE, flat, and also no spectators.
Well, now, can you imagine if this was full house? This would have been rocking, really rocking.
Jadeja into bowl, and it's blocked by Taylor again back down the pitch. Yeah. So what you've got to have spectators, and England does give you that, doesn't it? There's a love for Test cricket here.
Yes. And this would have been full house every day.
You feel it. There would be crowds being very good for this game, don't you? Jadeja bowls, and it's played it quietly into the onside. There's no run, and of course, if it had been played a week earlier, it'd have been a perfect occasion. The weather had been fantastic. It's just you never can tell with the English summer.
Well, and let's be fair, we're going to come to a conclusion on this as well. So,
there's a result.
There will be a result. So.
Jadeja in, and Taylor plays defensively again. 50 to win, with 19.1 overs available.
I do like the extra day. For it though, it just gives you that breathing space, doesn't it?
Extra 2 days?
Pushing it a bit then. No, perhaps the extra day,
Jadeja, bowls turned away by Taylor for a single down towards fine leg, deep backward square, so under 50 now. If you'd like to see the highlights today, you can watch them now on the BBC Sport website and app. Just go to the text commentary and the clips are there. Reminder, there's a T20 tonight at 6:30, England Sri Lanka, and we'll be there as soon as things end here. And also there's a live T20 on BBC 2 tomorrow from 6 o'clock.
Starring?
It says starring Phil Coughlin. Have you got your...
I hope it's not starring.
Have you got your blues? Tuffers? You haven't got your kit?
I better start warming up now.
You only got to bowl 4 overs. Don't worry. Field for 20.
Might be able to just do that.
They won't need you to bat at the end, I should think.
No.
And if you can't watch the TV tomorrow, I think the game's on the radio as well.
We got it covered.
Yeah, on 5 Live, I think. And 5 Live Sports Extra.
We have got it covered everywhere. Cricket this summer.
90 for 2. Here's Bumrah moving in to bowl a new over to Taylor. And Taylor gets the bat down on that and plays it into the onside to chase round and in for Ashwin. And Taylor is able to come back for 47 runs to win for New Zealand. You feel that they've overcome that dodgy patch, and they are moving inexorably towards victory now. Some of the tension has gone out of the game.
Yes, it has. Man of the match, Jameson, without doubt.
Yeah, I mean, his figures are remarkable. They are.
Didn't go for a 4,
in the whole game. They are incredible.
I think that was like a 1-4.
In the second innings, he didn't go for a 4 in 24.
24 overs, didn't get hit for a boundary.
Yeah.
Didn't get a little clip off the legs or something.
Bumrah now bowls to Taylor. Taylor plays back down the pitch and there's no run. Let's just give his combined match figures. Have you got them there, Andy?
Yeah. First innings, 22 overs, 12 maidens, 5 for 31. Second innings, 24 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 30. So combined 46 overs. 22 maidens.
What?
7 for 61.
What?
Which, as well as the 7 wickets, is the most economical match by a bowler in a test in England, who's bowled at least 25 overs since 1994. The most economical by a fast bowler in England since 1980. He's bowled 25 more overs.
Yeah. And a nice little 20.
Bumrah bowls to Taylor. Taylor is forward, playing that away into the offside. And there's no run. He made 21. I mean, he was caught on the fine leg boundary as well. I mean, it's one of those that they had to get him out pretty quickly. He could have done some severe damage. I mean, he took it on. But
he just changed. He changed it a bit, didn't he? I mean, another 20 runs. You can all ifs and what have you, but and that Southey knock as well.
Yeah,
just gave him a little bit extra.
Well, Southey 30 and 4 wickets in the second innings. Really crucial on the last couple of days of this game. Bumrah at 92 for 2 goes into bowl to Taylor. Taylor's clonked on the head by a ball that leapt from nowhere.
Wow.
And even Bumrah's looking at the pitch there. Goodness me, that just took off and whacked him on the helmet. And the umpires are coming down just to check Taylor's okay. There's absolutely nothing he could do about that. It was the most extraordinary incident, almost as if the ball exploded.
That's maybe feeling a bit rough, actually, because that has exploded. That was a absolute...
Where did that come from?
Well, thank heavens he's got a good helmet on there, because he was pushing forward, going forward. He's looking forward, head over the ball, play it late, eyes. And it just hits him straight in the face.
Yeah, well, the physio's out there and just giving him a check. And you think of the days when you didn't play with helmets, and people say, well, batters in those days they played the ball better and right. But there was absolutely nothing you could do if you were playing with that helmet there. I mean, that was serious problems. Right, sort of into the forehead, really, between the eyes. And it was quite full.
Well, he's going forward.
Yeah.
I mean, as I say, Taylor doesn't particularly look to come forward. He sort of hangs on the crease. But that one was almost a half volley, which he's looking to go forward, and it's just leapt at him.
Yeah, well, that was a remarkable incident. It really was. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before in a professional match.
No. Well, he's all right by the looks of it. He's got a smile on his face.
Yeah. So anyway, the physio's out there, and they're just the ground staff out there as well, doing something to the foot marks at the far end. They're just taking a bit of time here. The score is 92 for 2. There are 18.2 overs left available to New Zealand to score the 139 they win. They're on the way. Williamson 22. Taylor survives on 30. He didn't go down or anything like that, but it was like being sort of whacked by a boxer, wasn't it? Yeah. Heavyweight boxer.
Yeah.
Whacked in the face. Anyway, he's okay. Here's Jonathan.
Yeah, dreadful ball, wasn't it? Just from nowhere. It almost went vertically up. Nasty.
Yeah.
I've seen that once, similar to it. I was playing a grade game in Sydney. Richie Beno's brother, John, was our captain.
Yeah.
He got that. He didn't have a helmet on, and that went straight. It was really awful. He didn't play again. That was the end of. He played for Australia. He was a good cricketer.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Did he play with Richie then? Did the two Benos work?
No, they didn't. And because John's much younger than Richie.
Oh, right.
Well, much younger, but he's younger than Richie. And I think. Are they? Just Andy here. There is some sort of stat about the Benos. Are they the longest time apart that two brothers have played Test cricket or something like that? Is that right?
That sounds right.
You can't say that.
He's been in the shed.
You can't slacken off yet. Well,
he's in there for 6 days.
I think that's a Beno stat. Anyway. Well, on we go. 92 for 2, 47 more needed.
It's done, isn't it? I guess it's done, isn't it?
Well, it feels like it is.
Yeah.
It feels like it is. But you see balls like that.
Yeah.
How is Taylor going to respond to that?
Yes,
I think I know where your eye would be next ball.
Yes. The old back foot.
Where he was tapping there was just a really good length.
Yeah, even foolish of a good length, I reckon.
So how do you get out of your mind? How do you get it out of your mind? And Bumrah's got to try and bowl in the same place, really. That becomes once again. Over the arm comes and he bowls, and Taylor lets that go through outside the off stump, and it whistles through to the keeper.
I think you think of how good the beer's going to taste once you've knocked off these final 47. That's what will get him through. Yeah, because that was a brute.
Really was. Yeah, thank goodness for helmets. That's all I need to say about that. 92 for 2 is absolutely fine. 47 more needed by New Zealand to become the first ever World Test champions.
It's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah. Bumrah's on his way and bowls, and that comes cutting back to. He's got another bruise up on the thighs. It really has been an awkward game for batsmen. They've been hit all over the place.
Yeah.
Nothing quite so devilish as that last one, though. And extraordinary. 92 for 2, 18 overs left. And you're welcoming Andy tomorrow night. He's out of his shed, isn't he? I think he's doing the telly tomorrow for that T20 match. Now,
I'm going to be in a different shed. I'm going to be in a truck.
Oh, right, okay. You've got like different sheds for different formats.
Yes. Well, I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
I'll see you down there, Andy.
Indians watching on from the balcony there. On two long faces. Ravi Shastri, I see.
Yeah, how do they? What's the Indian perspective here?
Well,
I guess.
What have they got?
Yeah, lost the toss.
47 is Jadeja bowling quite a low arm. Williamson is forward, playing out to cover. Yeah, I mean they've competed well, didn't they? They've been Jamesoned, really.
Yeah.
Bowled out for 217. Jadeja again tosses that up. Oh, that's spun. Saha's taken that. A lot of excitement there. That really did turn as Williamson tried to drive it. That went miles. It's gone straight through the top.
Might have been it. I mean, it would have had everything if we'd have played all the days, wouldn't it? Because it looks like it would have turned as well. This pitch, absolutely.
That's gone straight through the top.
Yeah, it's out of a foothole.
Yeah.
Trent Boult, I think.
Jadeja again bowls, and Williamson this time comes forward and plays into the offside.
Pant's back on, by the way.
He's back on. I can tell by the voice. He's got his sweater on there. In goes Jadeja once more, bowls. There's a sweep shot. This beats Pant, who stuck a leg out there. And that, I think, will run away for 4. There's a bit of a late bid coming in from the long leg fieldsman, and he's not going to get there. Another boundary. 43 to win, and these 2 old campaigners
seeing them home
patiently, unspectacularly, but with a lot of experience.
And it just goes to show, doesn't it? You know, I mean, population of New Zealand, you know, resources and what have you, taking on the might and everything of India. Just goes to show that if you get 11 good guys all together and you play as a team. And
Jadeja again bowls. Williamson comes forward. He's scored 26 from 58 balls. That goes with that really patient innings in the first innings too.
Yeah, not a lot of rotation going on with this New Zealand side, is there?
No.
You know, there's quite a lot of consistency in selection, isn't there? Or give, no, we're going to stay.
Good point, Tuffers. Jadeja again bowls, and Williamson drives into the offside. Straight to extra cover it goes. What can India do from here? It's not, I guess, a case of just trying to put men back and save runs and everything, because that's pointless. They'll just knock them off. But I think it's got to realise that, at the moment the game appears to be up, but then in 2 overs we've seen one explode off a length, another spin about 2 feet. So
keep going.
A bit of luck, you might be all right.
Keep going.
Williamson's now the top scorer in the match. 75 runs he has from 235 balls.
Cool.
And out just once. And we're looking for the difference between the two teams. See, the New Zealand seamers have been superb. Between them, 20 wickets, average 18. India's 7 wickets at 33. India's spinners have picked up 5 wickets quite cheaply, but that difference in the effectiveness of the seamers, well, though India have bowled, we've seen one of the finest, best balanced seam attacks that's come.
Here's Bumrah bowls another ugly ball, which Taylor plays very, very well. That climbed again, and Taylor to whip the bottom hand off the bat handle there. I think he's picked up another bruise. That really bounced.
Yeah, it's just started to pop off a length, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, that did climb.
Yeah, we saw Conway get battered and bruised as well.
No, it's as if the pitch has suddenly decided to play a few tricks in the last hour or so of the game. It's always offered a bit, but not this sort of assistance to the bowlers. India getting behind Bumrah now, who comes in once again, hurls it down, and Taylor again whips off that bottom hand, turns the ball into the leg side, and Bumrah fields. So Jameson's figures, I didn't hear what Andy said, but
unbelievable.
Is it 7 for 60 or 46 overs, 22 maidens?
22 maidens.
Yes, 7 for 61. Let's not overstate.
61. Thank you. I did it in my head. 7 for 61 or 46 overs, 22 maidens.
And how many fours in that 61, Andy? All told.
All told, 5. I think there were 2 in his first 3 overs, and then only 2. 4. 2 in his first 3 overs, and only 2 more in the remaining 43.
Remarkable.
That is.
Bumrah again bowls. That's a fuller length, and Taylor likes that. He can get forward, stroke the ball into the covers. There's no run. So it's ticking away. Overs left on the ball there. It's a bit hard to see from this angle, but it looks like 16 after this.
Yeah, plenty of time.
43 needed. Shadows lengthening. It's been a beautiful day here. The crowd have enjoyed it. The majority a bit disappointed at the moment with the way the game appears to be going. Bumrah in bright sunshine comes in and bowls down the leg side. A real faint little tickle. That's 4.
Yeah.
Very faint deflection. 4 more runs to Ross Taylor. He's just drawn on every ounce of experience here. It took him a long time to get going, not to get off the mark.
You just get the feeling now, you just saw think that's Ashwin down at fine leg, just jogging after that one. And beforehand, everyone was scampering everywhere, weren't they?
Yeah, I think they know the game is probably up.
Yeah, I think so now. We're going to need something extra special.
100 up. 100 for 2 in the 37th over. And Bumrah, that little stalking approach. Now he's rushing in and bowls. And I tell you, he's beaten outside the off stump. And I will say they've had no luck at all, the Indian bowlers. They've had none. They have beaten the bat so many times in this innings. It just hasn't gone for them. There was a couple of overs at Bumrah bowl that it was just
playing miss.
Lay bat on him.
No, and that was Taylor. You just felt at that time that something might be in the air. They've ridden it well, these two. Immense pressure.
Now change to the field. We've got a man coming in who's taking the helmet. He's going into short leg, is he? That's an interesting development at this stage.
Why not?
Maybe just try some shorter stuff then. Short leg going in.
Or hit that patch. 6 on that patch would be handy.
39 to win. And goes Bumrah. Bowls. It keeps low. Hits the very bottom of Taylor's bat. Didn't quite shoot along the ground, but it certainly didn't bounce as much as he wanted, and he's tapping right there at the pitch. The trouble is, it gets to a stage where you don't want to tap very hard in case you do something rather horrible to it. It's all getting a bit loose.
Yeah.
100 for 2. 16 overs are left to be bowled, and New Zealand need 39 more runs. And they've got to be scored, but these two came together at 44 for 2. Been together ever since, a few alarms along the way, and they certainly haven't found scoring easy.
Be quite a fitting end if those two are at the crease.
Yes, it would. Drummer's gone quiet.
Yeah, I think he's packed up and gone home.
I think he might have done. Still some shouts, still some noise there, some encouragement, advice maybe being shouted out from the Indian supporters. Jadeja's going to continue. He made one really spin in his last over, and they brought another close fielder in now. So there's 2 slips really.
Yep.
For Jadeja. Bowling to Williamson on 26. He darts this one in, and Williamson comes forward and then just runs the ball away for Pant to pick up. 100 for 2, 39 to win. And Williamson's doing a bit of prodding at the pitch. Jay's ready to bowl, but Williamson not ready to receive at the moment. He looks around. Gaps there in the leg side. If you dare try and drag one across there, forward he comes to the next ball, pats it away. Certainly very unhurried, Williamson. Seems to be the way he goes about his business. An accumulator, but a very successful accumulator. Jadeja again. Bowls to him, is on the back foot. That almost goes into his stumps. He's chopped it away. Picks up 1 down towards third man. Jadeja's smiling. Almost hurried through. 38 to win. Kohli strokes his beard. He's still smiling. Not bristling quite as much as he was an hour ago. Taylor looks around. See if he'll take Jadeja on. Jadeja goes in, bowls to, floats it up, works it into the mid-wicket area. Straight to Gill. No run again. 38 to win. Oh, they're certainly eking it out and making full use of the overs available. Be patient so far. A movement behind the arm here now. It's distracted somebody. Kohli looks frustrated. Hands on his hips there, saying what's going on. Jadeja again. Moves in, and there'll be a run there that creeps away into the leg side off an edge. And arms are raised there behind the wickets and in the slips. But the result is another run to New Zealand. 37 more to win. Taylor moves to 35, and that was a no ball as well, so they get an extra one. He does that, Jadeja. He bowls got a lot of no balls.
Oh, it's a big one.
It is a big one, looking at that. Certainly on the second half of the line, as it were, so 36 to win then. That's floated up. Oh, almost gets through again, but they're going to take another single. Running it away into the leg side. One more to go in the over. 104 for 2. 35 needed. Taylor 35. Gives the pitch a last prod. Scratches at his guard. Certainly in no hurry. Now he's over his bat. Jadeja wearing number 8. Bowls to him. Oh, there's a leading edge. Looking to turn that into the leg side. That could have popped up anywhere. Could have popped up to Kohli at short cover, but it didn't. So 104 for 2. 35 more needed. And time for our Radio 4 long-wave listeners to leave us just briefly for the shipping forecast. Williamson 28. Taylor 35. And it's another drinks break.
Yes.
On they go. The start of the final hour. So out they all come again. Scurrying out, sweeping up and so on. Ground staff there with masks on, carrying bits of wood and buckets and stuff.
So, I mean, just thinking about it, it's a great result for New Zealand.
It is.
Fantastic result to push this forward and to even, get to the point where you're actually finally going to win the game.
But remember the first couple of hours when actually they didn't bowl well at all?
No, that's right.
And India's openers put on 62.
Yeah.
And then Jameson clicked.
Yeah.
And Wagner had Gill out. Things have started to happen from that point. Pujara doing 36 balls to get off the mark, hit 2 fours and was out for 8.
Yeah.
LBW to Boult. Kohli 44 from 132 balls. Again, just showing how awkward it was to score. Rahane 49, played that funny little pull shot and got caught at mid-wicket.
Yeah, lots of different little moments, aren't there?
Yeah, there were 149 for 3.
Yeah,
bowled out for 217.
Yes, there you go. That's the start.
They lost 7 for 71. Yeah.
And I think you can look at the tail end collapses in both innings. They lost their last 4 wickets in 38 balls in the first innings and in 22 balls in the second innings. So that's a total of 10 overs to go from 6 down to all out in the 2 innings combined. As I mentioned, New Zealand managed to have 57 for from the fall of their 6th wicket in their 1 innings. And in a game that's gone down to the last hour, that rather careless batting at the end of a game, and that weakness that we highlighted, the differences between the two sides, that weakness in tail end batting between comparing India with New Zealand has ended up being very influential.
It's the old tails fault again.
We always get the blame.
We do.
And the bowlers get dropped after this in one of the teams. It always happens. 104 for 2 then, so 35 needed. There's 15 overs left. We're into the last hour. It was always going to go to the final hour on the 6th day, this match, and certainly assisted by the weather it has done. I don't think we'd have got this far without 2 complete washouts, because there's been enough in this pitch throughout to keep the bowlers interested. So they're having a last drink. Tuffers, you'll observe something, what you might think that India might try and do here. It's tricky for them. Simon Mann's coming in here.
It is indeed. New Zealand have weathered that initial sort of onslaught by India. Kane, Williamson, the right man for the job, and then he was joined by Ross Taylor, full of experience. Took him a long time to get off the mark, but then managed to get a few away. And they've got themselves in a very, very good position. Simon.
Yeah, what a lovely feeling it must be for these 2 old campaigners out there, Taylor and Williamson.
Yeah.
The final hour of the match, they're just brushing away at the crease there, with only 35 runs required for victory. Welcome back to our Radio 4 Longwave listeners. After the shipping forecast, the players have been taking drinks.
Must have been a nice drink for them.
Yeah, definitely.
Just have a little.
Really almost savour it as well, this position.
Exactly.
The World Cup final against England at Lords, it was so tense, wasn't it, as they moved towards that climax. And the previous World Cup final they played, they were well beaten by Australia. They must have had a sinking feeling for most of the day. But in this situation, they can almost, not quite relax, but you can really relish it, enjoy every moment out there. Ross Taylor, 37 years of age. You wonder about his,
might not see him,
Test future. You just don't know, do you? What he's going to plan to do from here. And Williamson, class player, of course. And India must know that they're a beaten side. They won't give up.
No,
they certainly won't give up. But they know it's gone against them today. They've been outplayed by New Zealand today. Haven't quite been good enough in these conditions. New Zealand's 4-man pace attack, too good for them.
Relentless.
Yeah. And here is Bumrah, first ball of the last hour. Williamson on 28. And he beats him outside the off stump.
Good start. They've been unlucky. If a few things had gone India's way, a couple of nicks, it could have been different.
And Taylor dropped, of course, by Pujara at first slip. Bumrah's got a smile on his face. So we've got 15 overs left in the match. I'm sure India won't bowl more than 15 overs. That's 35 runs to win. I had that feeling, we talked about it earlier, 180 would have been a bit of a struggle to get.
Without doubt.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah going into bowl to Williamson. Williamson comes forward and guides that away towards backward point. Jadeja picks it up, and there's no run. In Cardiff, England, remember, playing Sri Lanka in a T20 this evening. There's another one tomorrow. That's on BBC Two. Sri Lanka have won the toss and decided to bat first. We'll bring you the teams in just a moment. We'll be going across there at the end of this match to pick up action from that first T20 of the season, international T20 in England and Sri Lanka. Bumrah moves into bowl to Williamson, who flicks us away. It's a lovely shot with plenty of bottom hand, but straight to mid-on, and there is no run. There are 3 T20s in this series, tonight, tomorrow and here on Saturday, 2:30 in the afternoon, and bring you ball by ball commentary on all those games. And then 3 one-day internationals, England Sri Lanka, starting next Tuesday at the Riverside. I'm very close to bringing you those teams. Here is Bumrah bowling, and that one takes off a bit as well, and Williamson head rocks back as he plays it pretty well actually into the offside, down towards backward point, and there is no run. Well, we are at 6 o'clock on the 6th day.
Well, yes, I suppose so.
With the grounds, never prepared a pitch for this long. We missed 2 days cricket on it, but it's still, I suppose, sort of wears over the 6 days a bit. I don't know, dry out a little bit. I don't know.
Under covers and whatever.
Bumrah to Williamson. Williamson forward, playing into the onside. Towards mid-on. Sri Lanka, Pereira, Gunatilaka, Avishka Mendis, De Silva, Shanaka, Hasaranga, Udana, Dhananjaya, Chimera and Pradeep. That is the Sri Lanka line-up. Pereira the captain, with Gunatilaka at the top of the order. Plenty of all-rounders in there, plenty of bowling options. I'll give you the England side now as well. Here is Bumrah, moves in and bowls to Williamson, who drives. That's a magnificent stroke. He's threaded that through the offside. There's plenty of cover there. It's gone out to the extra cover boundary for 4, and New Zealand need 31 more to win. They are 108 for 2. So England: Roy, Butler, Milan, Bairstow, Morgan, Livingston, Sam Curran, Chris Jordan, Chris Wokes. I thought he'd retired. Chris Wokes is playing an international match for England. Rashid and Wood. So that's a pretty strong-looking England line-up. The first white ball match. Sorry, Andy?
Do you think they'll rest Chris Wokes after the toss?
I would have thought so, yeah. When you had that international sub, remember that sub that could come on, just sub him out. Anyway, so he gets to play. 108 for 2. And New Zealand closing in 31 away. Tossed up by Jadeja, driven up towards mid-off by Taylor. There is no run. There are 14 overs left, 31 to win. Overs should not be a problem. The only problem for New Zealand would be if they lost 2 or 3 very, very quick wickets, but these two have just battened down the hatches and just kept India at bay. Here's Jadeja bowling to Taylor, who blocks that into the offside in the early evening sunshine after some days of frustration down here with the weather. We are going to get a positive outcome to this game. Jadeja bowls, Taylor plays defensively into the onside towards mid-wicket, but New Zealand not taking any chances. Sometimes you get to this situation, side in sight of victory, the runs start to come very quickly. But India are not giving up. They're making it tough as they possibly can. Here's Jadeja bowling to Taylor. Taylor's forward, playing out towards extra cover. And these two, of course, would love to be here at the close as well. There are 2 slips in. There's a deep cover on that offside, so we've got 6-3 offside field for Jadeja, spinning the ball away from the right-hander. Taylor nudges into the onside, tight single. And there's an underarm throw from mid-wicket that goes over the keeper's head and has to be backed up at backward point. But one more, 30 to win. There will be commentary from Cardiff starting on the BBC Sport website and app from 6:15. If you want that, and Sports Extra listeners will be there as soon as we end here. 30 runs away, or 8 wickets for India, or fewer than 30 runs in 13.1 overs. Williamson 32, Taylor 36. They came together when Conway was out at 44 for 2. It really felt as if the game was in the balance then. Here is Williamson stretching right forward, pushing it back down the pitch. Jadeja bends down to pick up, and there is no run. But Williamson and Taylor have controlled the situation superbly for their team to meet in mid-pitch and punch gloves. So 30 to win from 13 overs. And Jeremy Coney is here. I'm just suggesting to Tuffers, this is a lovely situation actually for Taylor and Williamson to be in. They're there together, they're in, but also almost a save of the moment. I don't know whether they're thinking about that at the moment, but
that will not be part of their thinking at all. But for us looking on, I think that occurs to us that it's appropriate if that happens. I mean, Taylor's been there now, around this team, 108 Test matches. That's over double the ones that I played. It felt long enough then, to be honest. We don't play. To play 108 Tests for New Zealand, Simon, you need to play for a long time, you know, because we don't get as many tests, say, as England get. We get 2 Test match series generally against most, unless we invite teams to New Zealand, where we'll get 3s.
Here is Ishant Sharma, bowls to Taylor, a bit late on a backward cut shot there, went under the bat and through to Rishabh Pant, who's on the field now. Sahar kept wicket for a while. We're told Pant was unwell, but anyway, he must have made a pretty quick recovery. Just remind us, Andy, at what age Ross Taylor started his international career and what year he started.
Was it 2008, something like that? May have been.
I think it was.
May have been before
2007. I'll just get his numbers up.
I think his first Test, Andy, might have been at Seddon Park in Hamilton, or that might have been the place where he got his first 100.
He's got a very good record there, I know that.
Yes, he has. And I think that was the tour when Harmison and Hoggard were dropped in the very next match in the Test at Wellington, and that's when Anderson and Broad came in.
Yeah.
It's a very nice background you've got there too. It's on the back of my book.
Yes, the playing mantis.
Oh, I see. Right. Oh, I see. That's right. We should just explain this to the listeners that Andy's in the shed, and he's got a backdrop. He's got a backdrop of the back cover of Jeremy's, but the front cover of Jeremy's. It is the back cover. Yeah, right. And it's called. What is it called?
The Playing Mantis.
The Playing Mantis. Because your nickname was the Praying Mantis, wasn't it?
No, just the Mantis.
The Mantis.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Gangly.
Mantis is God. There's a big banner in a photograph.
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Here is Ishant bowling very full. It's driven back in it. Ishant falls over and it hits him on the back and deflects up towards mid-off.
It's not cod, is it?
God, you haven't denied it either, Jeremy.
Took me ages to write that.
That was about your playing career, was it? Way back?
Oh, I don't know where it was. I think it looks as if it was Auckland there, looking at the...
No, I mean the book.
The book? Oh, the book. Yeah, way back. Probably just in the 80s, late 80s.
86, it says here.
Interesting piece of fielding there from Ishant Sharma as he fell over and it hit him up to mid-off. Anyway, no run, 30 to win. And Ishant Sharma moves in to bowl to Taylor on 36. He's with him now, and Taylor flicks that away nicely, through back with square leg, runs from here, probably 2. Yes, Shami goes away to his left, scoops it up before it goes into the boundary rope, and they come back for those 2 runs. So Taylor to 38, and New Zealand to 111 for 2. 28 more runs required for victory. Andy.
Ross Taylor's career began in November 2007. Had a couple of low-scoring tests in South Africa. Then that game at Hamilton that you mentioned, it was his first home test, his 3rd test in all, and he made 120 in the first innings against England. Scored a fantastic 154 off 176 on his first tour of England back in 2008.
Oh, Manchester or something like that, was it? Yeah.
Ishant goes in and bowls to Taylor, and Taylor is beaten. We've seen quite a bit of that, but not so many edges found by the Indian bowlers, and Ishant stands in the middle of the pitch and says, this is a very unfair game.
In total, Taylor's passed 7,500 runs during the course of this tour, averaging 45.7 with a strike rate fractionally under 60 runs per 100 balls. As I mentioned earlier on, he's entered the top 10 in this game, most catches by a non-wicket keeper in Test history.
Just seeing that ball again, he was bowled an absolute beauty there by Ishant Sharma. I mean, it was a magnificent delivery. It went a long way. It pitched on the stumps and left him and beat the outside edge.
Hard to hit those.
Yeah, even Taylor sort of pursed his lips and said, Ishant bowls to him. He's in behind that one, playing that defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Plenty of time available here for New Zealand, and at the moment they're using all of it. 12.1 overs left to get the 28 more they require for victory. Set 139 in 53 overs, and that looks a straightforward equation, but it's been a hard-working pitch throughout. Those of you who've been with us over the course of the last 6 days will know the struggle it's been for batters on this surface. But New Zealand look to have mastered the conditions sufficiently now. Ishant into bowl to Taylor. Taylor drives firmly back. Ishant Sharma stops it again and his follow through, getting down and blocking it. He gets the pat on the back from 2 of his colleagues there. Well, they're not giving up, India. They're really making New Zealand work as hard as they possibly can for these runs, but it feels an unequal contest now. 28 from 12 overs, 8 wickets in hand. And the New Zealand supporters on the far side of the ground standing up and cheering and anticipating victory, whereas the Indians, I don't know whether some have gone, I think a few have, but they are very, very quiet. You certainly heard them when Conway was LBW to Ashwin, that gradually the noise levels have gone down from the Indians. They know that New Zealand are close.
You wonder whether there's another spell in Shami, because he's been the one quick bowler, and this has been a pitch and a game dominated by the faster men, whether he's got one more little spell in him.
For now it's Jadeja bowling to Williamson, and Williamson gets a ball down the leg side, tries to flick it away. It's taken by Pant, who whips off the bails. That kept very low on its way through. Just looking at this surface, and you just think 200 to win, 180, 200.
Well, you go back to that first partnership of 60.
Here is Jadeja to Williamson. Williamson stretches right forward, defends.
That was a very important. As it's happened, it hasn't made the difference, but it could have quite easily, couldn't it?
In a way, it was
right
some of the most free-flowing batting of the game.
It was.
It wasn't in terms of great bowling. But here's Williamson turning into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. If you've tuned in for England versus Sri Lanka, the first T20, coverage is starting online now via the BBC Sport website and app. Sports Extra listeners will be there for commentary as soon as we end play in Southampton. Radio 4 long wave listeners will stay for some reaction from this final. I think everyone thought the game would be done by now at 6:15 on the 6th day. So the England-Sri Lanka game gets underway without any competition, but we're still going, and we're going further. Williamson dead batting that into the offside, and there is no run. 11 overs left after this. It's 28 more required. New Zealand just making absolutely sure, just not taking any chances whatsoever here. Jadeja bowls. Williamson stretches forward there, and the ball goes behind him, bounces hard into the surface and up to wicketkeeper Pant, who collects the ball. And Williamson spun round there just to see where that ball had gone. It was an odd one. He hit it into the surface and it bounced past his leg stump.
He didn't quite get the length, did he? And then followed it with his hands after it and had it bounce down from the bat over the stumps.
Last ball of the over coming up from Jadeja. 28 to win. Then he bowls to Williamson, who skips down the pitch and clips him wide of mid-on for 4.
Boy, that's a nice shot, isn't it? That's the difference between Latham going down and not getting there and playing a defensive stroke, and Williamson comes down, he looks to attack, and he actually got there close enough to that ball. It was more leg stumpish for him, but he got there with some decent stride and then just put it away between mid-on and mid-wicket. Just a lovely stroke.
Yeah, beautifully controlled. 24 to win in the last 11 overs, and Williamson now moves to 36. And these two have been together since 44 for 2, and Conway was out, so 54, 64, 69 they put on for this third wicket. Best weather of the match now. It's a lovely evening in Southampton. New Zealand enjoying themselves. Ishant Sharma top of his mark, and Taylor on 38 waits for him. Ishant goes into bowl, and Taylor is a bit late on that, but he gets it down towards the boundary at third. The chase is on. Is it going to be picked up inside the rope? Yes, it is. Jadeja bends down, and they are coming back for 3. Jadeja sends in the return. It's quite a tight one. Williamson sliding his bat, just bounced in front of Rishabh Pant, the wicketkeeper, and they go through for 3. Jadeja there, did he just slip a bit? That might be the reason he just couldn't get the ball away, and he looked behind him to see where
it was still damp down there, isn't it, right by the boundary.
Yeah, just held him up in terms of getting the ball away, so they were able to come back for that third run. So 21 to win now. Taylor to 41. New Zealand 118 for 2. Kohli still orchestrating the field, but he knows this is done now. 10 overs left after this one. Now it's Williamson on strike, a second slip and a fifth slip in. Gap between wicketkeeper and slip. Here is Ishant bowling to Williamson, who turns that towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, I think looking at the crowd, some of the Indian supporters have left now. It's been great to have the crowds here, actually. I mean, we were here last summer, and it was, the ground was a bit soulless. The cricket was interesting at times. There was a very good first test between England and the West Indies, but even with a crowd of 4,000, it just makes such a difference. Appreciation for the players, the shots, and the Indian supporters have been fantastic in this game, supporting their team and all these levels, the intensity levels, the singing. It's given it a great atmosphere.
Music.
Here is Ishant bowling, and Williamson defends. Is he going to get a single? No, he's not. Fielder comes in, Gill from cover, and so those who are suggesting, okay, what can you do with the final in the future? Where should you play? Saying play in the UAE because you're guaranteed good weather. Will you get any crowd at all? I mean, Test match cricket is not supported in the UAE. You want to play it where there is a crowd.
Yes,
England's an option. Australia would be an option. India would be an option. I suppose it depends who's in the final, doesn't it? Really.
Does. And whether you have a home venue for each of the sides, or whether you play them all in the same place, obviously that's cheaper. than sending them, one in New Zealand, one in India, and then one in a neutral.
What, saying have a 3-match final?
Yeah, well, have to have 3, I think, don't you? Got to have 3. You can't just have 2, can you? What do you want, 5?
Here's Ishant bowling. Oh, beautifully clipped away. Fantastic shot from Williamson through mid-wicket for 4. It was full, and away it went. Well, I was thinking, it's probably going to be a one-off game, isn't it?
You'd think so.
Was it Jeff Allardyce was saying that, he said that I think a one-off game is the viable way for the final, so you have to, where you're going to play it in 2 years' time or whatever.
Well, in that case, it has to be neutral, doesn't it, somewhere? Yeah. With people who like the game.
Yeah.
So this is a good venue, a good place to play, a good country to play.
Apart from the weather.
Apart from the weather. And that, of course, brings up one of the key points of this match, doesn't it? I mean, that's the first point that you would talk about. The turning points of the game is the weather, actually, in this match, and the New Zealand winning the toss before even a ball's been bowled.
Ishant bowls to Williamson, who cracks that away out towards the cover boundary. He's not timed it perfectly. Jadeja's after it. He'll scoop it up inside the rope. They'll look for 3 again. They'll definitely get it because Jadeja has knocked it back. And the runs are beginning to flow now. And New Zealand are closing in on victory. 14 more to win. 125 for 2. And their supporters are standing up there in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand at deep mid-wicket. Close to saluting a New Zealand victory. There aren't that many of them. They've been heavily outnumbered by the India supporters who've been here. But it has been the counterpoint to just Indian support. Some of them are bare-chested over there on the far side, waving flags, standing in the sunshine. Ishant bowls down the leg side. He tries to turn it away. Taylor misses it. It's through to the wicketkeeper. It's 125 for 2. So 14 runs to win. Williamson is 43. Taylor is 41. And to take New Zealand home, it will be Jonathan Agnew and Jeremy Kohli.
So 14 runs required, more by New Zealand. 2 down for 125. Williamson and Taylor both moving into those nasty 40s, which no one really has been able to survive other than Devon Conway, who managed to just sneak past into the 50s. But it's one of the curiosities about this game, really, that there just hasn't been any batsmen who've been able to survive in these conditions for much more than 40, and there have been some very nice 40s, Rahane's and Kohli on that first day. It's been some good bowling though on this surface. It's been tricky. It's been tricky for the batsmen right throughout.
14 runs from lifting the mace and becoming world champions in Test cricket. The first time it's ever been done, and fitting that Kane Williamson has just patiently and quietly steered his team to this position, along with Ross Taylor. 41 not out. And we've got Shami bowling outside the off stump, and Williamson hits that aerially. It bounced a bit more than he expected. Punched it off the back foot. There's a bit of bounce.
I think this is the last roll of the dice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bringing Shami back, and it makes sense. He's bowled a few overs in this innings, and he had to come back because he has been India's best seamer, I think, on display in this match. Others will have their times in other games, but it's been Shami here for me.
125 for 2, 14 to win. There's 2 slips there. Quite defensive looking ring though otherwise, as Shami rushes in, bowls to Williamson, who pulls that into the leg side, into the shadows it goes. They've run 1, they'll get 2 as the long-legged Sharma goes down there, hurls the ball back in again. And 2 it is, so 12 now to win the match and take the title.
Yeah, you can see Williamson starting to play some shots now, isn't he?
Yep.
You start to get a little glimpse at. We've seen his defensive game right throughout the match. Now we're starting to see there's another component to him as well.
2 slips waiting there. 12 to win. It's the Kiwis you can hear singing in the crowd. As Shami rushes in the sunshine, he's there and he bowls, and that goes down the leg side. Pant rolls over and gathers it. Still 12 to win, 127 for 2. There were 44 for 2 when these 2 came together. Just played very patiently. They needed a bit of luck. There's an awful lot of playing and missing. Bumrah in particular, and also Shami, bowled absolutely beautifully. They could have done no more. But it's been New Zealand's day. There's a horrible ball that climbed from nowhere to hit Ross Taylor on the forehead
as he was coming forward.
Yes. Shami again on his way, bowls, and Williamson checks a drive there. It's very full. Could have perhaps driven that straight down the ground, but happy just to pat it back to the bowler and say, no, I'm happy at the moment. 9 overs remain after this. 12 to win. Kohli's rubbing the ball. He's doing his best to encourage his troops. One last effort, get something, some sort of miracle. Williamson again twiddles the bat. And Shami bustles in past the umpire. Over the wicket he goes and bowls. And he's swung out high. He's going to be caught, is he? There's an Indian man running after it. There, he's dropped it. Dropped it, running round from backward point. It was up in the air, and we saw Nicholls take a brilliant catch. Sort of similar, a skyer spinning and swirling. And that went, well, third man running in would have caught it. There were 2 slips running back. And it's Bumrah who's put it down at backward point. It's not an easy one. But that feels like it's the last throw of the dice, really. Not sure if you've got much of a hand on it, really. Kohli buries his head in his hands.
Sun away to our right, is it?
Yeah, well, probably into that.
Yes, exactly.
Shami again bowls, and that's to hit away into the leg side. That'll go for 4. Away into the shadows again. 6 to win.
Williamson 50.
Yeah, well played. Well played, the captain. 51 from 86 balls. He was given out LBW. That was overturned. That was, I think, when he only had 1 too. It was very early in his innings. He was actually given out. 6 to win. So it's unlikely that Taylor could get to his half century.
Williamson's half centuries at 86 balls with his 8th 4. It's his 57th 50-plus score in Test cricket. 24 of them he's converted into hundreds. He's reached 100 runs for the match, and I think if he'd scored them all in one innings, we'd be talking about it as one of the great hundreds. He's the highest scorer in the match, and this is the highest partnership.
6 to win. Taylor on strike. And it's the long-legged Ishant Sharma running in from the pavilion end, who bowls down the leg side. Taylor can't get anything on it. And Pant gathers that and flicks the ball away. 133 for 2. You and I were sat in this situation 2 years ago.
Yes, we were.
More or less.
Yes, we were.
Well, is it
was even tighter. It was even tighter then, wasn't it? Really?
Will it assuage it? Will it soothe the nerves and soothe the disappointment winning this?
I've given all that up now. I don't feel as if there needs to be, the balance needs to be sort of righted in any way.
Well, it's a brilliant performance. Sharma on his way bowls, and that's driven hard back at him. In fact, hits him there. There's been a lot of bruises in this match, and Sharma's got one now. It's gone into his right hand. Oh dear, we need the physio.
Turning points in the game, Aggers, what do you think? I mean, I've just mentioned the weather and the rain, and how that New Zealand winning the toss, how that helped New Zealand. I can't emphasise that enough, that winning the toss under heavy cloud.
Good toss.
And they had principally
right,
swing bowlers. Yeah. Didn't get it right for the first, and it could have been very costly, those 60 runs. New Zealand, by the way, got 70 in their first, their 2 openers as well. Looks like Sharma going to go
He's
off.
into his right hand now. Well, he might as well go off, and someone complete the over. Then you want 6 to win. That's what's going to happen, actually.
Someone will complete the over.
Yeah, it looks as if Bumrah's going to come back with 6 to win. No chance to loosen up. But Ishant Sharma's walking off, nursing his bruised right hand. So that's the last we'll see of him.
And I think the first point from New Zealand, Aggers, would be Jamieson coming back and stopping that bleeding for a start, and then claiming the wickets.
Yeah. Was that a really good catch of Southees at
Rohit.
The first catch, yeah. Then comes Bumrah then, and he bowls outside the off stump. He's run away down towards third man. Won't go for 4, but they should get 2. And so New Zealand now within a boundary. A clean boundary hit or an edge or anything you like of victory. and to become world champions. England-Sri Lanka is online at the moment, but those listening on Sports Extra will be joining that commentary when this is done. So it might be any moment's time. 135 for 2. It's 4 to win. Taylor's over his bat as Bumrah in the sunshine comes skipping in and bowls to him, and he's a bit late on that, Taylor, and the ball bounces away into the offside. So nothing for him there. 4 to win. Taylor's 43, Williamson 51. But yes, that's sort of the reassessment maybe of New Zealand's bowlers then, and getting their line, the line better.
I think that was a key moment, wasn't it? 146 for 3 at the end of the first day. You'd have to say India in charge.
Yeah.
At that point, Kohli still batting, 40 odd not out.
Indeed. It's 4 to win, and Bumrah is on his way and bowls to Taylor, who turns that into the leg side. Straight to mid-wicket it goes. It remains 4 to win. With 1 ball left in this over, Bumrah stepping in for the injured Ishant Sharma.
Kohli LBW that next day, wasn't he? It was a nip backer, and then he got Pant, if you remember, in the slips.
Yep.
Rahane playing that stroke. Now that could have been that's a big moment, isn't it?
Certainly.
How he was playing.
4 to win. Bumrah again from the far end moves in and bowls to Taylor, a lively ball outside the off stump that he ignores, and it's still 4 to win. And on we go with how many overs to go? 8 to go. So plenty of time. It just needs to be finished off now. I'm not sure who's going to bowl it from this end. It's Shami again, so there's no question of Kohli giving any easy options away here.
No. And neither should he.
No, it's the world.
I mean, it's been a long journey for these two teams.
Yeah.
And it's been a closer match than perhaps it will appear. 8 wickets doesn't kind of feel right to me.
Well, not at 44 for 2.
No, and not a lead, a really scratchy lead for 30 runs.
Shami's on his way. Williamson on strike. It's 4 to win, and he comes forward and blocks this. It runs down to the gully, and there's no run. And I can see inside the New Zealand dressing room there, they're all ready for the celebrations.
They're a very tight-knit group of players, know each other well. A lot of them live in the same, in fact, have moved from different parts of New Zealand, all converging on Tauranga.
Yeah.
Where the sun sits, of course.
4 to win. Williamson waits as Shami goes scurrying in again and bowls to him. Oh, he tries to run that to third man. There's no one there, but he missed it. And again, poor old Pant's down on his knees. It's been a difficult game for the wicketkeepers. Watling dislocated his finger today, but at least he hasn't had to bat, and a lovely way for his career to finish, at least, with New Zealand winning this. It's his last test match. 4 to win. The crowd poised as well. All the Kiwis down there have taken their shirts off down there as well. Shami's on his way and bowls to Williamson, who again covers up. They're going to scurry a quick single. The throw.
Swirling them around like helicopter. Sort of. I don't know what the collective term for helicopters is, but there they are, going at it madly.
They are all in perfect coordination. 3 to win.
Some ugly sights there.
In goes Shami, bowls to Taylor outside the off stump. Taken by Pant once again. Well, they're not rushing over the line, they're taking their time. It's the way these two have played. They've just been so in control of it, or appeared to have been anyway, once they got in. Taylor took 18 balls or so to get off the mark. Long time. Williamson given out on 1. That was overturned. 136 for 2. 3 to win. Shami's on his way. Bowls to Taylor, who flicks that away into the leg side. That'll be it. Over the boundary it goes. And New Zealand are the World Test champions. And all that disappointment of 2 years ago is forgotten, at least for now, as Williamson and Taylor embrace. They faced a real battle there when they came together at 44 for 2. Really under pressure. And Virat Kohli walks up to them, shakes them both by the hand. It's been a remarkable game, really. 6 days, 2 of which were completely washed out. And yet still here at 25-7 on the 6th day, we have a result, and it's New Zealand who have won by 8 wickets. And the celebrations are starting in those dressing rooms now. Many of those, of course, were at Lord's a couple of years ago. That ended very differently. And now it's just broad smiles, respectful handshakes from the Indians
and
too.
Gracious.
It's nice to see.
Yeah.
It's been played in that sort of a way, but what a tremendous performance by New Zealand. They've been the last 2 World Cup finals, lost them both, won barely, but they've won, well, pretty comprehensively here. 8 wickets looks comprehensive. I think we'd agree it was a tighter contest than that, a low-scoring game, runs hard to come by, and Ross Taylor, again, we don't know how long he'll go on for, finishing with a flourish, flicking the ball through square leg, and then a big hug for his captain. And Williamson and Kohli having a hug as well.
It's been played in very good spirit, hasn't it, this match? Yeah, a big collective hug going on up in the New Zealand dressing room as well. All the arms raised. It's been something they've been aiming for a long time. It's the end of a very long journey for those players in the sun. You know, they've played their hearts out, those chaps. They've had disappointments along the way, especially some of them who haven't been able to play many games. But a kind of a victory for discipline, really, I think, don't you, Aggers? I mean, over perhaps a team with more flair. But it certainly suited the conditions, the New Zealanders, and down there, coming down the stairs now. To say well done to the captain and to Taylor.
Fabulous scenes. Radio 4 Longwave listeners will stay for some reaction, whatever we can get. But our Sports Extra listeners are off to Cardiff now. It's the first T20 international, of course, between England and Sri Lanka. You can join Jimmy Anderson and Atif Nawaz.
Catch, and the first wicket in this match has fallen. Avishka Fernando just hit out, essentially. Put under pressure by some very, very tight bowling from England. Sam Curran just putting the ball nice and full, and the ball's been driven as comfortable as you like. There, taken at mid-off, very, very easily, very comfortable catch there. And celebrations all around. Good wicket, good start, and probably a fair reflection of what's happening in the game so far.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Fernando looking to get off the mark there. He's got a juicy half volley from Sam Curran, little bits of shape back into him. But you'd expect, to be that sort of ball to be put away in international cricket. He's sort of in between, trying to keep it on the ground and going aerial, and it's ended up sort of waist high to Chris Jordan. There's no one else I'd want under a catch or taking a catch than Chris Jordan.
He's a very,
fantastic pair of hands.
Very safe pair of hands. And welcome to listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra who've just joined us from the World Test Championship. We're at Sophia Gardens here for the first T20 of the English summer, the English international summer, I should say. England versus Sri Lanka here in Cardiff. Sri Lanka won the toss and chose to bat, which Owen Morgan said he was very happy with. He would have chosen to bowl had he won the toss. 1.3 overs into this Sri Lankan innings, and Avishka Fernando has smashed one right down the throat of Chris Jordan at mid-on. Sam Curran taking the wicket, so it's 3 for 1 after 1.3 overs. And, Sri Lanka, as we sort of expected, in a bit of bother, to be fair. I mean, there's an expectation of this England team to be quite dominant here, to reflect those world rankings, and I mean, we'll see if that proves to be the case, but it's been a good start so far. Sam Curran now just at the top of his run, ready to greet the new batsman. Still has a slip in place. In he comes. He bowls, this time going down the leg side, and that will surely be wided by the umpire. It is. So a grateful Sri Lanka will take another run. 2 of the 4 runs in the total have come from wide so far. So a bit windy, maybe. You can see the wind kind of going across the ground.
Yeah, well, he got some shape, did Sam, to the right-hander. He's gone for the same sort of ball, trying to swing it away from the left-hander, but it's just gone straight and down the leg side, which can be frustrating. With these white balls can do that, though. The kookaburras can trick you into thinking that it's swinging, and then the next ball doesn't, and it can be quite difficult to control.
Yep, Pereira, the new batsman, is on strike and just awaiting Curran. He just pulled away from that last delivery. Maybe some movement behind the side screen or something. In any case, in comes Curran now, once again, back of a length this time, pushed into the offside with soft hands, and Pereira is off the mark. Runs through for a quick single as the score moves on to 5 for 1 after 1.4 overs. A lot of hopes will ride on Gunathalika here for Sri Lanka, but England will be very pleased to get that early breakthrough and also keep a lid on these attacking Sri Lankan shots.
Yeah, they've made a good start. Early days yet still, but they'll be happy that they've managed to get a wicket, and Sam Curran just trying to keep it as tight as possible to these two left-handers.
They've got quite the losing run to break here, Sri Lanka, as Curran comes in once again, back of link, pushed through the gap in the covers now. There is a man sweeping out there. They'll take the single. They want the second. It's going to be tight, and he just about makes it back. Good running there from Kusal Perera. In fact, Gunathalika, I beg your pardon, was running to the danger end. He moves on to 4 now. Sri Lanka 7 for 1 after 1.5.
Yeah, that's really good running. Really clever as well here at Cardiff. The square boundaries are really